actually think Leo didn't know his true strength. That Leo believed him to be on the same level as the other two Mao. I can't compare to you, Surzek-sama. Not yet, at least. Leo threw him a subtle jab. Drop the act. We both know you're the real final boss here. Don't sell yourself short. At your rate of growth, surpassing me is only a matter of time. Whether Surzek caught the hint or not, he responded with encouragement instead. He really did want to retire. Chapter 230, Chapter 227, Nomination. 2235 words groom Leo into the next Mao. The idea had only just taken root in Surzek's mind. Before this, he'd simply viewed Leo as a future pillar of devil society. His intent had been to cultivate an exceptional talent for the underworld's sake, which was why he'd been shielding and supporting Leo all along. Because the Leo of before, talented as he was, had still been a fledgling in Surzek's eyes. A new generation devil who hadn't yet reached the point where he could stand on his own. But now, Leo had unfurled those 12 devil wings right in front of him, and in that instant Surzek realized the young man before him was no longer some chick that needed his protection. He was a powerhouse capable of representing devil kind. 12 wings. The indisputable mark of the highest-ranked devil. A vast number of devils who'd survived since antiquity, including many high-ranking officials second only to the four great Mao, had never reached this tier. Yet Leo already had. If he didn't qualify to represent devil kind as a top combatant, then who did? And that wasn't even accounting for his status as a sacred gear user, a Longinus wielder at that. The Longinus he carried was Zenith Tempest, a top-tier Longinus that no sacred gear in existence could surpass save for true Longinus itself. Already the highest-ranked devil with Mao-class power, and wielding the world's second-strongest Longinus on top of that. Surzek could say with certainty that Leo's current strength placed him among the very top of all devils in existence. He could crack the top 5, standing just below the four great Mao. And this monster of a devil was still absurdly young, hadn't even formally debuted yet. Combined with that miraculous servant conversion trait, anyone with eyes could see that this young man would continue to grow rapidly, reaching heights others couldn't begin to imagine. It was this realization that planted the seed. Surzek now genuinely wanted to groom Leo as his successor, to make him the next Mao. Once this incident wraps up, Leo's official coming-of-age debut won't be far off. When the time comes, I can rally the four great Mao along with the Gremry, Citri, and Phoenix houses to fund the reconstruction of the Eligos territory, help him restore his family, and secure his position as head of a pureblood devil house. As long as he holds that legitimate noble title, nominating him as the successor to the Mao seat at a high council meeting shouldn't face too much resistance. The more he thought about it, the more excited Surzek became. The more feasible it seemed. Originally, the Underworld's leadership had been planning to hold a debut battle for this generation of new devils when they officially came of age. A series of rating games to push their growth, showcase their abilities to a wider audience, and help them establish themselves in devil society. The reason this idea had come about was that this particular generation of debuting devils was exceptionally special. Multiple scions of prestigious noble houses had appeared among them. Baal House, bearing the title of Great King, ranked first among the 72 pillars. Agar's House, bearing the title of Archduke, ranked second among the 72 pillars. Gremry House, the house of origin for the current Mao Lucifer. Citri House, the house of origin for the current Mao Leviathan. Astaroth House, the house of origin for the current Mao Beelzebub. Glaciolabala's House, the house of origin for the current Mao Asmodeus. Mao, Great King, Archduke, the top 3 positions in devil society all had heirs debuting in this generation. Every single one was a successor to their house's leadership. Add in Leo, a special existence in his own right, whose peerage included a young lady of the Phoenix House, and this was nothing short of a clash between the great houses. A golden generation representing the future of devil kind. Because of this, the new generation had attracted enormous attention before they'd even debuted. Countless devils were watching this cohort with keen interest. Even the news channels had taken special notice, bringing it up again and again, and the entire underworld was gradually buzzing with anticipation. It was for this reason that the underworld's leadership had been forced into multiple behind-the-scenes discussions, ultimately deciding to build this generation up as a golden era. They would hold a grand debut battle to put these young devils in the spotlight. Among them, Leo was a figure of particular interest. His unique mutation trait, the world's second strongest Longinus, 2 Longinus wielders in his peerage, and multiple servants with outstanding potential. His future was, by any measure, extraordinarily promising. Many of the higher-ups were genuinely excited to see what this special young devil could accomplish in this golden generation's debut. Especially those who knew just how special this generation's Baal heir was. They were all waiting with bated breath to see what kind of sparks would fly when that heir and Leo clashed in a rating game. But now that anticipation was likely going to come to nothing. There was simply no helping it. Leo and the entire Eligos peerage had grown too fast. So fast that it defied the underworld's comprehension. Forget Leo himself. Even the rest of the Eligos peerage had turned heads among the underworld's leadership with their performance during the summit incident. These girls, not one of them older than 18, had independently faced the Chaos Brigade's hero faction and driven them back. That record was too outstanding, too exceptional. The leadership couldn't help but be stunned. Consider this, the Old Mao faction, which stood on equal footing with the hero faction within the Chaos Brigade, had required Surzex and Serafal, 2 Mao, to personally take the field before being subdued. Yet the Eligos peerage had repelled the hero faction on their own. That record didn't just turn heads in the underworld. It shook the Angel and Fallen Angel factions as well. Once word of their achievements spread, the Eligos peerage's reputation truly exploded across all 3 factions. Many had already revised their opinion of these girls, no longer viewing them as mere new generation devils. And now Leo had returned with 2 newly recruited servants, further strengthening the Eligos peerage. He himself had become a 12-winged devil of the highest rank. How could anyone still call him a new generation devil? If Leo brought the Eligos peerage into the debut battle, the other participants might as well not bother showing up. Surzex could already picture the scene at the next High Council meeting. Plenty of pureblood devil houses would be objecting, demanding that the Eligos house be excluded from the debut battle roster. Baal House, Agar's house, Astaroth house, and Glaciolabala's house in particular would certainly push for it. Could anyone blame them? They weren't about to sit there and watch their heirs get publicly demolished, humiliated in front of the entire underworld. They were all nobles and prominent ones at that. None of them wanted to see that happen. So Leo's debut battle was likely going to be scrapped. But that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, if the major devil houses were demanding the Eligos house be excluded, they'd need to offer some form of compensation. Otherwise it wouldn't be an exclusion. It would be public discrimination and backroom dealing. Surzex already knew exactly what to do. This time, your Eligos peerage's stand against the hero faction was a tremendous contribution. It deserves commendation. Surzex looked at Leo standing before the desk and dropped his bombshell with a smile. I'm going to nominate you for promotion to Ultimate Class Devil. At the same time, I'll nominate your bishops Yukino Shida Yukino and Shina Mahiru, your rook Kasamigakaka Yutaha, your knight Yuki Asuna, and your 2 pawns Ram and Rem to sit for the mid-class devil examination. The room went silent. Then it erupted. Even Leo's eyes went wide. Promotion to Ultimate Class Devil. Leo stared, dumbfounded. Surzex Sama, Rias, Sona, Aquino, and Tsubaki were all equally floored. The ultimate class being discussed here wasn't about combat power. It was about official rank and standing in devil society. In the underworld, the devil hierarchy was rigidly defined. From highest to lowest, Mao, ultimate class devil, high class devil, mid-class devil, and low-class devil. Until now, the Eligos, Gremory, and Citri peerages had all been the same. Only the kings, Leo, Rias, and Sona, held high-class devil status. Everyone else was a low-class devil. Ravel was the exception. As a daughter of the Phoenix House, she'd long held high-class devil status. She simply hadn't chosen to receive evil pieces and debut as a king in her own right. In the underworld, reaching high-class devil meant you were considered nobility. As for ultimate-class devils, they were either the backbone of major devil houses, genuine high-ranking officials of the underworld, top-tier stars of the raiding game scene, or distinguished public figures of special standing. In short, below the Mao, ultimate-class devil was the highest rank in devil society. In the future, the underworld would introduce a special-class devil rank between Mao and ultimate class, but that was a matter for another time. And now Surzex was telling everyone he intended to nominate Leo for ultimate-class devil. How could anyone not be shocked? What's the matter? Surzex smiled and turned the question back on them. Surely you don't think Leo lacks the qualifications for promotion to ultimate class? Everyone exchanged glances, then fell silent. Did he qualify? Thinking it through, Leo absolutely did. In terms of power, he was already a 12-winged devil of the highest rank, Mao class or perhaps beyond. How could he possibly not qualify for ultimate class? What he'd lacked was merit, achievements and accomplishments. Once those were in place, his qualification for ultimate class would be beyond dispute. And now, it seemed his merits had cleared the bar. At the summit that would determine whether the three factions could coexist in peace, he and his peerage had single-handedly confronted the hero faction and repelled them. That accomplishment alone was considerable, massive even. Beyond that, Leo had already racked up plenty of prior contributions. Killing Les Filles Tricks, rescuing the Gremery and Citri peerages, and most recently, defeating the fallen angel cadre Cocobile single-handedly, preventing a conflict that could have spiraled out of control. All of it was real, documented merit. The same applied to the Eligos peerage. Apart from Ravel, who already held high-class status and hadn't yet accumulated enough for the next tier, every other member's performance in this incident alone was sufficient to earn a nomination for the mid-class devil examination. Surzex had decided to seize this opportunity and push it through. Elevate Leo's standing in the underworld as quickly as possible, putting him in a position to become his successor. He was confident the leadership would be on board. As long as Leo was promoted to ultimate class devil, he'd no longer be eligible for the new generation's debut battle, would he? Surely no one expected a dignified ultimate class devil to go bully a bunch of high-class devils who hadn't even debuted yet. With that, the other houses wouldn't even need to search for excuses. They could simply announce the news publicly and remove the Eligos house from the roster, sparing their families any controversy. That would also serve as their compensation to Leo and the Eligos peerage. Go home and prepare yourself. Surzex smiled at Leo. The formal notice for your promotion ceremony should arrive soon. Hearing this, everyone finally managed to digest the bombshell. Congratulations, Leo. Sona pushed her glasses up and offered her heartfelt congratulations. I can't believe you're being promoted again so quickly. It's unbelievable. Rias let out a rueful laugh. Leo himself felt a touch of disbelief as he recalled his last promotion ceremony. That had been, half a year ago. Back then, he'd barely scraped together enough merit for the promotion, and had spent a full 15 years just reaching the threshold of high-class devil power. He'd finally been able to formally promote, receive his evil pieces, and enter noble society. He'd been happy then. Relieved, too. His thinking at the time had been simple. He could finally relax, enjoy the perks of being a noble slave owner, and muddle along respectably in the underworld. Who could have predicted that a mere 6 months later, he'd be up for promotion again? And this time, it was to ultimate class devil. Even his servants were getting the chance to advance. Life really was unpredictable. You need to step it up too, Rias. Seeing his little sister still wearing that rueful smile, Surzex couldn't help but prod her. He hadn't forgotten his plan to have Rias poach from Sona's people. Granted, ever since meeting Leo, a certain someone from the Phoenix house had gone into hiding, keeping an extremely low profile. The matter of the engagement had grown increasingly vague under the tacit understanding between Surzex and the Phoenix head. But letting it drag on indefinitely wasn't a solution either. Now Leo was about to be promoted. He wouldn't be participating in the debut battle. In all likelihood, he'd be heading back to the underworld to rebuild his family territory. If Rias didn't start making moves soon, it would only get harder down the line. Maybe he should send Rias as the Gremory House's representative to help with the Eligos territory reconstruction. Worth a shot. Chapter 231, Chapter 228 2162 words Leo's estate. That evening, Leo once again gathered every member of his peerage in the living room, and relayed what Surzex had told him. Take the mid-class devil examination. Yukino, Asuna, Yutaha, Mahiru, Ram, and Rem all exclaimed in unison. They looked better than they had during the day. It was as though now that Leo, their final source of worry, had returned safely, they could finally rest properly. The pallor and frailty from before had noticeably receded. Even so, hearing Leo's announcement, every one of them was caught off guard. Even Ram, whose default setting was caustic pride. We're being promoted to mid-class already. Is this for real? Isn't this way too fast? We haven't even been devils for that long. Surely our merit scores aren't high enough. Yukino, Asuna, Yutaha, and Mahiru were the most stunned, as if the thought had never crossed their minds. And if even they were this rattled, Ram and Rem, who'd only joined the Eligos peerage less than 3 months ago, were all the more so. Didn't expect we'd make mid-class this soon. Is this really okay? Ram murmured to herself. Rem fidgeted with anxiety. Hey, what's a mid-class devil? Kanna, meanwhile, was tugging at Stella's sleeve with a blank look, eager to learn. Stella remained as taciturn as ever, responding with flat disinterest, as if the entire topic had nothing to do with her. Amid all this, Ravel was the only one wearing an expression that said obviously. It is a bit soon, I'll admit, but if you think about it carefully, it's not that hard to understand. Ravel analyzed the situation with her usual composure. You may be slightly lacking in accumulated merit as devils, but the incidents you've dealt with so far have far exceeded anything a low-class devil should be handling. During the Leifei Trix attack, none of you performed poorly. Even though it took Leo-sama, Ria-sama, and Sona-sama arriving in time to save you, the fact that you held your own against that many monsters, old malfaction devils, and stray magicians was already enough for the underworld's leadership to take notice. When the fallen angel cadre Kokabeel attacked, Leo-sama was the star of the show, but all of you demonstrated impressive strength. Slaughtering an entire pack of Cerberus isn't something mere low-class devils can pull off. And of course, the biggest factor was this latest summit incident, where we repelled the hero faction on our own without Leo-sama's support. That's generated enormous discussion across all 3 factions, to say nothing of the underworld specifically. By now, your feats have surely been spreading among the rank and file. You're no longer the unknown newcomers you were before. Ravel ticked off the points on her fingers. In terms of raw strength, all of you are more than qualified for mid-class. You'd even pass as high-class with room to spare. Yukino-san, Yutaha-san, and Ram in particular wouldn't be considered weak even among ultimate-class devils. Honestly, limiting you to a mid-class promotion is underselling you. In terms of recognition, you already have it. You've made a name for yourselves across the underworld before even officially debuting. That's something many mid-class and even high-class devils have never managed. In terms of merit, even before the hero faction battle, your accumulated contributions were enough to be nominated for promotion. After repelling them, beyond question. More than enough to be advanced. Frankly, if you were just promoted directly to mid-class without any examination, I doubt anyone would object. The fact that you still have to sit for an exam is only because your tenure is so short. If not for that, I'd suspect there was some conspiracy behind it. Ravel's point-by-point analysis drew the girls into a round of exchanged glances before they finally settled down. So this is really happening. Yukino turned to Leo, her expression cool but intent. We're actually being promoted to mid-class devil. Provided you pass the exam. Leo shrugged. But in my opinion, it's already a done deal. What does the mid-class exam look like? Yuraha couldn't help but ask. Is it a test of strength? Or knowledge? Leo didn't mince words. The mid-class devil exam has two parts, a written test and a practical combat assessment. The written portion tests how well a reincarnated devil understands underworld knowledge. The practical tests whether your combat ability meets the standard. Originally, devil promotions hadn't involved examinations at all. If your strength and merit both cleared the bar, you qualified for advancement. Take Leo himself. When he'd been promoted to high-class devil, there had been no exam whatsoever. Once his strength and merit were both confirmed, his sponsor submitted a promotion application to the leadership verified everything checked out, and the promotion was approved. But in recent years, the number of reincarnated devils had surged. Most of them came from ordinary human backgrounds, and had only a vague understanding of the underworld at best. Some lacked even basic common sense about devil society, falling far short of devils born and raised there. After extensive deliberation, the leadership had decided to add a written component to the mid-class promotion process. The written exam wasn't particularly difficult. Its main purpose was to encourage reincarnated devils to actually learn about the underworld. At minimum, their general knowledge needed to match that of a native-born devil. Otherwise, surviving in devil society long-term would become a real problem. For reincarnated devils who'd only recently turned, and were still feeling out the underworld's rules and customs, this was naturally a daunting hurdle. But for Yukino and the others, child's play. I'm not the least bit worried about the combat portion. All 6 of you have strength far beyond mid-class. Even Rem, without her Oni form, is approaching high-class level. I'm pretty sure you could sleepwalk through that part even on a bad day. Leo said this with complete nonchalance. As for the written test, surely I don't need to worry about that either. If his servants had brains like Hayadu Issei's, then sure, he might have had cause for concern. But look at who served under him. Yukinoshita Yukino. Top of her class in Sobu High's second year. Ranked first in academics every single term. Yuki Asuna. Raised in an elite family, educated at a prestigious academy. Her grades might not match Yukino's, but she was a regular fixture in the top ranks of her year. Kasumigakaka Yuraha. A literary prodigy, a published light novelist, a renowned talent. Among the highest-scoring students in Sobu High's third year. Shina Mahiru. Top of the first-year class. Excelling in both academics and athletics. Not only was she ranked first academically upon enrollment, she also placed first among the girls in physical education, holding her own against some of the boys. All 4 were flawless in every regard: beauty, poise, intelligence, and pedigree. The cream of Sobu High's crop. Why would anyone worry about their exam scores? These were girls so far out of reach that ordinary people could only admire them from a distance. Even though they hadn't been devils for long, they'd spent plenty of time in the estate's library studying up on the underworld. Among them was Yukino, who had quite literally read every book in the library cover to cover. If someone like her couldn't pass the written test, then mid-class devils across the entire underworld would face a catastrophic purge, because virtually none of them would qualify either. As for Ram and Rem, they may have focused primarily on their maid duties as reincarnated devils, but they'd been living in the underworld for a full 10 years. They were essentially no different from native-born devils. With just a bit of effort, passing the mid-class exam's written portion would be more than manageable. So from the moment he'd learned that all 6 would be taking the mid-class promotion exam, Leo hadn't worried about them for a single second. They, on the other hand, seemed to be making mountains out of molehills. We still shouldn't let our guard down, right? Asuna said, concern evident. We've been doing nothing but combat training lately. Our time in the library has dropped off significantly. What if the exam covers something we haven't encountered yet? Mahira nodded with complete seriousness. Opportunities favor the prepared. When it comes to studying, what matters most is consistent daily accumulation. Last-minute cramming is just flailing. Well, we can only lie in bed recovering anyway. Might as well spend the time reading. Yutaha was already on her feet. It's been ages since I visited the library. I think I'll just camp out in there tonight. Let's go. Yukino was even more direct. Until the exam arrives, let's spend as much time in the library as possible. And with that, the four of them walked right out of the living room, heading for the library. They're leaving just like that. Leo barely had time to react. He stared blankly at the four departing figures, completely baffled. He genuinely felt they were making way too big a deal out of this. With their brains, passing the written test should take about 5 minutes. Especially a certain young lady of the Yukinoshita family. You've already read every single book in the library until the pages were falling out. Do you really need to go back and sit in there? Sister, should we go study too? While Leo was still reeling from the four girls' abrupt exit, Rem was whispering to Ram. No need to worry, Remington. Ram was the picture of serenity. A mere written test. How could it possibly stump us? Of course sister doesn't need to worry. After all, sister is the smartest person in the world. Rem's faith in her sister bordered on blind worship, as always. But when it came to herself, she had far less confidence. Deep down, Rem still carried that streak of insecurity and self-doubt. In her eyes, she was nowhere near her sister's level. Of course her sister could breeze through a written test. But she was so clumsy. She even lost her mind during Oni transformation. How smart could she possibly be? What if she failed the written portion? And the combat assessment carried risks too, didn't it? Without her Oni form, she was the weakest member of the entire Eligos peerage. She hadn't even reached high-class level. The practical exam for mid-class promotion could very well pose a real threat. She couldn't exactly go Oni mode during a mid-class promotion exam, could she? The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. It never occurred to her that this was a mid-class devil exam, meaning the combat requirement was simply to demonstrate mid-class level ability. Rem's base strength already sat firmly at mid-class. Passing should have been effortless. She was simply too hard on herself. Ram, of course, knew exactly what her little sister was made of. Seeing that anxious look on Rem's face, she let out a sigh. Can't be helped. You're Ram's most adorable little sister, after all. Ram stroked Rem's head with an indulgent expression. Ram will grudgingly keep you company. Let's go to the library together. Rem's face lit up with gratitude, prompting Leo to suppress the urge to make a crack. I'll never understand where you get that confidence. Granted, Ram was a genius. A prodigy, even. But as to whether she was genuinely book-smart, Leo felt a question mark was warranted. Ram's mind was certainly sharp. Her observation skills were keen. She could often see through things others missed entirely. But Leo hadn't forgotten that this self-proclaimed number 3 in the universe was, behind closed doors, an absolute disaster at housework. Her proudest domestic skill was peeling potatoes. Was someone this clumsy really going to be fine? Unfortunately, Ram ignored his skepticism entirely. She took her sister's hand and marched out of the living room, head held high, showing zero concern about the upcoming exam. Leo couldn't tell whether she was actually that confident, or whether this was secretly her excuse to hit the library and cram at the last minute. Don't worry, Leo-sama. I'll keep an eye on everyone. Ravel watched Leo staring after Ram, and Rem seemed to read his mind, and thumped her chest confidently. I'll supervise their studying, dig up the key topics from past mid-class exams, and make sure every single one of them passes and promotes. That, too, was her duty as the Eligos peerage's manager, strategist, estate supervisor, and member whose title read Rook but might as well say Queen. I'll leave it to you then, Ravel. Leo gave her head a pat, and the young lady's expression melted into that familiar blend of happiness and shyness. Then Leo noticed that someone had slipped out of the living room at some point, destination unknown. Hey, so what's a mid-class devil? Only Kanna remained, now tugging at Ravel's clothes, relentlessly pursuing her question. Chapter 232, Chapter 229-2034 Words with the girls all heading to the library to bury themselves in books, the estate gradually settled into quiet. Nighttime was normally when devils were most active, but given everything that had happened recently, the Eligos peerage was in no shape to be taking on work. More than a few humans hoping to summon a devil, and have a wish granted were left quietly fuming in the dark. Late that night, Leo emerged from his room after a bath. Towel draped over one shoulder, he scrubbed at his damp hair as he made his way toward the open-air balcony. When he arrived, he found a girl already there, gazing into the distant night sky. She wore simple loungewear. Slender arms and full thighs exposed to the air, the night breeze pressing the fabric against her figure, her crimson hair swaying like flame. A picture worth painting. But the eyes this beautiful girl turned toward the distant sky held nothing but melancholy. She looked like someone the world had abandoned, carrying a fragile, broken quality that stirred sympathy. Leo's hand paused mid-scrub. Then he stepped onto the balcony without breaking stride and came to stand beside her. What are you thinking about? He finished drying his hair and slung the towel around his neck. A chilled can had appeared in his hand at some point, cracking open with a soft hiss. He sipped his drink and asked casually, not even looking at her, as if he didn't care whether she answered or not. And in fact, she didn't. Stella ignored both his question and his presence entirely, staring into the distance as though watching something that no longer existed, lost in memory. No matter how long you stare, a country called the Familian Kingdom isn't going to appear out here. Leo kept drinking, his tone mild. And you won't find any scenery that feels familiar, either. You don't belong to this era. The bluntness, devoid of any consideration for her feelings, finally drew a reaction. Then why did you bring me back? Stella's voice was cold and flat. What was the alternative? Leave you in those ruins? Leo clicked his tongue. You'd already broken free of the seal. If not for my evil piece reincarnating you, you wouldn't have come back to life at all. You'd have stayed a living corpse. If I'd left you there, it wouldn't have taken long for you to starve. Devil or not, princess of dragon blood or not, you still need to eat. Even Leo himself hadn't escaped the need for food. He still required regular meals to survive. During those days lost in the dimensional gap, if not for the fact that he was a perfect devil with far greater vitality than an ordinary one, capable of surviving extended periods without eating, and if not for the rations he'd kept stored in his evil piece's spatial pocket, his biggest worry might have been starving to death in the void. Only a pure-blooded dragon like Kanna could hibernate for centuries without a care, hunger irrelevant. For anyone else, surviving in that castle for hundreds of years simply wasn't realistic. Stella was no different. While sealed, sustenance hadn't been a concern. But now that the seal was broken and she was alive again, survival became a very real problem. If she insisted on staying in the dimensional gap, her end would not be pleasant. Not that Stella seemed to care. Wouldn't that be for the best? A self-mocking edge crept into her voice. Just like you said, I don't belong to this era. Maybe my fate was to wither away in that gap alongside the castle. Unfortunately, dying wouldn't free you either. Leo's expression didn't change. Maybe I forgot to mention this, but anyone who becomes my servant, even if they die, their soul returns to me. Not to heaven, not to hell. If you're fine with that, then I won't stop you. Stella went completely silent. You should never have woken me up. The words came after a long pause, squeezed out reluctantly. Leo sighed, tossed his empty can aside, and turned to look at her. So you'd rather stay asleep forever? Rather wallow like this than face reality? He didn't sugarcoat it. You're more fragile than I expected. Hard to believe you're supposed to be royalty. Stella's hands quietly clenched into fists. Being rejected by Great Red, does that really make you this hopeless? Leo glanced at her white knuckles. Does losing Great Red's support mean you can't accomplish anything at all? Then the Familian royal family really did choose wrong. They shouldn't have sacrificed everything to preserve you, the last of the dragon bloodline, and the royal line. That struck harder than anything he'd said before. Then tell me, what am I supposed to do? Stella's chest heaved, her composure cracking. The dragon god has no intention of helping me. How am I supposed to restore my kingdom? How am I supposed to bring back the glory of Familian? This single wish, with no path to fulfillment, was what truly tormented her. What drove her to despair? Right now, she genuinely didn't know what to do. All she felt was utter defeat, a desire to leave this world and apologize to the people who had sealed her away with their last shred of hope. Father, mother, brothers, sisters, their faces surfaced one after another in her mind, making her want nothing more than to break down crying and go to where they were. Then she heard Leo's voice. Isn't the answer already right in front of you? The words were so calm they were almost absurd, but they made Stella's head snap up. In front of me? She froze. Weren't you listening to our conversation earlier? Leo looked at her the way one might look at a sheltered noble's clueless daughter. We just talked about how several of my servants are being promoted to mid-class devil. I'm being promoted to ultimate class. None of that rings any bells. The knowledge I imprinted in your memory should have covered the underworld systems. Do you understand what promotion means for a devil? Once you reach high-class devil, you become nobility. You could even be granted territory, become the lord of your own domain. In other words, as long as you rise high enough in the underworld and gain your own territory, building a so-called Familian kingdom on it would be trivial. The words hit Stella like a thunderbolt. Rebuild Familian kingdom in the underworld. She stood there, stunned. The thought had clearly never crossed her mind. What, did you plan to build a country in the human world? Leo shrugged. I'd advise against it. It's not strictly impossible, but the human world's territory was carved up by the various mythological factions ages ago. A devil trying to found a nation there would set off alarms everywhere. The underworld is different. The underworld is vast and sparsely populated. Land is far more plentiful than in the human world and far cheaper. Building a kingdom there is entirely feasible. You wouldn't even need to reach high class first. As my servant, I could give you a section of Eligo's territory right now. Do whatever you want with it. Stella stared at him blankly. When she finally spoke, the words came out in a stammer. Is that really possible? I can rebuild Familian kingdom in the underworld. She seemed unable to believe it. If you're willing. Leo said it like it was nothing. I don't mind you building a country within Eligo's territory. The only condition is that you actually run it properly. I don't know if I can manage a country. Stella tensed, caught between excitement and uncertainty. Shame won out. Father never intended for me to inherit the throne, so I never studied governance. Then start learning. Leo smiled, unsurprised. This era isn't the one you came from, but the upside is that knowledge is far more accessible. As long as you're willing to put in the work, you can learn almost anything short of forbidden knowledge. If you don't know where to begin, then start by surviving as a devil. Just like my other servants. Train, grow stronger, study, accumulate merit and achievements. Work your way toward mid-class, high class, and eventually ultimate class. By the time you reach high class or ultimate class, you'll be mature enough to stand on your own and do what you want. Even if that means founding a nation. Leo patted her on the shoulder. Think it over. Whether you keep drifting through life like this, or work toward making your wish come true with your own strength. Your ancestors may have needed the dragon god's blessing to keep Familian alive. But that doesn't mean it can't be done without one. Besides, your ancestors received the dragon bloodline and the dragon treasures, and from then on Familion was no longer weak. It endured. You've already inherited everything they had. Are you telling me you can't accomplish what they did? With that, Leo turned and walked away. How you do it is for you to figure out. He didn't look back at Stella's face. He simply left the balcony. She stood alone, watching his retreating figure, motionless for a long time. In the days that followed, Stella was a different person. The silence and the lifelessness were gone, as if she'd truly come back to life, radiating a vitality that hadn't been there before. She began reaching out to the others in the estate. Like Yukino and the rest, she planted herself in the library, studying with more passion and drive than anyone, devouring knowledge. Her attitude toward Leo shifted completely. She didn't call him master the way Ram and Rem did, and she wasn't deferential the way Ravel was, but whenever Leo gave an order, she carried it out without question. When following him, she walked half a step behind, keeping pace like a proper servant. Which was a far cry from Kanna, who spent her days in the estate eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating. Kanna had fully embraced freeloading. After being brought home by Leo, she showed zero awareness of having a master. She acted more like she'd found a pet owner than a lord, living like a pampered animal. Sometimes she'd chase butterflies in the garden, catch one, and pop it straight into her mouth. Sometimes she'd sneak into the kitchen and raid the fridge, devouring whatever she found, raw meat included, without batting an eye. Asuna and Mahiru had been startled by this on more than one occasion. Yukino and Ravel both declared, with considerable gravity, that this young dragon needed structured guidance and education. She needed to learn human knowledge, modern customs, and basic behavioral norms. And so, under Yukino and Ravel's arrangements, the young dragon was enrolled in Chiba's most prestigious elementary school, becoming a proud 9-year-old student. Against all expectations, the little dragon actually found school life fascinating. She ended up happily settling in, even making friends. Reality had a way of defying expectations. Stella, Kanna. Both gradually integrated into the Eligos peerage's daily life, truly becoming companions, and in time, new members of the family. Meanwhile, Yukino, Asuna, Yuraha, Mahiru, Ram, and Rem spent a month of dedicated preparation before sitting for the Underworld's mid-class devil promotion exam. All 6 passed the written test and combat assessment without incident, officially advancing to mid-class devil. Leo, during the same period, answered the Underworld summons and was formally invested as an ultimate class devil in an official ceremony. The Underworld had given him permission to return to the Eligos territory, to begin rebuilding and restoring his family's legacy. With that, Leo had officially debuted in the Underworld. He also learned that his debut battle had been scrapped. Combined with the hero faction and other threats having been repelled, and the 3 factions formally signing a peace accord, what awaited him now wasn't a life of dramatic upheaval, but the mission of rebuilding his territory and his house. However, before that, there's one more thing I need to do. Leo produced his queen piece. It was time to give his answer. Chapter 233, Chapter 230 22-23 Words The Underworld. Eligos territory. At the campsite beside the ancient battlefield where the Eligos peerage had once trained, Leo descended from the sky like a specter, 12 devil wings spread wide behind him, and landed before the campfire. Out here, nobody should notice. He retracted the 12 wings that marked him as a devil of the highest rank and surveyed his surroundings, muttering under his breath. It couldn't be helped. He was about to meet the leader of the Cows Brigade, the head of a terrorist organization. Better to keep this away from prying eyes. Surzex and the others might be understanding enough to hear him out, but the Underworld's old guard, the ones set in their ways, wouldn't be so accommodating. They might make trouble for him over this. Then again, before long, even if those people wanted to make trouble, he wouldn't have to worry. Because if everything went smoothly from here, Leo would never need to fear anyone again. With that thought, he took a deep breath and held out the queen piece. Inside the crimson chess piece, the Ouroboros serpent stirred as if sensing something. Black energy seeped from its body, and pulses of invisible power radiated outward like dark serpentine flames, reaching out to somewhere unknown. Leo watched in silence, letting the serpent within the evil piece broadcast its presence. Before long. Have you made your decision? A voice, crystal clear yet devoid of any emotion, sounded behind him. Leo turned. Ophis's small figure had appeared without a sound, as if she'd been standing there all along. Those hollow eyes regarded him, still and empty. Leo walked over without a word and placed the queen piece in her hands. I'll help you deal with Great Red. He told her the decision he'd spent an entire month deliberating. But I'll only drive it away. I won't kill it. And that's assuming I can actually beat it. If I'm not strong enough, then there's nothing I can do. Great Red was, after all, the guardian of the dimensional gap. Many believed its existence maintained the balance of that space. If Great Red were gone, the dimensional gap would warp further, the barriers between worlds would destabilize, and the consequences would be severe. So Leo wouldn't kill Great Red. He'd only fight it on Ophis's behalf, enough to stop it from shutting her out. Also, if I do defeat Great Red and you get to return to your world of silence, you need to disband the Cows Brigade. At the very least, leave it. Stop lending them your power. Stop enabling them. This was precisely why Leo had hesitated over Ophis's proposal. Her identity was a minefield. Accepting her deal could easily brand him an enemy of the world, an accomplice of the Cows Brigade. He could accept that risk for himself. But there were too many girls around him. He couldn't let them all be treated as terrorists. So after careful consideration, this was his demand. As long as Ophis left or disbanded the Cows Brigade, the major factions would surely welcome that outcome. They'd let bygones be bygones. The major incidents from the original story would die in the cradle without the Cows Brigade to set them in motion. Even if some troublemakers still tried to cause problems, without Ophis's backing, they wouldn't be able to stir up anything meaningful. And then Leo could finally have the peaceful life he wanted. Just him and a group of lovely servants, living happily in the Eligos territory. That kind of life would be pretty great, wouldn't it? Ophis didn't hesitate for even a second. She'd never cared about the Cows Brigade to begin with. She'd only accepted their recruitment and become their leader in order to defeat Great Red. Once Great Red was dealt with, she had no interest in remaining their figurehead. Besides, she was about to give most of her power to the devil standing before her. Even if she wanted to bestow power on others in the future, she probably wouldn't be able to. So she agreed to Leo's terms without a thought. Then let's begin. Leo wasn't the type to drag things out. This deal was almost entirely upside for him. He'd already thought it through and made his choice. No point in hesitating further. And so he stood there, watching as Ophis pressed his most important chess piece, the queen, against her chest, letting it sink into her body. In that instant, a pulse unlike anything he'd ever experienced surged through Leo. Ba-dump, ba-dump. Ba-dump. It was as though a raging river had erupted inside him, as though an infinite universe had detonated somewhere deep within. His entire body shook violently. His heartbeat thundered loud enough to split the sky. His blood roared like rapids tearing through a canyon. Every muscle, every organ, every nerve and vessel, down to each individual cell, was undergoing a seismic transformation. As the transformation took hold, a flood of information poured into Leo's mind. Trait, servant conversion activating. Basic feedback acquired, demonic power, massive. Advanced feedback acquired, race, superdevil. Bonus feedback acquired, trait, earth. Bonus feedback acquired, trait, water. Bonus feedback acquired, trait, wind. Bonus feedback acquired, trait, ice. Ultimate feedback acquired, divinity. This was feedback beyond anything he'd ever received. This was, by far, the greatest harvest of his life. the legendary dragon god who ruled over infinity. The strongest being in the world aside from Great Red. Even in the original story, after losing most of her power, she'd still been 2 full tiers above the 2 heavenly dragons, 2 levels beyond god class. Now, at the peak of her power, she'd accepted Leo's evil piece and become his servant. The feedback was nothing short of unprecedented. In a world where Longinus wielders and equivalently special beings already counted as high-potential servants, Ophis as a dragon god exceeded that scale entirely. Where Leo had previously received at most 3 types of feedback from a single servant, he now received 7 in one shot, including the so-called ultimate feedback. The metamorphosis was beyond imagination. Vast quantities of demonic power generated within him. The aura burning off his body shook the earth and sky, setting the entire campsite trembling. He had been a perfect devil before. In this moment, he formally transcended the devil race itself, becoming a super devil on par with Surzex and Ajuka. Multiple traits with exceptional compatibility to Zenith Tempest's power manifested within him, merging alongside his existing lightning and flame traits into his body. And finally, true divinity formed within him, elevating his very existence to a fundamentally higher plane. If Ophis and Great Red were dragons who possessed divinity, making them gods among dragonkind, then Leo was now a devil who possessed divinity. A transcendent among devils. A god among demons. Demon god. That was what Leo had become. Beyond Mao. Beyond even so-called super devils. Just as Ophis had transcended dragon kings and heavenly dragons alike. Is this what I am now? Leo closed his eyes, feeling the terrifying power coursing through him. Before he could roughly estimate what tier he occupied, what level he'd reached, how strong he was. Now he had no idea. The scale had simply stopped making sense. You've reached the same height as me. Ophis gave him the answer. Perhaps not quite my equal yet, nor Great Red's. You're still new to this. Your divinity was only just born. But you stand on our level. In other words, Leo as a demon god might not yet match either dragon god in raw power, but in terms of realm and tier, he was their peer. From this day forward, the world might see the birth of an entirely new classification. One equal to dragon god class, demon god class. And Leo, standing at that summit, might not surpass Ophis, certainly couldn't surpass Great Red, but he was absolutely stronger than 666, the beast reputed to be just below dragon god class. This was a level of power sufficient to oppose every mythological faction in the world combined. Of course. To defeat Great Red, your current strength alone still falls short. Ophis's voice continued. So take it. The moment those words fell, Leo, eyes still closed, felt it immediately. A torrent of power every bit as vast as what he now possessed, perhaps even greater, came flooding into him. In the haze behind his eyelids, he saw it, an Ouroboros serpent hurtling toward him, so immense that the slightest twitch of its body could crush him flat. But it dissolved into an endless stream of black energy that surged into his body, absorbed completely. The influx of that staggering power triggered yet another metamorphosis, his body swelling with force. I've kept only 1/10 of my power for myself. The rest is yours. From now on, I am no longer infinite. I am finite. And you will become the new infinity. The strongest. As Ophis spoke those words, Leo felt it with absolute certainty. As his power grew, he'd grasped something else. A concept. With this concept in hand, the power within him would become truly inexhaustible. It would never run dry. More than that, like Ophis before him, he could bestow fragments of his power upon others to strengthen them, at no cost to himself. And with that, the terrifying aura that had been shaking the heavens gradually calmed, settling into stillness. Just like Ophis herself had always been, undeniably powerful, yet impossibly serene. Impossibly quiet. Slowly, Leo opened his eyes. Ophis stood before him, but he could no longer feel that boundless, overwhelming presence radiating from her. Instead, she seemed incredibly small. Incredibly fragile. Are you all right? He couldn't help but ask. Ophis was honest as always, shaking her head, her face blank. I'm too weak now. She really was. To give Leo the power to defeat Great Red, Ophis had gone all in. She'd kept only a tenth for herself, handing over everything else. In the original story, the power stolen from her had amounted to roughly 3/4 of her peak. What she'd retained, while less than a quarter, was still considerably more than a tenth. So the current Ophis didn't even have the strength she'd possessed in the original story, where she'd still been 2 tiers above the 2 heavenly dragons. Whether she could even manage 1 tier above them was questionable. Right now, she probably had around God-class power. Compared to her former self, she'd weakened enormously. You, on the other hand, are very strong now. Something flickered in the depths of Ophis's eyes as she looked at him. At your current level, you should be able to match Great Red. Leo understood exactly what that assessment meant. Stronger than Great Red would make him the strongest being in the world. Just like that, I'm the strongest. Leo himself didn't quite feel it yet. He could sense that he was incredibly powerful. But exactly how powerful? Without actually fighting someone, he'd never truly know. In that case, guess Great Red's in for a rough day. Thinking of that red dragon, soaring happily through the dimensional gap, Leo felt no guilt whatsoever. If anything, he was itching to go. He was dying to find out just how strong he'd become. Let's go. He extended his hand to Ophis. The sooner we finish beating up Great Red, the sooner we come home. Recently, Ravel had been working with the Phoenix House to scout potential servant candidates for him. According to her, she'd found 5 human girls, quintuplets, who appeared to share a single peculiar sacred gear between them. Individually, the sacred gear's power was modest. But when all 5 sisters combined it, the resulting force rivaled a Longinus. Conveniently, after giving his queen piece to Ophis, Leo had exactly 5 pawn pieces remaining. Those quintuplet sisters would be his final 5 pawns. His last 5 servants. Leo was already planning to make contact with them. Ophis nodded and reached out, taking Leo's hand. Let us return to the world of silence. Hand in hand, the two of them watched as a rift tore open before them, widening into a void. On the other side of that void lay the kaleidoscopic distortion of the dimensional gap. With Ophis at his side, Leo grinned and stepped through into that twisted world. Nia's note: the main storyline of the FIC ends here. Yeah, I know, disappointing. The author suddenly rushed everything like there was no tomorrow. Anyway, the next volume is supposedly a side story, though honestly it feels more like a completely different novel that just happens to share the same MC's name. It starts in Danmachi, nothing is really from this verse anymore. I'll still translate it even though I'm pretty disappointed myself, since I can't exactly leave it unfinished halfway through. I'll also be changing the cover and title of this FIC soon, along with adding some notes in the description, because as I said, it's basically a completely different story now. Anyway, thank you all, my lovely readers. Before you leave, I'll be releasing the first 10 chapters of the next volume today, so feel free to give it a try if you want. Otherwise, take care. Chapter 234, Chapter 1 2338 words. Dawn pierced the pitch-black night, scattering the darkness, and letting the sun's light spill across the earth, slowly illuminating the city-state that sat there like a towering colossus. It was a city ringed by sturdy, massive walls, with many tall buildings around its outer edge. The closer to the center, the lower the buildings became, until at the very heart of it Babel rose, piercing the clouds. The city was largely circular in shape, radiating outward from Babel at the center in 8 directions. 8 orderly main streets divided it into 8 districts. A single glance was enough to tell it had been planned with real order. At the northernmost end of this city, set some distance from the main avenues, on a quieter road, stood a manor that towered above the surrounding buildings, long and large in its build. The bulk of the manor consisted of several tall towers stacked layer upon layer like a forest of spears, each filling the gaps of the others, so that the rooftops together formed something like a bed of swords. Though these towers weren't as tall as Babel at the city's center, craning your neck to look up at them was still enough to leave it sore. The tallest of all was the central tower at the heart of the cluster, its blackened spire stained in the colors of dusk, looking as if it had been carved out of flame. Atop it stood a jester's banner, fluttering in the wind in a way that seemed almost mocking, brimming with irony. And yet the eyes of the people passing by this stretch of road were full of either reverence or longing as they looked at this oddly shaped manor. Anyone living in this city, no, anyone living in this world, basically knew what that jester banner meant. It was the banner of one of the strongest familias in the world, one of the two adventurer groups hailed as Aurario's two great powers, Loki Familia. And this place was Loki Familia's headquarters in the labyrinth city of Aurario, Twilight Manor. Twilight Manor was a structure formed from a cluster of high-rising towers. Aside from the thickest, largest central tower in the middle, 7 spires surrounded it. The lower halves of these spires, varying in both height and shape, were all connected to one another. Only the central tower, encircled by a ring-shaped courtyard, stood alone. In the upper halves, sky corridors built of stone stretched between the other towers, letting people move from one to another. Of these 7 towers, 3 were for Loki Familia's male members and the remaining 4 for the female members. Public facilities like the library and the main dining hall weren't gathered in one place either, but scattered across the various towers, which made the whole place pretty disorderly. When night faded and the dawn light fell across the tops of these spires, in one of the towers used by the male members, in a room furnished with the bare minimum, a young man slowly woke up. He was a youth with black hair and black eyes, handsome features, and a deep gaze, dressed in black clothes and black trousers that hugged his slender frame. He carried a bright air, with just a trace of childishness still on his face. He looked about 15 or 16, but the eyes slowly opening had a depth that didn't match his age, lending his still boyish face an unspoken sort of stillness. Morning already. He glanced out the window. The sky had brightened, but the sunlight hadn't reached his room yet. That meant it was still early. A lot of Aurario probably hadn't woken up, most households wouldn't be open for business yet. The perfect time to roll back over and go to sleep. Unfortunately, he'd forgotten how long it had been since he'd slept in. Time to get up. After muttering that, he slapped his own cheeks to clear his head a little, then rolled out of bed. He picked up his washing things and walked straight out of the room into the hall. Outside was a long corridor, along with the sky corridors stretching to the other towers, all of it tangled and complicated. One wrong turn and you'd end up somewhere you really shouldn't, like the female members' dorms. He'd actually taken a wrong turn once before. The commotion it caused was still occasionally brought up to this day, and he'd lost count of how many times he'd died of embarrassment over it. As the saying goes, you learn from your mistakes. Ever since, he'd carefully memorized every route in Twilight Manor, and watched his surroundings closely, making sure he never went the wrong way again. Yo, Leo, morning. Morning, kid. Already up? Hard-working as ever. Good morning. Along the way, the male members who had come out of their own rooms greeted him with easy familiarity. Some were humans like Leo, but others had animal ears and tails. Some wore very little, some were small enough to look like children, and some had pointed ears and long flowing hair. They were all humanoid, but clearly not the same race as humans. Morning to you too. Leo greeted them back, unfazed by sights that had once amazed him, but had long since stopped being remarkable. When he got to the washroom, he chatted with the other male Familia members while quickly cleaning himself up. The people around him noticed he was moving faster than usual, as if in a particular hurry today. You got somewhere to be? A young man who had come up beside him at some point asked, puzzled. The young man was a human like Leo, with unremarkable looks and nothing especially striking about his presence. He looked like one of those background characters you'd see anywhere, the kind of guy you could drop on a street, and almost no one would notice. And yet this utterly unremarkable young man was one of Loki Familia's mid-tier members ranking just below the leadership and executives. The captain valued him highly, and was grooming him, as the next generation's leading figure. He was a second-class adventurer at LV, Leo addressed him that way, at least for now. "Didn't I tell you, just call me Raoul?" The young man scratched his head, exasperated. "I'm not some big shot. You don't need to be formal with me." Leo didn't quite agree with that. "You're 5 years older than me, and you're a senior in the familia, the next generation leader the captain's grooming. By any measure I really should be calling you Mr. Leo shrugged. "And on top of that you're a second-class adventurer at LV. That's way higher than someone like me, who hasn't officially joined the familia yet, and hasn't even received fauna. I'm still just a trainee." "Don't say that. Our familia doesn't go in for that strict hierarchy stuff. Don't pick up that nonsense from other familias." Raoul clapped him on the shoulder with a harmless smile, looking a little goofy. "Honestly, if you hadn't said anything, I'd almost have forgotten you weren't an official member yet. You've been here a whole year already." Hearing that, Leo felt a little dazed. "It's already been a year." Leo let out a small sigh. A year ago, he had inexplicably been thrown into this world. Not only had his body shrunk back down to 15 years old, he'd been treated to a high-altitude drop, slamming into a pool of water and very nearly drowning. That alone would have been bad enough, but the problem was that the pool he'd fallen into hadn't been empty. There was someone else there. If that person hadn't pulled him out of the water and dragged him onto the shore, he really might have drowned in that pool, never to see the sun above again. Afterward, Leo learned that the pool he'd fallen into hadn't been above ground at all. It was underground. It was a corner of the safe floor on the 18th floor of the dungeon, known as the Under Resort. Yes, Leo had transmigrated straight into the dungeon, and onto the 18th floor of the middle floors at that. An otherworlder who hadn't received fauna, had no status, and had never been in a single fight, with his body reduced to that of a 15-year-old, suddenly appearing on the 18th floor of the dungeon. Even though it was a so-called safe floor where no monsters spawned, it still felt to Leo like the sky had fallen the moment he arrived. To put it bluntly, Leo had basically wanted to die at that point. Luckily, what he ran into wasn't a man-killing monster but the angel who saved his second life. "Don't you have anywhere to go?" That voice, flat and toneless, without a trace of emotion, like a doll's, yet sweeter than any heavenly music, still rang in his ears as clearly today as if she'd just spoken. "Do you want to come back with me?" It was that line that had saved Leo back then, and given him a second life in this world. With nowhere else to turn, Leo had grabbed the hand reaching toward him without hesitation, followed her out of the dungeon, and come to Twilight Manor. After that, Leo had moved into Twilight Manor, into Loki Familia's headquarters, and spent a full year here as a trainee. As a strayman brought back from outside, with no known background, by the girl the Familia universally regarded as their goddess, their idol, their object of admiration, Leo's presence had unsurprisingly caused an enormous uproar within Loki Familia, even something close to actual unrest. In the end, on the recommendation of the goddess and the upper ranks, he was kept there temporarily to handle logistics work. Only once it was confirmed there was nothing wrong with his background could he be accepted as an official member. Leo had felt some regret about that but no real disappointment. He understood perfectly well that someone of unknown origin suddenly claiming he wanted to join one of Aurario's strongest familias was, from any angle, a problem. Even setting suspicion aside, Loki Familia wasn't something you could just walk into. In the original work, after the protagonist came to Aurario, he was repeatedly turned away even from ordinary familias, let alone Loki Familia, on the grounds that he was too unremarkable, just a human with no real strengths to speak of. Compared to the original protagonist, Leo's situation wasn't much better. Aside from being passably good-looking, he had no special talents to show. Someone like that walking up to the door on any ordinary day would absolutely be turned away by Loki Familia, so how could they possibly just let him join? The fact that he was even allowed to stay in Twilight Manor as a trainee was entirely thanks to the face of the one who'd brought him back. So Leo wasn't bitter about his situation. He honestly did his job as a trainee, handled logistics at the Familia headquarters, and stayed put in Twilight Manor. A year had passed now. Leo was still a trainee, but the people in the Familia had gradually come to accept him. After today, you won't be a trainee anymore, right? Raoul was smiling brightly, as if happy for Leo's sake. Leo smiled back, a hint of anticipation in his voice. The captain sent someone yesterday to tell me my observation period's over. Today I can go to the god's chamber, and have the goddess inscribe my fauna. That was why Leo looked a little impatient today. He could finally officially join Loki Familia, receive fauna, and become an adventurer. Then get going, fast. Raoul had finally figured out that Leo wasn't in a hurry to head out somewhere, but in a hurry to get his fauna. So he urged him on with that. If you go too late, our goddess might have already wandered off somewhere to drink. That was exactly what Leo was worried about. He knew all too well how unreliable, and how unserious Loki Familia's goddess could be. If she'd been drinking heavily last night, she was probably still snoring away in bed, nowhere near getting up. If she hadn't been drinking, she was probably already plotting where to go for a proper bender, and the fate of some trainee wouldn't even cross her mind. I'm off, then. With that, Leo cut the conversation short, scooped up his washing things, and hurried out. He stopped by his room to drop them off, then ran down the tower stairs and out into the courtyard. The god's chamber sat at the very top of the central tower, and the central tower was the only one not connected to the others. To get there you had to cross the ring-shaped courtyard first before you could enter. But the moment Leo reached the courtyard, he came to a sudden stop. Because someone was already there. A blade cut through the air with a sharp hiss, the sound ringing clear through the morning, crisp as rolling beads. Beneath the tree's shade, alone, a girl held a glittering silver rapier, swinging it with focused intent. Like a conductor handling a baton, like she was cutting down enemies no one else could see, the girl performed her solo of flashing strikes. The slender blade became silver light, slicing again and again through the air, cleaving the cold wind, focused and serious. Vertical cut, horizontal slash, diagonal cleave, upward flick, straight thrust, simple but practical moves bloomed in her hand. Leo just stood there in silence, as if he'd forgotten how urgent he'd been only moments ago, watching the girl's sword work from where he was, unmoving for a long time. After a while, the girl stopped. Then, as if she'd sensed Leo's gaze, she turned and looked at him. In that instant their eyes met, and time itself seemed to freeze, suspended in that single moment. Chapter 235, Chapter 2 2229 words. The beauty of a goddess, he figured, must look something like this. That was Leo's first impression the moment he laid eyes on the sword maiden. Waist-length golden hair flowed naturally down a slender, graceful back. She wore light pale blue gear, her frame fine and delicate, her skin pale and smooth. Her features were too perfect to belong to this world, flawless as a work of art. And then there were those eyes, the same gold as her hair, with a quiet translucent light behind them. It was the kind of beauty that drew countless men in, and made even women lose their footing. She didn't lose to any fairy on looks alone, and she wouldn't lose to even a so-called perfect goddess. There was a mysterious air around her too, adding who knows how much more charm on top. Even Leo, who'd long since gotten used to that face, still found his eyes pulled to her now and then. Ace looked back at him. When she saw he was just staring at her without saying anything, she spoke up softly. The voice was the same as it had been a year ago. Flat, lacking emotion, lacking the rise and fall of normal speech, and yet beautiful as music from heaven. Morning, Ace. Leo came back to himself and smiled as he greeted her. Ace Wallenstein. That was the girl's name, and there wasn't a soul in the labyrinth city of Rio who didn't know it. She was hailed as the strongest female swordsman in the city. At only 16, she was already a household name first-class adventurer, one of the fewer than 40 LV.5s in the entire city, and a genuine executive of Loki Familia, a pillar of the Familia. A year ago, this girl was the one who brought Leo back from the dungeon and recommended him to join Loki Familia. Leo was deeply grateful for that. The golden-haired girl kept her eyes fixed on Leo, her manner cool. To outsiders, that attitude came off as a little inhuman, too cold, the kind of thing that kept people from getting close. Only those who knew her well understood she wasn't cold at all. She was a kind girl, actually. Otherwise she wouldn't have brought Leo back under those circumstances without holding any of it against him, giving him, fresh into this world, a place to stay. She just didn't really know how to express her feelings, so she came across as cold. Leo, who knew this perfectly well, never took Ace's attitude to heart. Up early to practice with the sword again. Leo walked over, his expression easy. Hard-working as always. Ace sheathed her sword. Compared to Leo's easy expression, her own delicate face showed almost no change. It's been like this for years. No wonder you're so strong. Leo looked into her golden eyes. With this much effort, it'd be weirder if you didn't get strong. At his words, Ace lowered her head. It's not enough. The girl murmured. I'm still not strong enough. There seemed to be too many untold stories buried in those quiet words, an obsession too heavy to put down, and the air around them shifted a little. Heading to the dungeon today too? Leo went quiet for a moment, then changed the subject. Probably. Ace nodded. Short and to the point. Even on days like this, with no assignment, no expedition, the girl still trained the way she had for the past 10 years, slipping into that monster-filled underground labyrinth when no one was watching, to kill, to swing her sword, to wring every last drop of potential out of herself and turn it into strength she could put to use. A year ago, the reason Leo had been able to run into her on floor 18 of the dungeon was thanks to this habit of hers. Even with so many people worried about her, afraid she'd push too hard down there and get into danger, the girl wouldn't budge on this one thing. So Leo didn't try to talk her out of it either. Come back early. Leo just smiled and told her that much. Ace looked at the smiling boy and nodded. It wasn't a polite formality. Once she agreed, she would remember and she would do it. Somehow, Leo just knew. Maybe because, every time it came to this moment, he'd say the same thing, and the girl would respond in that offhand way of hers, and then she'd quietly come back earlier than usual without a word, putting him at ease. You're receiving it today, aren't you? Ace's translucent eyes brightened slightly, like she'd just remembered something important. The fauna. So she had been paying attention to Leo's business after all. Leo hadn't told Ace about it, and yet she already knew. I was just about to head up to the god's chamber. Leo's mood lifted, and he smiled as he answered. Congratulations. Ace said it seriously. You can officially join now. Leo opened his mouth, wanting to say something thankful, but seeing how serious her face was, he swallowed the words and smiled instead. Once I get a little stronger, you'll teach me the sword, right? Ace was silent for a while, then nodded. No fuss about it, short and to the point as always. Leo waved at her, turned, and walked into the central tower. The top floor of the central tower, the god's chamber. This was the personal room of Loki Familia's goddess, and the highest point in all of Twilight Manor. Climbing the spiral staircase set inside the tower, Leo finally made it up here, stopped in front of the room, and knocked. The first time he knocked, there was no response from inside. Just dead silence. Leo was patient. He knocked several more times, waited a long while, and finally heard a listless voice. Come in. Only then did Leo push the door open and step inside. A room stuffed with all kinds of random junk sprawled out in front of him. It wasn't a huge room, but it was a mess. One look and you could tell it hadn't been tidied in ages. Leo's eyes skimmed across the room. He saw an expensive-looking feather pen tossed carelessly on the desk, white crystals shot through with faint rainbow colors left lying around, old-looking shoes, and hats hung on the walls, and the bed piled with thick books and short swords. No order to any of it. The thing the room had most of was the alcohol stashed in every corner. Bottles of every color and shape sat in every nook, some of them already half drunk. One such bottle was being cradled by the figure slumped beside the bed, giving off a thick smell of liquor. "I figured it'd be you, kid. You're up nice and early." The figure with the bottle spoke listlessly toward Leo as he came in. She was a strange one. Her hair was a vermilion red that made you think of dusk. Her eyes were squinted so thin you almost couldn't see them. She wore a white shirt and trousers like some salaryman, and she talked with a Kansai accent. Anyone who didn't know better would mistake her for some scruffy uncle. And yet, despite the slovenly get-up, her features were impossibly fine. Even sprawled there like a discarded rag doll, there was something otherworldly about her, like the person in front of you wasn't really here, but existed in some other dimension. That was only natural. Because the being in front of him was one of those gods who'd grown bored of life in heaven, had descended to the lower world chasing entertainment, and did whatever they wanted. She was something else entirely from humans, demi-humans, and monsters alike, a transcendent being from another dimension, the noblest, most perfect, most powerful life in this world. She was the goddess of this familia, the one who had forged the contract with Ace and the others. Looking at this transcendent being, Leo could never quite connect her with the gods from legend. "You really did drink yourself stupid last night, didn't you?" Leo, who used polite speech even with Raoul, his senior in the familia, somehow always forgot to be respectful in front of the familia's goddess. "It wasn't that bad." Loki didn't seem to care in the slightest. She got up unsteadily, and made a little pinching gesture with her fingers at Leo. "Just a sip, you know. Just a little bit." That grinning, shameless look pulled her even further from the idea of a god. Lucky for her, Leo was used to it by now. "If Miss Riveria finds out, she's probably gonna lecture you again." Leo just let that out, and Loki's brow shot up. "You're not actually gonna rat me out, are ya?" Loki said warily. "Listen, kid, I've been good to you. If you bite the hand that feeds you, I'll curse you, you hear?" What kind of god curses someone over getting ratted out? Oh, right. The gods of this world. Never mind. After all, no one knew better than Leo just how free-spirited the gods here were, how bored, and how casually they did whatever they pleased. "Were you just bad-mouthing the gods in that head of yours?" The thought had barely formed in Leo's head when Loki leaned in with her eyes narrowed, making the corner of his eye twitch in a way he hoped she couldn't see. The gods of this world were famously sharp. Mortals couldn't even lie in front of them. Who was he supposed to complain to about that? "The captain told me you've already approved me joining the Familia officially." He went straight to the point to brush past what had just happened. "Humph, yeah, that's the gist of it." Loki snorted and seemed to decide to let him off the hook for now, going along with the change of subject. "It's been a year already, I've been watching you for a good long while, and if I didn't make it official soon, my ace was gonna start sulking at me, right?" The moment she said that, Loki herself started sulking instead. "Where the heck did my ace even drag a stray man like you back from? She used to only care about getting stronger, you know, and now look. My heart's breaking here." The more she talked, the more she seemed to actually feel sorry for herself. She grabbed the bottle and took a big swig, looking thoroughly put out. "So what about me now?" Leo knew better than to say much more on this topic. The goddess who doted on Ace would never let him off if he did. "Take off your top and sit down in front of me." Loki glanced at him and spoke in a slow drawl. Leo had been ready for this. Without a word, he pulled his shirt off, exposing his upper body. His frame was on the slender side, his skin pale, but not particularly toned. Loki started muttering as she looked at him. "Sheltered as anything, doesn't look like you've ever done a day of hard work in your life. If I didn't know better I'd say you were some young master out of a noble house. Doesn't look like the kinda guy who'd end up on floor 18 of the dungeon at all." Leo pretended he hadn't heard a word of it, and sat down in front of Loki. Loki settled in behind him. She pulled a needle out of a box at her side, and spoke in that quiet, dreamy tone. "Well, whatever. Once we've decided to take you in, your family from here on out. I'm not gonna press you on where you came from, or why we can't dig up a thing about your background no matter what we try. We've got plenty of kids around here with stuff they can't talk about. You don't wanna say, I won't ask. As long as I know you're not here with some ulterior motive, that you really want to be one of us, that's enough for me. The god's voice deepened, the way it did when she started to enjoy something unknown, full of amusement. Let's see how far you can go from here on out. As the words trailed off, the needle in Loki's hand pricked her finger, and a drop of fresh blood welled up. The blood of a god fell onto Leo's back, and a ripple spread out across his skin. Then, one by one, hieroglyphs surfaced, and together with the image of a jester they etched themselves into his back. This was the fauna, the one miracle a god of the lower world could perform in this realm. It awakened the sleeping possibilities inside a mortal, transformed ordinary lives below, and set them step by step on the road toward the extraordinary. Only by receiving it could a mortal escape their helpless weakness, and gain the power to stand against monsters. Right now, at this moment, he had finally received it. Leo felt a small thrill in his chest. Behind him, though, Loki's eyes opened, just slightly, a glint flashing in them. Those divine eyes were locked on Leo's back, unreadable. Chapter 236, Chapter 3 2294 words in the cluttered god chamber, the hieroglyphs that marked the fauna were still drifting on Leo's back, giving off a faint glow that lit the room around them. Sensing that the goddess behind him had suddenly gone still, Leo came back to himself and called out to her. It's nothing. The fauna has been bestowed. Loki took a while to answer. Her divine eyes, which had opened a crack, closed again, and she spoke as if nothing had happened. I'll write down your status and translate it into the common language. Hang on a sec. With that, Loki pulled a sheet of parchment from the desk beside her, and got to work. Leo used the chance to turn his back toward the full-length mirror in the room, and checked what was on it. There on skin that had been blank a moment ago, was a pitch-black engraving. The engraving looked partly like a stele, partly like a crest. Its rough shape was the head of a jester, and around it were a host of cryptic mystical characters, lending the jester's figure such a mysterious air that it didn't look comical or eerie at all. This was the blessing the gods etched onto their familia members. Loki handed the parchment over to Leo. Take a look for yourself. Leo took it and started reading. The status engraved on his back was written in hieroglyphs, a script that only circulated among the gods. Very few mortals could read or write it, so every familia's patron deity, after updating a member's status, would translate it into the common language of this world to make it easy for the member to understand. It was worth noting that, although Leo didn't know the common language of this world, ever since he'd transmigrated here, he had been able to communicate freely with anyone in this world. If not for that, when he'd first arrived he might have had no way of communicating with Ace, and wouldn't have been brought back by her. Over the past year, aside from helping out with logistical work inside the familia every day, Leo had spent most of his other time learning basic swordsmanship from Ace, and the rest of the familia had taught him the common language. So as long as it wasn't anything too advanced, he could now read the common script just fine. So Leo took in his status easily. Leo Eligo's strength, I0 endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0 agility, I0 meteor dance star attribute. Extra mind consumption can increase power. Extra mind consumption can add attacks. Chant, light of heaven, sword of stars. Cannot be deciphered. As a fresh new recruit who had just had his fauna engraved, all of Leo's basic abilities were naturally at 0, and his level was the lowest, LV, strength, endurance, dexterity, agility, magic. The 5 most basic abilities in the status were divided, from highest to lowest, into 10 ranks, S, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. The number after each ability was the proficiency. 0 to 99 was I, 100 to 199 was H, 200 to 299 was G, and so on. 700 to 799 was B, 800 to 899 was A, and 900 to 999 was S. The proficiency of these ability slots only rose when the person actually used that ability, and it grew harder to raise the further up you went. If your own potential wasn't enough, you might hit a ceiling at a certain rank and never grow past it. The S rank in particular, out of all the countless people in the world who had been granted fauna by the gods, only a small handful of prodigies could reach it. Even a major familia like Loki Familia, which stood at the top of Aura Rio, only had a few members with abilities at S rank. Leo had known all this for a long time, so he skimmed past his basic abilities, and went straight to the magic and skill sections. These were the important parts. Magic and skill had nothing to do with whether the person was new. Even someone like Leo, who had just received his fauna, might have them. Magic, as the name suggested, was the power to bring about supernatural phenomena. In the past, it had only been something certain born magic races could touch, until the gods descended and brought down the miracle called fauna. After that, anyone among mortals had a chance of obtaining magic. The minimum was 1, the maximum was 3. The moment the fauna was inscribed, magic slots would be generated, and as long as those slots existed, the person could learn that number of spells. But most people's magic slots ended up empty. Only those who held a deep interest in or affinity for something might have one triggered, and without that trigger, they might never learn magic in their entire lives. The discovery of magic remained a matter of luck. Skills were the same. They were influenced by a person's significant experiences, their nature, their interests, and so on. You might gain one, you might not. The only difference from magic was that there was no limit on the number, and unlike magic, which you actively used, skills generally produce special effects under certain conditions. Basic abilities all started the same for everyone, at 0, so there was no real need to focus on them at the start. But magic and skills were different. Getting a powerful magic or skill right at the start was something that could shape your entire life. Leo, who knew this well, was naturally most concerned about his magic and skill. They would decide how far he could go from here on out. He didn't dare hope to obtain magic from the very start. The acquisition of magic was truly a matter of luck. Even in Loki Familia, plenty of members didn't have magic, including some first-class adventurers above LV. If he could get magic, that alone would set him apart from a lot of mediocre people. Among the adventurers in Aura Rio, those without magic easily made up over 70%, possibly more, proving that magic was still the privilege of a few. Leo's biggest hope, of course, was to obtain magic, but he wouldn't be disappointed if he didn't. As long as he didn't end up a blank slate like Raoul, he'd be satisfied. That's right. For who had earned the captain of the Familia's regard had neither magic nor a skill. He was a genuine, blank slate super soldier. If even a LV4 was like that, then there was nothing to say about a LV. Obtaining a magic or a skill was absolutely something worth celebrating. Leo just hoped he wouldn't be a blank slate like Raoul, and he hadn't expected he would actually obtain magic. Meteor Dance. Looking at the magic name shown on the parchment, Leo's eyes lit up. But before he could feel happy about it, the state of his skill slot stopped him cold. What is this? Leo pointed at the skill displayed as and looked up at Loki, stunned. How would I know? Loki was shameless about it. You don't know. Leo was at a loss. Didn't you see the note above it? Loki said, irritated. Cannot be deciphered, exactly what it says. This skill showed up all right, but damned if I know why, I can't make out what it means. For a second back there I almost thought I'd somehow gone illiterate, like I couldn't even read hieroglyphs anymore. That made Leo frown, and then he fell silent. If it were someone else, they'd probably be completely confused by this situation. But Leo was different. He suddenly remembered in the original work, there was someone with the same situation as him. Cassandra Ailion, currently an adventurer of Apollo Familia, LV2, possessed a special skill that couldn't be deciphered, with even the skill's name unable to be rendered in hieroglyphs. Very mysterious. Now, it seemed he was just like her, and had obtained an unreadable special skill. Leo stared at his skill slot, baffled. Was it because he was a transmigrator? Was there actually something mysterious about him? Did this count as having gotten a skill or not? It should, right? But what did this skill do? Who was going to tell him? Leo couldn't help looking at Loki. Don't look at me, this is my first time running into anything like this either. Loki spread her hands, with meaning behind her words. All I know is, you really are no ordinary kid. When even an unreadable skill came up, if he wasn't someone with a strange background, then who would be? So what do I do? Pretend it doesn't exist. Leo's brow furrowed again. You can try to decipher it yourself. Loki said, taking absolutely no responsibility. Most I can do is keep an eye out for you, and if I've got time I'll ask around. But honestly, this is something you'd better solve on your own. Rio has never been a peaceful place, and if a bunch of those nosy god trash got wind of your situation, who knows what they'd cook up. So yeah, figuring it out yourself is the safest play. As she spoke, Loki took the parchment back from Leo and wrote out a line in the blank space at the bottom. I wrote the skill info out exactly as it is, no translation. Have a crack at it yourself, kid. After stuffing the parchment back into Leo's hands, Loki picked up the needle again, pricked her finger, dropped another bead of divine blood onto Leo's back, and traced a few strokes across it. A short while later, as ripples spread across his back, the status on Leo's body disappeared. I've locked your status. Now no one can read it even if they try. Loki tossed Leo's shirt back at him, and waved a hand. All right, go play. Don't bother me, I'm getting back to my nap. Oh, right. Make sure to go see Finn. He's got something he wants to tell you. At her words, Leo silently put his shirt back on, tucked the parchment away, and walked out of Loki's room. Watching Leo go, Loki opened those usually narrowed eyes again, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Can't be deciphered, huh? The unknown down here really is something. On the other side, after leaving the god's chamber, Leo didn't head off right away. He stood with his back to the door, frozen there for a long while. His eyes went back to the parchment in his hand, to that line that couldn't be deciphered. It wasn't any script Leo recognized. If even the gods couldn't read it, then a rookie like him, who'd only been studying the common language for a short time, certainly wouldn't be able to. And yet, looking at it, Leo felt the same way he had when he'd first transmigrated here. He didn't know the script or the language of this world, and yet, somehow, he could understand it. He understood what these words meant. Stranger from another star permanent. All ability limits removed. Looking at what those words meant, Leo went quiet for a very long time. Stranger from another star. It really does fit the name. Leo gave a self-mocking smile. He understood now. This was a skill that had dug out his essence as someone from another world and made it manifest. He didn't know the specifics of what this skill could do, but he'd just have to take it one step at a time. With that, Leo crumpled the parchment in his hand and destroyed his status information. Then he headed down the spiral staircase of the central tower and stepped back into the inner courtyard. Ace was no longer there. He had no idea where she'd gone. Leo didn't dwell on it. He got his bearings, then headed for the tower to the north. He climbed up through the tower, and soon arrived in front of a room. This was the personal room and office of the captain of Loki Familia. It's Leo. May I come in? Leo knocked on the door and called out. Almost the next second, a childish voice with a strange undertone of maturity answered, an oddly contradictory sound. Excuse me. Leo pushed the door open and stepped into the office that was connected to the Familia leader's personal room. The office was quite spacious. The walls were lined with bookshelves that filled them from one end to the other, the carpet was patterned like a vivid floral wreath, there was a white stone-built fireplace, and a tall grandfather clock with what looked like a magic stone crystal set inside it. The overall tone was a deep brown, the style steady and composed. The most striking thing in the office was a tapestry hanging on the wall above the fireplace at one end of the bookshelves. It was woven from many threads of gold and silver, depicting a goddess in armor surrounded by spears, lances, and many other weapons. The leader of the Familia sat at the back of this office, behind a large desk that didn't match his small frame. "You're here, Leo." That childish voice with its undertone of maturity rang out again, and the boy who looked no taller than a child smiled at Leo, easy and approachable. "Finn, dame." This Palumbraver, who looked like nothing more than a young boy on the outside, was the captain who led all of Loki Familia. He looked young, but he was actually 42 this year, and stood at LV, Chapter 237, Chapter 4 2466 words. Looking at the Palum captain watching him with a gentle gaze, Leo gave a slight bow. Then his eyes turned to the side. Finn wasn't the only one in this office. Aside from him, there were two others. "Miss Riveria and Old Man Gareth, you're here too." Beside the desk stood a beautiful woman with smooth, emerald green long hair, and eyes of the same color, her slender figure giving an impression of grace. Her dress was very conservative, hiding the soft curves of her body and her pale skin away beneath her robes, and she carried a sharp, valiant air about her as she stood there holding a stack of documents. Riveria Ljo's Alf. A high elf who carried noble blood, the vice-captain of Loki Familia. Not far from this high elf, on a single chair, sat a sturdily built old dwarf. Thick-haired, broad and stout, he stroked his long beard with one hand without pausing, a bold and hearty look about him. Gareth Landrock. A dwarf adventurer, the front-line great warrior of Loki Familia. These three were the leadership of Loki Familia, the so-called Three Heads. They were both the founding figures who had joined the Familia from the very beginning, and the foremost LV.SIXS in Ora Rio. In this labyrinth city, aside from the one and only LV.SIXS like them were the highest-ranking adventurers around. In all of Ora Rio, those who could become first-class adventurers at LV.5 numbered fewer than 40, and those who could reach LV.6 numbered fewer than 10. Those fewer than 10 LV.SIXS were divided between Loki Familia and Freya Familia, which was why these two familias were the strongest in Ora Rio, called the Two Great Powers. It was thanks to these three heads that Loki Familia had been able to come this far, and become one of the only two strongest familias in Ora Rio. Compared to them, even Ace, the so-called strongest female swordsman in Ora Rio, was just a kid. As Leo was thinking this, the three leaders of the Familia were also looking at him. "It's been a while, kid." Gareth stroked his beard, looked at this young man, and grinned, baring his teeth. "How's it been in the Familia? Are you settling in?" Riveria's tone was serious and grave, and there was an unspeakable nobility in the way she spoke. "I've been doing well," Leo said honestly. "Everyone in the Familia has been good to me. I've gotten so much help from them. I'm really grateful." "That's good to hear." Riveria's face relaxed a little, and she nodded as she spoke. "I didn't really think anyone in the Familia would bully you, but it's still best to hear you've been doing well. He's the one Ace brought back, after all." "Who would bully him?" Gareth laughed heartily. "Most of them are probably just curious about the kid, right? Even the ones who envy him aren't going to push him around at home." At that, Riveria couldn't help but glance at Leo a few more times, her eyes full of scrutiny. It couldn't be helped. Ace could practically be said to have been raised by this high elf's own hand. Calling her Ace's mother wouldn't be an exaggeration. Naturally, Riveria was the one who understood Ace best, and she knew exactly what that girl carried on her shoulders. So a year ago, when Ace brought a man back to the Familia, Riveria had been the most shocked of all, and over the past year she'd kept a constant eye on Leo, wanting to know what it was about this boy that had caught the doll-like girl's attention. "Looks like you've already received fauna from Loki." Finn spoke up at the right moment, smiling as he asked. "What are you planning to do next?" As the captain of the Familia, Finn had a duty to know what every member was up to. He'd been paying some attention to Leo too. For one, the boy was the one Ace had brought back, which had surprised him at the time as well. For another, in the year since, every attempt he'd made to investigate the boy had turned up nothing at all, which had given him plenty to think about. The biggest reason he'd kept the boy as a trainee for a whole year was to observe him, to see whether this suspicious origin human had come to Loki Familia with some ulterior motive. In the end, after a year of observation, both Loki and Finn were certain. The boy didn't seem to have any hidden agenda. His origins were just a bit mysterious. On this point, Finn and Loki were quite confident. Finn went without saying. As the leader of the Familia, he was praised as the hope and hero of the Paolum race. He didn't think his own judgment was so poor that he couldn't read someone over the course of a whole year. So he'd made his decision, and let Leo officially join the Familia. Loki didn't even need to be brought up. She was a deity. Children of the lower world couldn't lie in front of her. The moment they did, she'd see through it. Under those conditions, after a year of living together, if she still couldn't tell whether Leo had any ulterior motives, then she might as well give up on the lower world and head back to heaven. And when both the Familia's goddess and its leader had confirmed there was nothing wrong with Leo, the matter was basically settled. And so Leo was able to officially join Loki Familia and receive his fauna. As for the mystery of his origins, as Loki had said, it wasn't really a big deal. In Loki Familia, you couldn't say there were countless people with backgrounds and pasts they couldn't easily speak of, but there were at least quite a few of them, including Ace, who also had origins she couldn't explain to outsiders. So what was one more Leo? Neither Loki, nor Finn and the rest of the three heads, were the kind of people to dig into someone else's privacy. So as long as they confirmed Leo wasn't there with some hidden motive, that he genuinely wanted to join this Familia, and become a member of this big family, that was enough for them. Honestly, it was that very attitude that had brought Leo a lot of comfort, and gradually given him a sense of belonging in this Familia over the past year that he couldn't let go of. He really was grateful to Finn and the others for taking in someone who had nowhere to go and didn't know where to turn, and giving him a place to live in this world. He was just someone of unknown origin, with nothing else special about him. For someone like that to be able to join Loki Familia, one of the so-called two great powers of Rio, was practically a stroke of unbelievable luck. If not for Ace vouching for him, Leo was certain there was no way he could have joined a major Familia like this. Now, faced with his Familia leader's question, Leo answered without hesitation, laying out the plan he'd already settled on. I want to go to the dungeon. That was it. He'd finally gotten his fauna. Of course he had to head down to the dungeon as soon as possible, fight the monsters there, work on raising his status, and make himself stronger. For a year now, watching the powerful adventurers in the Familia put their inhuman strength on display from time to time, Leo had been itching for it. He'd been envious of them to no end. He'd never fought anyone before, let alone a monster, but for him there was only anticipation, no fear. Especially after obtaining magic, he was genuinely impatient to see for himself what his magic would look like when he actually used it. The dungeon, huh? Finn wasn't surprised by Leo's words. Of all the people who came to this labyrinth city, chose to become adventurers, and received their fauna, there wasn't a single one who didn't want to go to the dungeon. In that underground world, so different from the surface, unseen flowers and grasses grew in lush abundance, mineral resources unique to that place could be gathered there, and valuables that were priceless on the surface could be found in great numbers. Even the life-threatening monsters produced magic stones and drop items, drawing countless people down to explore. Wealth, fame, glory, treasure, everything the world prayed for existed in that one place. Driven by it, those possessed by desire became deeply enchanted with it, and even the gods, in pursuit of entertainment, gathered here because of it, to the point where this place was even called the center of the world. Many people's ambitions, and the stories born from them, were born here without end. Some ended up as a smear of dirt, gaining nothing. Others made their name, were written into history, and became the great heroes that countless others looked up to and worshipped. Loki Familia was also a Familia whose main purpose was exploring the dungeon. The members within were all adventurers, and they knew better than anyone what kind of pull that underground world held. But they also knew, just as clearly, that anyone who barged into that world without any preparation would only bring tragedy down on themselves. I think you should be a bit more cautious. There's no need to rush. Riveria spoke first. Looking at Leo with the utmost seriousness, her tone earnest as she gave her advice. You only just received your status. Compared to an ordinary person, you're not really any stronger. Heading into the dungeon like that is dangerous. It had been a long time since the Familia had a new LV. The rest of the members were at least LV2 now, and when they went into the dungeon, Riveria and the others didn't worry too much about them. As long as they didn't do anything reckless or try to take on things beyond their abilities, they usually wouldn't stop them. Once you hit LV2, you were considered an upper-class adventurer no matter who you were. Those who became upper-class adventurers all more or less knew what it meant to act within their limits, and their understanding of the dungeon was no longer thin. They knew what they should and shouldn't do. But for a LV1, they had to fret about it. After all, Leo had never been to the dungeon. He knew too little about that place, and there was no avoiding the chance of something going wrong. That was what Riveria was worried about. I understand. Leo knew what Riveria meant. Over this past year, I've learned a lot about the dungeon through the seniors in the Familia and the books in the library. It's not like I have a half-baked understanding of it. I also know I'm still weak right now, so I'm not planning to go deep. At most I'll stick to the first few floors. I won't claim I'm fully prepared, but if I'm only on the first few floors, I shouldn't run into anything I can't handle. He wanted to get stronger, but he wasn't looking to throw his life away, so he was being careful about it. Hearing this, the expressions of the three heads eased considerably. If it's just the first few floors, then there's not really much to worry about. Gareth glanced at Leo. Lacks a bit of guts, sure, but you've only got one life. Being cautious is always a good thing. Adventure once you're a bit stronger, that's not too late. Clearly, unlike Riveria, Gareth was more inclined to let the kids charge ahead with confidence. Of course, the premise was that they didn't do anything reckless, didn't go looking to die. That wasn't charging ahead, that was just being stupid. How about this? I'll call someone to go with you. Riveria was the type to worry more easily. She frowned, her pretty brows drawing together as she made the suggestion. Having a senior of the Familia along is always safer. When Ace was LV1, it was the same. The one who'd gone with Ace down into the dungeon back then had been none other than Riveria. Looking back, Ace had pulled plenty of reckless stunts in the dungeon. If not for her going along, Ace wouldn't have had enough lives to spare for what she'd put herself through down there. Just thinking about it left Riveria unable to set the worry aside. But Leo didn't want that. Having a senior of the Familia along would definitely be reassuring. Leo started off with a smile, then his tone shifted. But needing an upper-class adventurer to come along just for the first few floors is making too much of it. I know I'm new and don't have much right to say this, but since I've already joined this Familia, I can't have people saying I'm too scared to even go to the dungeon alone, that I need a babysitter, right? There are too many people watching what Loki Familia does. Idle talk spreads easily. So please, let me turn it down, and let me go check out the dungeon on my own. This was Leo's honest thinking. He really did feel that just going to wander the first few floors didn't warrant troubling a senior of the Familia to take him. On top of that, Loki Familia was a huge organization, and its name was known everywhere. Acting alone, he probably wouldn't draw too much attention. But with a senior of the Familia accompanying him, he'd become the center of attention in an instant. While he was still weak, Leo had no desire to stand out. Hadn't Loki said it too? Rio had never been a peaceful place. Joining Loki Familia meant getting tangled up in a lot of things. If he was too conspicuous and didn't have the ability to protect himself, he'd only become a weapon enemy Familius could use to strike at his own. Leo had no intention of becoming a weakness for the Familia. At the very least, while he was still weak, while he still couldn't say for sure how far he could go in the future, he just wanted to keep a low profile. Riveria and Gareth glanced at each other and fell silent. Finn, looking at Leo and seeing the clarity in his eyes, broke into a smile. "That works too," Finn said. "If you've already thought it through, then give it a try. Remember, your own safety comes first, above everything else." Faced with Finn's instruction, Leo answered with all due gravity. "I'll be careful." Chapter 238, Chapter 5, 2331 words. Twilight Manor. Leo's room. Back from Finn's office, Leo was packing up what he needed to bring. First he changed into a set of outdoor clothes, an outfit made for easy movement, very plain, the kind that didn't look at all like something you'd wear into the dungeon. Any other adventurer heading into the dungeon would have suited up in proper gear right away. Maybe not full-plate armor head to toe, but at the very least sturdy clothes that wouldn't tear at the first scrape. But in Ora Rio, a decent set of adventurer's gear didn't come cheap. Tens of thousands of valis at minimum to put together a complete kit, and if you wanted armor, there was no upper limit on how much you could spend. Leo, naturally, was in no position to afford that. He'd spent a year as a trainee in Loki Familia, doing nothing but logistics work. Forget the dungeon, he hadn't even taken on any odd jobs outside. How could he have saved up any money? So of course Leo didn't own a single decent piece of equipment. Fortunately, the floors he was heading to weren't all that dangerous. For the first few floors of the dungeon, going without proper armor was fine. He could always kit himself out properly later, when he got stronger and needed to push deeper into more dangerous floors. The monsters on the first few floors aren't much stronger than wild beasts on the surface. As long as I'm careful, I shouldn't get too badly hurt. Thinking this, Leo took down a weapon hanging on the wall. A short sword. The blade was only about 40 centimeters long, plain in shape, clearly a very standard, ordinary weapon at a glance. But for a rookie adventurer heading into the dungeon for the first time, the quality of this weapon was actually pretty good. After all, the weapons new adventurers normally used on their first dungeon trip were cheap things issued by the guild, worth 1,000 or 2,000 valis at most. Even on the first few floors, those things had to be patched up once a day. That should tell you all you need to know about their quality. The short sword in Leo's hand was a cast-off from a male member he was on good terms with. Sure, it was something the guy had thrown out, but that guy was a LV2 upper-class adventurer. A weapon an upper-class adventurer had outgrown was bound to be far better than any guild handout. The guy had once claimed he'd shelled out a full 80,000 valis for this sword back in the day. That price was enough to buy some cheaper large weapons. For a short sword to cost that much showed it ranked as top tier among ordinary weapons. Of course, that was only the case among normal quality weapons. The truly high-quality weapons in this world were the extraordinary superior equipment. That kind of superior equipment could only be made by master smiths, who had received fauna, and mastered the development ability called blacksmith. Some had special effects close to magic, some had mysterious traits or attributes, and even those without such features were far sharper and more powerful than mortal steel. To say they could cut through iron like butter wouldn't be an exaggeration. The value of that kind of gear was far beyond anything mortal hands could forge, like the weapon in Leo's hand. Even the cheapest piece went for hundreds of thousands, or even 1,000,000 valis, and decent superior equipment selling for tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of valis was perfectly normal. The ones who could afford superior equipment were basically all upper-class adventurers. Take the member who had discarded the short sword now in Leo's hand. He'd saved up for over a year before he could finally buy a single piece of third-class equipment. Third-class equipment was the lowest tier of superior equipment. The highest was first-class equipment, which generally only first-class adventurers could afford. Ace, for instance, her sword, Desperate, was first-class equipment. Leo did yearn for that kind of superior equipment, but right now he was just a beginner who had only just received fauna. Forget being unable to afford weapons at that level, even if he could, using them on the first few floors of the dungeon would honestly be a waste. For me right now, even using a weapon at this level is already a bit of a luxury. Leo hung the 80,000 Valis short sword at his waist, then left the room, and headed down the tower. On the way down, he ran into Raoul. Finally, you're out. Raoul seemed to have been waiting for him here specifically, and the moment he saw Leo, he stepped forward. Here, this is for you. Raoul handed something to Leo right off the bat. It was a shield that could be strapped to the arm. The shield was wooden, wider at the top and narrower at the bottom, shaped roughly like a V. It wasn't large overall, nor was it heavy. You could tell it was designed not to hinder the wearer's movement. This is a shield I used to use. It's not superior equipment, but it's not a cheap piece of junk either, Raoul said with a smile. This shield should hold up fine all the way down to floor 12 of the dungeon. As long as you don't head into the middle floors, it shouldn't break on you. Hearing that, Leo immediately understood that this shield was definitely not cheap. A piece of gear that could be used down to floor 12 without breaking had to be worth tens of thousands of Valis at minimum. No worse than the short sword in his hand. You're really giving this to me? Doesn't it sting a bit? Leo looked at the well-made shield and said with a smile. Sting what? This is from back when I was LV. After I leveled up to LV, too, I shoved it in a corner and forgot about it. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't even have remembered it existed, Raoul said breezily. I actually wanted to give you something better, but you're still a beginner. Handing you really valuable gear wouldn't help much. It might even hold you back. Leo nodded, agreeing with what Raoul said. Using equipment that was too good at a low level wasn't really beneficial to your own growth. Basic ability growth came down to proficiency, and raising the proficiency of a basic ability meant using that ability as much as possible. If Leo used overly good weapons or armor right now, his basic ability growth rate would take a hit. Against a single monster, Leo would normally need to land several strikes to take it down, which meant using his basic abilities several times over. But if he used an overly advanced weapon and killed it in one stroke, that was only one use of his basic abilities. Naturally, his proficiency would rise more slowly that way. On top of that, relying on high-end weapons to dispatch monsters easily wasn't a good thing either, for an adventurer who wanted to hone his combat skills. Add to that the risk that a low-level adventurer using high-end weapons might attract the attention of people with ulterior motives, and giving Leo overly good equipment right now would be all harm, and no benefit. That was why no one in the Familia had given Leo too much help. Otherwise, with Loki Familia's vast resources, it wasn't as if they couldn't outfit one of their own members with even a single piece of superior equipment. I'll take it, then. Leo didn't bother being polite with Raoul. He fastened the shield at the small of his back. For Raoul, who was LV. This shield really wasn't anything. There was no need to stand on ceremony. Yeah, just take it. Raoul smiled, then pulled out a small pouch and pressed it into Leo's arms. And these too. Everyone in the Familia put them together for you. Take them with you. Leo opened the pouch and saw rows of potion bottles neatly arranged inside. He was startled. These are potions. Potions were magical liquids with special restorative effects, made by alchemists who held the mixing development ability. They should come in handy for you, right? Raoul said, scratching his head. Everyone figured you'd get hurt at some point on your first dungeon trip, so we all chipped in some of the potions we hadn't used yet. Consider it a gift. But isn't this way too much? Leo did a quick check and clicked his tongue in amazement. The regular potions for stamina recovery are one thing, but there are 2 high potions in here, and a magic potion too. Damn, those 3 bottles alone have to come to nearly 100,000 Valis, right? Potions came in several types. Regular potions mainly restored stamina. Effects like patching gashed flesh, stopping bleeding, mending broken bones, the healing type effects, were the job of high potions or elixirs. As for magic potions, those were used to restore mind. Magic in this world consumed mind every time it was used, which was why potions that restored mind were called magic potions. Generally, a single stamina recovery potion sold for around 1,000 valis, while a magic potion went for around 10,000 valis. High potions were on the pricier side, usually worth tens of thousands of valis each. And the elixir, said to be able to heal any injury instantly, started at a minimum of 500,000 valis per bottle. 2 high potions and a magic potion. The 3 of them together really did come to close to 100,000 valis, and that wasn't even counting all the stamina recovery potions in the pouch. Leo even spotted 2 potions with very strange colors. Unless he was mistaken, those should be antidotes specifically for clearing abnormal status effects like poisoning. The prices of antidotes fluctuated wildly. An antidote for common toxins might only go for a few thousand valis, but ones that could cure deadly or special poisons could fetch hundreds of thousands or even 1,000,000 valis without anyone batting an eye. The 2 antidotes sitting in the pouch probably weren't of the top-shelf variety, but judging by their color, they should still be worth around 10,000 valis each. Definitely fairly high-grade antidotes. The value of this one small pouch of potions probably exceeded that of the 2 pieces of equipment in Leo's hands. Everyone's worried about you, you know. Scared you'll get hurt in the dungeon, Raoul said with a goofy grin. This is everyone's way of showing they care. You're not going to refuse, are you? Leo was silent for a moment, then solemnly accepted the pouch. Tell everyone thank you for me. Leo said it to Raoul with real seriousness. Raoul clapped Leo on the shoulder. Be careful with everything. If things really don't work out, just come back. Worst case, we'll spar with you when we've got time. That'll raise your proficiency too. Basic ability growth didn't have to come from killing monsters alone. Daily training and sparring with others could raise basic abilities just as well. As long as you still had potential left to draw on, as long as you hadn't yet hit the ceiling of your current level, any action that gave you training and growth could draw enough exilia to raise your basic abilities. What's more, if you went through life or death struggles, through real adventure, then even without killing monsters you could earn high-grade exilia called great feats, which raised your own level. The so-called level up and rank up. When I need someone to spar with, I won't hold back on you. Leo didn't refuse, taking the goodwill of his familia seniors as it came. They were already comrades of the same familia. In Loki's words, family with the same goddess's divine blood running through them. No need to stand on ceremony. Down the line, they'd fight side by side, even trust each other to watch their backs through life and death. In a relationship like that, formalities were unnecessary. All right, off you go then. Raoul, having said everything he needed to, stepped out of the way. Then I'm heading out. Leo waved to Raoul, and left the tower with him watching him go. But as Leo entered the courtyard, and was about to leave Twilight Manor, he ran into someone else. Are you going to the dungeon? Ace had appeared there without him noticing. Watching Leo come down from the tower, she spoke softly. Leo stopped and smiled. Are you here to see me off? The girl didn't answer. She just stepped forward and met his eyes. The 2 of them looked at each other, neither saying anything for a long while. After a long moment, the girl handed Leo a small pouch. Be careful out there. With that, Ace turned, her long hair swaying, and drifted away. Leo looked at the 2 potions sitting inside the pouch and fell into a long silence. They were potions in stylish bottles, with a color far deeper and more mysterious than ordinary potions. Leo recognized them. These were 2 elixirs. The highest grade potion. Retail price, 500,000 valis. 2 of them. That came to 1,000,000 valis. If I just turned around and sold all the potions on me, I'd be rich overnight, wouldn't I? Leo gave a wry laugh and solemnly tucked the pouch with the elixirs away too before stepping out of the courtyard and leaving Twilight Manor. Standing outside the gates of the Familia's headquarters, Leo looked back at the manor, which seemed to burn like flame. Be back before you know it. After leaving these words for no one in particular, Leo stepped onto the road and headed off. Chapter 239, Chapter 6. 2302 Words Labyrinth City or Rio. Northwest Main Street. This was a road wider than any of Orario's other 7 main streets. That was because the foot traffic on this street was always the heaviest, and almost all of it was adventurers. Northwest Main Street, generally also known as Adventurers' Way, was lined with countless shops and stalls, and these shops and stalls were basically all tied to the adventurer trade. Weapon shops, item shops, taverns, the kind of stores adventurers couldn't do without were packed in row by row. Even the side alleys and back alleys were crammed with old, peculiar shops. They looked suspicious, but the business they ran was tied to adventurers too. That was because this street was where the dungeon's governing body sat, the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild was both the organization that managed the dungeon and the steward of Rio itself, holding full authority over the dungeon, the familius the gods had founded, public order, and economic development. In other words, it was Orario's official institution. Anyone in Rio who wanted to explore the dungeon had to go through the guild for all manner of paperwork and assistance. Becoming an adventurer required registration with the guild, and all the major familius were even obligated to provide the guild with a portion of their members' information, such as their levels. Otherwise it counted as a violation, and the guild would come after them. Light penalties meant fines. Heavy ones meant being issued missions that had to be completed. That was how much power the guild wielded in this city. The guild also required adventurers to sell the magic stones they obtained from killing monsters back to them, so every adventurer made frequent trips to the guild. Given all that, Northwest Main Street, home of guild headquarters, naturally saw a great deal of adventurer foot traffic, and the many shops that catered to adventurers as their customer base naturally chose to set up here. It turned the street into one belonging exclusively to adventurers, making the name Adventurers' Way well earned. The time had just past 8 in the morning. A lot of adventurers headed for the dungeon during this hour. Southwest the avenue was full of adventurers getting ready for dungeon exploration. There were beast humans shouldering greatswords walking into weapon shops, Amazoness warriors bustling in and out of item shops, and any number of supporters with packs on their backs trailing along behind adventurers. The whole place had a lively bustle to it. Leo was here too. With his short sword and small shield strapped on and 2 little pouches at his belt, mixed in among these adventurers each with their own gear, he was decidedly inconspicuous. He brushed past a group of adventurers in heavy plate armor and arrived in front of the guild headquarters built alongside the street. It was a temple constructed of white pillars, an exterior that could only be described as solemn. A spacious front courtyard with a monument lay before its great doors, and you could see plenty of adventurers passing in and out, forming a thicker crowd than anywhere else. The Pantheon. Leo looked at this temple-shaped building that went by that name, then after a while stepped inside. To enter the dungeon, he had to register with the guild as an adventurer. The guild, which single-handedly managed Orario's affairs, also had full charge of the dungeon and everything connected to it. Beyond adventurers, who gained a degree of standing and protection by going through the registration process here, anyone wishing to register as a resident of Rio also had to do so here. On top of that, in order to use the gains pulled from the labyrinth to develop the city, the guild actively shared all manner of knowledge and intel about the dungeon with adventurers, and would assist on the exploration side as well. So when tackling the dungeon, a trip to the guild was indispensable. Once Leo walked into guild headquarters, the Pantheon, the first thing he saw was a hall vast enough to hold a great many adventurers. Off to one side of the hall stood a bulletin board, and an exchange for trading in magic stones. The most numerous fixtures were rows of counters, each manned by a guild employee. Plenty of adventurers stepped up to inquire about something or other, and in front of some of the beautiful elven female employees in particular, adventurers had lined up in long queues. Elves were a race famous for producing handsome men and beautiful women. When Leo had first arrived in this world, his eyes had been caught by the strikingly beautiful elves too. Elves were also a born magic race. No one of elven blood was incapable of using magic. Thanks to that, elves were welcomed by virtually every familia. You could say that any elf who came to Rio was bound to be courted and warmly invited by all the major familias. Even Loki familia would rarely turn down an elf hoping to join, even one who, like Leo, was a complete rookie without any status to their name. If anything, since a certain goddess's favorite thing in the world was pretty girls, Loki familia was overflowing with beautiful elves. Even Riveria, a high elf, was part of the familia, which gave some idea of just how many elves were in Loki familia. Over the past year, Leo had grown used to seeing beautiful girls of every kind, not just the naturally lovely elves but stunners like Ace who could give a goddess a run for her money. His tolerance for beauty had risen quite a bit. So Leo ignored the counters with the long lines in front of the beautiful elven employees, and headed for the counter of a human female employee. There were people in line here too, just not many. After waiting around 5 minutes, it was Leo's turn. "Hello, how can I help you?" The guild employee asked in a sweet voice, with a smile to match. "I'd like to become an adventurer. Could you register me?" Leo stated his business plainly. Of course. The woman was clearly used to handling this kind of request. Keeping her smile, she pulled out parchment and a quill pen, and began registering Leo. "Your name?" "Leo Eligos." Leo answered without batting an eye. He was, of course, older than that, but after crossing over his physical age really had shrunk to 15. That was the bone age old man Gareth had determined when he'd examined him, and Loki had picked up on his physical age being only 15 too. A god's powers of observation went without saying. So giving this age wasn't really a lie. Even saying it to a god's face, she wouldn't catch him in a lie. The female guild employee didn't doubt him either and continued. Through this back and forth, she was quickly writing down Leo's information, and she didn't ask his gender, which pleased Leo a little. Back when he'd handled paperwork in his other world, Leo had run into employees who'd asked his gender with a perfectly straight face, and the formulaic procedure of it had sometimes left him wanting to ask, "Do I really look that girlish? You can't tell if I'm a guy or a girl." In this respect, guild employees had a good eye. They didn't insist on going through every checkbox by rote, and tried to keep things efficient, sparing everyone's time. Then she got to the key question. "What familia do you belong to?" At that, Leo paused. Then, expression flat, he answered. "Loki familia." The moment the words were out, the female guild employee snapped her head up. Loki familia. You're with Loki familia." The professional smile vanished from her face, replaced by sheer astonishment. Her voice couldn't help rising a notch, drawing looks from the other clerks and from adventurers handling business nearby. "Could you not make a scene, please?" Leo spoke up, a little exasperated. Sorry." The woman caught her own slip and bowed hurriedly. I had no idea you were from that Loki familia. I'm so sorry." It wasn't just the employee. The people nearby who'd picked up on the commotion started chattering too. "A newbie out of Loki familia. Looking at his gear, he's gotta be fresh out of the gate, right? Since when does Loki familia take on raw newbies like that? Someone's gonna have to dig around on this one." Sure enough, Leo became the center of attention. In Rio or anywhere in this world for that matter, the words Loki familia carried that kind of weight. The premier familia of the city, one of the strongest familias, one of the two great powers. Wherever its people went, they drew eyes. That was exactly the part Leo found tiresome. But he didn't show it. He went on through the registration with the same flat face, and only once it was finished, and he was officially an adventurer, did he leave the Pantheon, bathed in stares the whole way out. Finally done with the preliminaries, Leo let out a breath and turned his eyes toward the city's center. There Babel reached straight up to the heavens, quietly giving off an astonishing presence and pressure, impossible to overlook. "Let's go." Leo looked at it for a moment, then set off down the main street toward that towering colossus. The walk took a full hour. An hour later, Leo arrived at the heart of the sprawling city, the great plaza where Babel stood. The crowds gathered here were even thicker than those on Adventurer's Way. Adventurers in full kit walked toward Babel on their own or entered in groups. Some had grim faces, like they were heading off to a brutal battlefield. Others were beaming, like they were off to hunt for treasure. All the colors of life on display. That was only natural. Beneath Babel lay one of the world's three great wonders, the source of the ferocious monsters scattered across the entire continent, the dungeon. Labyrinth City or Rio was a fortress city built around this labyrinth. Its original purpose had been to hold back the monsters that ceaselessly poured out of the dungeon, and Babel was the skyscraping structure that served as the lid on it. Leo followed the flow of people into Babel and came to a circular space. It was unusually broad, easily able to hold thousands of people. The whole place was decorated in a temple style with a noble air, looking very much like an altar for offerings to the gods. The wide circular space was done in blue and white, ringed by pitch-black steels inscribed with the names of various adventurers. Thick, long pillars stood at even intervals, and the ceiling was a delicate painting of the sky, as if you could see straight up into the open heavens. But the thing that drew the eye here wasn't the pitch-black steels with the adventurers' names, nor the delicate sky painted on the ceiling. It was a large hole at the center. The hole was about 10 meters in diameter, shaped overall like a thick cylinder, and built into its walls was a massive spiral staircase that wound downward, deep into the earth. The adventurers who came here were all descending that silver staircase. Leo joined the crowd and made his way down, eventually arriving at an underground space where evenly spaced paths formed a clean, orderly grid. The walls and ceiling were dyed pale blue, and the paths stretched off in every direction, forming all the forks, crossroads, and gentle downward slopes the eye could pick out. A full-on subterranean labyrinth. Standing at the entrance to this underground labyrinth, Leo felt a tangle of emotions stir. This was floor 1 of the dungeon. The floor closest to the surface, the safest of all. I'm finally seeing this place again. A year ago, this was where Ace had carried him up to the surface from. After that, Leo hadn't come back to the dungeon. Until today, when he was finally back. This time, no one's going to clear the way for me. This time, no one's going to protect me. I have to make my own way here, fight here, kill here. Leo worked himself up to it, and his emotions soon settled. He picked one of the many forking paths and started walking, gradually peeling away from the flow of people, going deeper into the labyrinth while becoming a solitary figure. Down here, fellow adventurers were no longer just comrades but competitors, and could even be. The number of monsters in the dungeon was finite, and they only respawned at intervals. As long as monsters were the target of your hunt, you were bound to run into situations where people fought over them. There was even the chance someone with bad intentions would come rushing out to make off with the spoils on your person. You couldn't guard against everything. So once you were in the dungeon, unless it was someone you trusted, or comrades from the same party or familia, few people were willing to throw their lot in together. Leo deliberately kept his distance from the crowd, and walked the pale blue corridors alone. It wasn't long before his footsteps came to a halt. Ahead on the path, a small figure shook into view from out of the darkness. Off-color skin, pointed ears and sharp fangs, a vicious face, vicious eyes, and clawed hands. Anyone who'd ever watched an isekai anime would know this shape. Some even hated it down to the bone. A goblin. Leo murmured under his breath. The small monster gave a shrill cry and lunged straight at Leo. Chapter 240, Chapter 7 2474 words in the pale blue underground space, an encounter erupted into a fever-pitch fight in the blink of an eye, without a moment's delay. A human adventurer and a monster born of the dungeon. The two were naturally hostile the instant they shared a space, and the moment of encounter was a fight to the death. Any other newbie adventurer, set upon by a monster on his very first trip into the dungeon without so much as a warning, would have panicked. But Leo, who had already imagined this scene, and braced himself for it, raised his left arm without a word. Strapped to it was the small shield Raoul had given him, and as Leo lifted his arm, it swung up into place in front of him at once. A jolt slammed into the small shield he had raised. The goblin charging Leo had viciously swung its hand, and the claws on its sharp-nailed fingers came down on the small shield, sparking off a shock. One strike blocked, the goblin snarled in frustration and swung its other hand, raking hard at the small shield, but it couldn't leave so much as a scratch. Tucked behind the shield, Leo blocked the goblin's attacks with a cool expression, eyes locked on the creature, watching every move it made. He wasn't in a rush to counterattack. If anything, he seemed to be deliberately weathering the goblin's blows, simply holding off those claws over and over, calm and composed. The goblin lashed out at Leo again and again, even circling around to one side, trying to get past Leo's shield and strike at the man himself. But its movements were caught entirely by Leo, who was watching the whole time. Every time the goblin shifted its angle, he quickly shifted the direction of his guard, keeping his shield arm planted between them, so that every attack only hit the shield and came back empty. The little monster shrieked in mounting frustration. And in the meantime, Leo was finishing his observation. Monster or not, the floor 1 monsters really are weak. Not all that bright either. Only know how to come at you with their claws. Movement pattern is simple, attack pattern is bare bones, can't even think to pick up a rock and throw it. Compared to the cunning, dirty fighting goblins from certain anime, there's no comparison at all. Facing a monster for the first time, what Leo had on his mind wasn't how to take it out quickly, but how to use the safety of his guard to observe it as much as possible and gauge its strength. That way he'd have something to work with later. The dungeon was, after all, a dangerous place that birthed monsters. The fact that he'd run into just one this time was extreme good luck. If he'd been jumped by several at once, that would have been a nasty situation. So seeing there was only one, Leo naturally took the chance to study it. After watching it work, Leo had his answer: this goblin's strength was nothing to worry about. Forget comparing it to powerful adventurers. Throw it out into the wild and whether it could win a fight with a wolf was an open question. At under a meter tall, a human or Paolum of the same build without fauna might have a hard time taking it down, but a beast human or dwarf, with their natural physical advantages, should be able to handle it even without fauna. A single monster at this level isn't enough to pose any real pressure. Finish it quick and move on. The instant he came to that conclusion, Leo moved. Going from pure defense to a sudden lunge, he charged forward and rammed straight into the goblin, which had worked itself into a furious state, and leapt high to bring its claws down at his head. The small shield slammed hard into its body. The goblin clearly hadn't expected the human adventurer who'd been on the defensive this whole time to suddenly ram into it. Caught completely off guard and mid-jump no less, it was sent flying. Its small body cut through the air, hung there for a second or two, then crashed to the ground and rolled away in a clumsy heap. In the same instant he sent it flying, Leo was already on the move. The sharp ring of a blade leaving its sheath rang out clear in the pale blue corridor, putting a colder edge on the soft, ghostly light. Holding his shield arm out in front of him as he charged at the goblin, Leo's right hand, hidden behind the shield, gripped the short sword at his waist and pulled the blade free. A cold arc of light flashed. Leo, closing on the goblin, had already swung the short sword down in a single strike. By the time the small monster was struggling back up to a sitting position, a streak of blade light was already flying into its face. The sound of flesh parting under a sharp edge came out clearer and more striking than the sound of the blade being drawn. The short sword trailed a long arc of light as it carved across the goblin's neck, and the small body went rigid where it sat, dead still. Blood sprayed from the cut. The monster's head sailed into the air, then thudded to the floor and rolled several times. Leo, who had swept past the goblin's side, held his finishing pose until the head came to rest, then drew up and turned, looking at the headless body as it slowly toppled. A moment later, both the headless body and the rolling head burst apart like scattering ash, leaving a small chunk of blue-purple crystal behind. This was what became of a monster after death. As incomplete forms of life birthed by the dungeon, they only had bodies and the ability to move so long as the magic stone that was the core of their power remained inside them. The moment they died, their bodies dissolved at once, leaving only the magic stone, and at most some especially developed part of their body. The latter was the so-called drop item. Not every monster left one. In fact, monsters that dropped them were in the minority, which was why drop items generally fetched a good price. Even the weakest monsters' drop items could be used to make weapons, armor, or special tools. Buyers were all over Rio, and you never had to worry about finding one. Unfortunately, Leo's luck wasn't quite good enough to grab a drop item on his very first kill. After the goblin died, only a small magic stone remained. Leo picked it up, looked it over and muttered, "That's a tiny magic stone. It barely qualified as a whole stone. More like a fragment of one. Sell this to the guild and I'll be lucky to get 100 Valis, won't I?" Leo was just about ready to write it off. This was his first magic stone pulled from a monster, sure, but in Loki Familia, as one of the people handling logistics, he'd hauled around who knew how many crates of magic stones. Those magic stones were the ones his Familia seniors had brought back from expeditions into the deep floors of the dungeon. The smallest of them was the size of a fist, and the largest were bigger than boulders. The latter usually came out of floor bosses, and a single one was worth millions or tens of millions of Valis. Which meant this was the first time Leo had seen a magic stone this small. Or maybe he should call it a magic stone shard. Either way, he didn't really want to acknowledge this thing as a complete magic stone. It was too small. The guild set its buying price by the size of the magic stone, so the bigger the stone, the more it was worth. The one Leo was holding was probably smaller than his fingernail. No wonder he wasn't impressed. Whatever. Money's money. After thinking it over, he still slipped the magic stone shard into the pouch at his side. Generally speaking, the magic stones obtained from killing monsters were the money adventurers earned directly in the dungeon. The things could be processed with human technology and put to use in all kinds of fields, used to make magic stone lamps, magic stone igniters, magic stone freezers for preserving food, and the like, which made them prized resources. Labyrinth City or Rio relied on exporting these magic stone products to other countries for massive profits, which was why the guild required all magic stones to be sold to it. They had a complete monopoly on the industry's profits. In that system, adventurers spent every day in the dungeon grinding from morning to night for one reason: to get their hands on as many magic stones as possible and sell them to the guild, turning them into hard cash. This was the most direct source of income for adventurers, the most direct way of making money. Unless you happened to score a drop item, or stumbled across rare minerals or treasures, magic stones were an adventurer's money. Leo needed to save up too. Once he got stronger, weapons, armor, even potions and other items, all of it had to be paid for. He couldn't keep relying on handouts from his Familia comrades forever, could he? Every little bit counts. For now this is how I make money, so I'm picking up whatever I can get, no matter how small. Steeling himself again, Leo, sword and shield equipped, moved deeper into the pale blue corridor. From there on, Leo ran into monsters at regular intervals. Sometimes one, sometimes two or three. The instant he encountered them, the fight began, with no way to avoid it. The monsters he ran into weren't all goblins either. Sometimes they were kobolds, sometimes lizard-type monsters. Without exception, they were all small. Heights basically never exceeded a meter. Pure small category monsters. The monsters that turned up on floors 1 through 4 of the dungeon were generally these, low-level monsters of the small category, not all that strong. Even an ordinary human in a one-on-one fight wasn't likely to be killed, and properly geared up, turning the tables was easy. That was why pretty much everyone working floors 1 through 4 was a fresh out of registration newbie adventurer like Leo. Even with fauna, they weren't much stronger than ordinary people. When he ran into these monsters, Leo stuck to the plan he'd laid out beforehand. If it was a kind of monster he was meeting for the first time, and there was only one, with no risk of being mobbed, he wouldn't be in a rush to finish it off. He'd use his small shield to keep himself from getting hurt, and observe and analyze its combat pattern, only making his move to finish it once he'd fully grasped its movements and strength. If he ran into multiple monsters, he'd immediately put a wall at his back to avoid being attacked from both sides, keeping the enemies inside his line of sight the whole time. Using his small shield to ward off attacks, he'd watch for openings, aiming to take out one enemy per strike, slowly working his way out of the numerical disadvantage and into a safer fight. He had to admit, the quality of the weapon and shield in his hands really wasn't bad. Upper-class adventurers might look down on them, but on floors 1 through 4 of the dungeon, they were practically minor divine weapons. No matter how many times goblins or kobolds clawed at his shield, it didn't take a single scratch. His short sword cut through monster flesh without much effort either, letting him take out most enemies in a single strike. Monster skin and flesh were actually pretty tough. With one of the guild's standard issue 1000 or 2000 Valis cheap blades, taking a goblin's or a kobold's head off in one swing was a pipe dream. The 80,000 Valis short sword in Leo's hand was a different story. Forget taking off a goblin's or a kobold's head, you could swing it at a rock and split the thing in two with ease. With the shield and the short sword, Leo's confidence had grown a fair bit. So when he later came across the passage down to floor 2, he barely hesitated and went straight down. The moment he did, he immediately noticed the difference. The monsters are stronger. And there are more of them. A trait of the dungeon was that the deeper the floor, the more monsters it birthed and the stronger they were. Even when the monsters that appeared were still low-level types like goblins and kobolds, their strength was clearly a step up from the floors above. Their movement patterns even shifted a little, making them harder to handle. On floor 2, the times Leo ran into lone monsters dropped sharply, while the times he ran into groups went up. Dealing with them got noticeably harder. With the shield's protection he wasn't likely to get hurt, and with the short sword he wasn't likely to fail to take a monster down. But the drain on his stamina and focus went up sharply. Still, it was within what Leo could handle. By the latter half, he had even adapted to the floor's strength and started to find his rhythm again. So when he reached the entrance to floor 3, Leo only hesitated for a moment before heading down. According to the records in the Familia Library, floors 1 to 4 aren't all that dangerous. Good for newbies to break in on. Barring an irregular, you generally won't run into anything life-threatening. It's only on floor 5 that the danger ramps up enough to threaten a newbie adventurer, where you can actually lose your life. Leo ran through the dungeon information he had memorized in his head. So this trip, my plan is to work floors 1 through 4. Floor 4 at the most. Absolutely no floor 5. While his strength was still weak, Leo wasn't planning to take any risks. He knew risk-taking was good for earning high-grade Excelia and getting stronger faster, but he wasn't about to gamble lightly with his own life. Maybe he'd take risks later. That was a matter for later. Right now, he was a raw newbie not much stronger than an ordinary person. Any little stir the dungeon kicked up could take his precious life. So at this stage, no risks under any circumstances. That was the rule Leo had set for himself. What he forgot, thinking that way, was one thing. The dungeon was alive. It never let adventurers have their way, and never let them have an easy time of it. Chapter 241, Chapter 8 2157 Words Dungeon, Floor 4. Like the 3 floors above, it was made of the same pale blue walls and ceiling, and the overall structure was still a labyrinth of branching paths and corridors. The total area, though, was larger than the floors before it. One of the dungeon's rules, the deeper you went, the stronger and more numerous the monsters became, and barring special circumstances, the floors themselves grew larger and larger. Around 1 in the afternoon, Leo officially stepped onto this floor and started fighting the monsters here for his life. It was right then that he ran into a pack of kobolds. They were exactly what their name suggested. Dog-headed monsters that fought with sharp claws and fangs, no taller than a goblin, not even a meter high. They rarely showed up in groups. Usually you'd see 1 or 2 wandering the dungeon alone. But when Leo entered a wide-open area, he suddenly ran straight into a whole pack of them, and they jumped him without warning. Garuru. About 10 kobolds, claws raised, closed in around Leo. He didn't hesitate. He spun around and bolted into a side passage. The pack came after him immediately, pinning him against a wall. No, pinning wasn't right. Leo had backed himself into the corner on purpose, the same way he had before, to keep them from coming at him from both sides. He set his back against the wall, faced the 10 kobolds head-on, kept the shield up firm in front of him, and hid the short sword behind it. The instant one of the kobolds couldn't hold itself back and lunged at him, he brought the blade down hard at its head. A cold flash of steel. Before the kobold could even react, the sword bit into its skull, split its head open, and kept going all the way down through its neck, cleaving the thing clean in two. The rest of the kobolds saw it and lost their minds, rushing forward one after another, claws swinging at Leo. A burst of dull thuds rang out as kobold claws hammered against the shield Leo had raised, every blow turned aside. Leo had spent the whole day watching, analyzing, and stockpiling intel on these things, and he was reading the entire pack's attack lines easily. The shield strapped to his left arm wasn't big enough to cover him completely, but with minimal movement he turned away every incoming claw, and whenever the kobold's assault slowed, he counterpunched, the short sword darting out to run several of them through and put them down. The pack thinned. The pressure on Leo eased. He thought it would just be more of the same from here on out, kicking the kobolds off one by one until they were all dead. Then the unexpected happened. The sound of something cracking, clear and unmistakable. Like rock splitting, like an egg breaking. It came out of nowhere. Leo's pupils tightened. He snapped his head around to look at the wall behind him. And he saw it. Behind him, the dead, heavy wall was slowly cracking open. Through the widening fissures, an orange-yellow light bled out, exactly like the kind of warmth you'd give something hatching from an egg. And really, that was what it was. Leo watched as the wall cracked open, hatching like an egg, and a whole brood of monsters dropped out of it like ripe fruit. In moments, about 20 kobolds were standing in front of Leo, snarling. Some dungeon. Kicking a man when he's down, exactly the way they say. Leo, who had already pulled away from the corner, looked at the scene with an expression that strained no matter how you read it. The dungeon is alive. That line had been on the lips of countless people, and gods too. Sometimes as a warning, sometimes just thrown into idle chatter, but mortals and gods alike kept repeating it, as if it were some kind of caution. A newcomer might find it puzzling and not understand what it meant. But Leo was different. He knew what it meant from the original work, from the familiar's records, from his companions' own mouths. The line was literal. The dungeon was alive. It had life. It repaired itself, regenerating any structure that got broken. And like a hen brooding chicks, it birthed monsters out of the labyrinth walls, monsters full of hostility toward all life on the surface. No matter how many an adventurer killed, the dungeon's monster supply would never run out. They could never all be slaughtered. Worse, when adventurers in the dungeon hit a moment of crisis, it would hatch a swarm of monsters right next to them, as if trying to make sure they didn't get out alive, turning a bad spot into a hopeless one. That kind of malicious behavior was as good as the dungeon telling everyone, out loud, that it was alive. It vented its hatred and loathing on the life above without restraint. That was why, 1,000 years ago, people had built Babel over the dungeon's entrance, to act as a lid to hold it down. And around Babel they had built Rio, the city that was both the labyrinth city and the famed fortress city. As long as they watched the dungeon here, managed it, kept the monsters inside from getting out, the people on the surface wouldn't be threatened by them. That was the reason for Orario's existence, and the guild's single greatest duty as the governing body. People on the surface could be protected. But adventurers, the ones who walked into the dungeon of their own free will, had to live every second with malice that could break loose at any moment. And right now, that malice had Leo. Just as the tide was about to turn his way, the dungeon had set an ambush for him. A pack of kobolds, far larger than the first, was snarling at him with bared fangs. Leo didn't think. Go-woo. The kobolds bayed together and tore after him like a stampeding wolf pack. They weren't fast, but their stamina far outstripped a human's. The moment Leo started panting, they put on speed and closed the gap. He didn't run into another adventurer the whole way, but every so often he heard that cracking sound again, telling him the dungeon's malice wasn't done with him, and the enemy count was probably still climbing. So this is the no way out treatment, huh? Leo dug a potion out of the small pouch at his waist, twisted off the cap, and tipped it straight into his mouth. He didn't have time to taste it. The stamina he had burned through started coming back, noticeably, under the potion's effect. Even running at full tilt, he felt his breathing steady, the exhaustion in his body slowly draining away, like he'd gotten a fresh charge of strength. He picked up his pace again. But just as he was starting to put distance between himself and the kobold pack behind him, the cracking sound came again. This time, not behind him. In front of him, at the next branch in the passage. Leo looked up and saw a handful of monsters dropping out of the broken wall. They blocked his path. The monsters bared their teeth and waved their claws, sneering at him. Leo's running legs came to a stop, as if he had given up the struggle. Gah-gah! Snarling monsters in front of him. Vicious-faced monsters behind him. Leo had been surrounded, and there was no way out. Can't run, huh? Realizing that, Leo steadied himself and went calm fast. When you're still weak, you don't take risks. He thought of the rule he'd set for himself, looked at the dead end in front of him, and finally understood just how unrealistic that rule had been. If he'd decided to be an adventurer, he couldn't not take risks. If he'd decided to walk into the dungeon, sooner or later he was going to hit danger and a moment with no way out. Sure, he was an otherworlder who'd only been here a year. Before today he hadn't fought a real battle. He hadn't even been in many proper brawls. But over that year, with his own eyes he had seen countless people whose strength went far beyond ordinary. He had seen adventurers carving up terrifying monsters like they were poultry. He had seen the unbelievable possibilities the fauna opened up. He had seen the kind of miracle magic actually was. Especially that golden-haired swordswoman who'd carried him out of this dungeon once. The image of her tearing through monsters like a gale, taking them apart on the spot like it was nothing, had carved itself into the deepest part of him long ago. That was the first time he'd seen what strength beyond the mortal looked like. The first time he'd seen what an unreachable back looked like. Maybe a seed had been planted in him from that moment on. A seed that refused to settle for ordinary. That refused to come to this world and waste the trip. That wanted to live a second life unlike the first, to grasp the kind of strength he had only ever seen before in fantasy. An adventurer has to take risks. And no transmigrator has ever been content to be ordinary. He was both transmigrator and adventurer. Right now, right here, this is my first real risk. The cry I make to say goodbye to an ordinary past. Murmuring that, Leo unstrapped the small shield from his left arm, and tossed it to the ground beside him. Gah-wah. The monsters bared every fang and rushed him without mercy, howling all at once. Facing this dead end, Leo lifted his head. The words that carried power came out of him, firm and unshaken. Light of heaven, sword of stars. And the miracle called magic woke up. Meteor dance. The short chant pulled out the supernatural power sleeping deep in the human body, and a streak of starlight flew from the boy's hand. The starlight, like a real shooting star, circled his raised hand a few times, then burst forward, shooting straight at the kobold charging him from the front. The kobold didn't even have time to react. The meteor slammed into its face and blew it apart on the spot. It dissolved into ash along with the scattered stardust, gone in an instant. A tiny magic stone shard hit the ground, rolled a few turns, and came to rest. The rest of the kobolds in front of him froze stiff, eyes wide, locked in place. They were scared. Leo didn't stop. Light of heaven, sword of stars. The second chant came fast. He turned to face the larger pack of kobolds. Meteor dance. This time, Leo pushed more mind into it. Several meteors spiraled up from his palm. Meteor dance could trade extra mind for more power, or for extra strikes. Leo dumped the mind in for extra strikes, and meteor after meteor streaked from his hand, slamming into the kobold pack rushing toward him. A meteor hit. One after another, the meteors found the kobolds, blew their stubby bodies apart on impact, scattered them into ash. Meteor dance. Meteor dance. Meteor dance. Leo showed no sign of stopping. He chanted the spell again and again, hurled wave after wave of dancing meteors, ran one kobold after another through, killed them, blew them apart. By the time the kobolds finally reached him, the pack that had overwhelming numbers on its side was down to fewer than 10. The survivors threw themselves on Leo, full of rage. Some bit down on his arms and shoulders, others raked their claws across his chest, his thighs, his stomach. He grunted under his breath. He'd finally taken real damage. But this much was still within what he could handle. Pushing through the pain, Leo swung the short sword hard, hacking down a kobold that had its teeth in his thigh. He followed up with 2 quick thrusts, running another 2 kobolds through the chest, killing them dead. The rest of them were still biting and clawing at him. Leo wrenched them off one by one, his form falling apart, and cut them down stroke by stroke, taking off arms, heads, finishing them off one at a time. By the time Leo was drenched in blood and covered in wounds, only 2 kobolds were left, and even they had been shaken by what he'd shown and backed off step by step. Meteor dance. Leo wasn't about to let them go. He chanted the spell again. The meteors flew, ran straight through both kobolds, and the 2 of them dropped with a wail. Chapter 242, Chapter 9 2267 words in the empty corridor of the underground labyrinth. Leo's breathing, which had grown ragged at some point, echoed clearly, and didn't settle for a long time. Wounds all over him, drenched in blood, Leo gripped the short sword with a trembling hand, and stood in the middle of the pale blue passageway. For a while he couldn't do anything at all, just stood there in a daze, looking around. The kobold pack that had been so numerous was gone, every last one. All that was left were glittering shards of magic stones scattered on the floor, gleaming with a strange luster. Besides the magic stone shards, there were also some sharp claws and fangs on the ground, obviously from the kobolds. Leo stared blankly at the scene, then a moment later collapsed to a sitting position, nearly going flat onto the floor. Sharp pain shot through him from every direction, telling him just how badly he was hurt. His head felt like it was being stuck with needles, throbbing in pulses. He pressed his temple, sick the way you are with a hangover, miserable. Burn too much mind, huh? He understood his situation right away. To get out of the situation he'd just been in, he'd cast magic a dozen plus times, and on more than a few of those he'd burned extra mind to add extra strikes. His mind hadn't bottomed out yet, hadn't dropped him into mind down or knocked him out, but it was close to the edge. This was what it felt like when your mind was almost gone. Lucky it didn't trigger mind down outright and knock me out. Any monster wandering past would have taken my life. Still shaken, Leo thought it and quietly warned himself, he was never doing something that reckless again. Running out of stamina just meant you couldn't move. Running out of mind meant you couldn't even sense danger. You were just there for the taking. The seniors in the Familia had said it too. The thing you had to watch most carefully when using magic was leaving yourself a margin. You had to count what mind you had left, and you couldn't let yourself drop into mind down and get knocked out. For anyone who used magic, pushing yourself to the limit was never a good idea. At least all the enemies are down, so I don't have to use a magic potion outright. Leo touched the one magic potion in his pouch. He hesitated, then hesitated again, and in the end put it back, fishing out a regular potion and a high potion instead. He drank the regular potion first, putting his stamina into rapid recovery, then pulled the stopper from the high potion and poured the dark-colored liquid down his throat. The next second, something amazing happened. The wounds all over Leo's body started to mend visibly. His pale face flushed back into healthy color at an unbelievable rate. In moments, his injuries were gone, as if they'd never been there. All that remained were the bloodstains soaked into his ruined clothes, silently testifying that the damage he'd taken had been real. A high potion really is worth tens of thousands of valis. It can't match an elixir that heals any wound on the spot, but for injuries at this level, it barely takes any time at all. Leo got to his feet, as if the pitiful state he'd been in moments ago had never existed, and started moving his body with his usual expression. Didn't think I'd run into a situation on floor 4 that needed a high potion to fix. Life really is unpredictable. Leo couldn't help the feeling. Generally speaking, floors 1 through 4 weren't supposed to put your life in danger. Even a rookie adventurer who'd just received the fauna, and was barely stronger than a regular person, could rarely hit something dangerous on these 4 floors. Adventurers here rarely even ran into monsters in groups. Even on floor 4, you'd just see a few lonely goblins and kobolds wandering around. On this floor, 2 or 3 enemies at once was the norm. Running into 5 or more was bad luck. Running into 10 clustered together, like Leo had, was unheard of. What came after was even more absurd. The dungeon had openly pulled a dirty trick and singled him out, forcing Leo to face an entire battalion of kobolds. That last wave alone, Leo had had to deal with 20 or 30 kobold monsters at minimum. Without magic, in his current state with every ability still at 0, getting beaten to death by the swarm was the only ending. Thinking of his magic, Leo couldn't help raising a hand and looking at his palm. So that was my magic. He muttered it. It really was something else. Casting magic gave you a real, tangible sense that you weren't just an ordinary person anymore. You were someone the gods had blessed. Magic really did deserve its name as a supernatural power, a crystallization of miracles. Once you cast it, most situations could be turned around. It was a hell of a lot more reliable than running into a pack of monsters alone with 1 sword. No wonder so many people want magic. Power like this was the single clearest way to show how you were different from everyone else. Mine's supposed to be an ultra-short chance spell, and it already had the power to turn a fight around. I can't imagine what the wide-area annihilation spells with ultra-long chance can really do. Magic was generally divided into ultra-short chant, long chant, and ultra-long chant. The longer the chant, the stronger the magic. Wide-area annihilation magic in particular, true to its name, was AoE magic with a massive attack range. If such a spell fell into the ultra-long chant category, the power was simply unimaginable. Saying it could destroy heaven and earth wasn't an exaggeration. The vice-captain of Loki Familia, the High Elf Riveria, had wide-area annihilation magic as her specialty. As a natural-born magic race, royalty among them, and one of the fewer than 10 LV6 adventurers in all of Orario, even her short-chant wide-area annihilation magic carried enormous force, enough to flip the outcome of a fight, or even a war. Her firepower could even wipe out enemies above her own level, and countless people feared it. That was why Riveria was called Orario's strongest mage. At least in raw firepower output, no one in all of Orario could match her. Leo's meteor dance was clearly an ultra-short chant spell. The chant was extremely brief, and it wasn't wide-area annihilation type, so in pure magic power it was definitely far below a same-level Riveria. But ultra-short chant had its own advantages. You didn't need teammates carefully protecting and supporting you. You could cast at the fastest possible speed. You could use it anywhere, anytime, in combat. Take the situation he'd just been in. If his magic had been the kind that needed time and concentration to chant, he wouldn't have managed to cast it. The kobold horde would have torn him apart before he got a word out. The power's nowhere near the spells that need time to chant, but this one can clearly be cast often, and that'll give a nice boost to training the magic stat too. Leo flexed his hand, weighing it in his mind. And my magic can also be boosted in power by spending extra mind. If I'm willing to throw everything in, ignore the mind cost completely, and push the power up, then mine might not lose out to the longchance spells that need time. On top of that, the extra strikes trick. Maybe it could also be used to widen the attack range. Countless meteors streaking across the sky and crashing down, leveling the earth, flashed through Leo's mind. If he could actually pull that off, the potential of this magic is honestly terrifying. Right now he was still weak. Not just LV1, but with his magic stat at a flat 0, so the spell's power was small. Once his level and magic stat both climbed, the spell's power would undergo a stunning transformation, and the picture he was imagining would become real. A magic with this much future, can even the natural-born magic race, the elves, get one this good? Leo's brow furrowed. He was just a perfectly average human. Why had he gotten a magic with this kind of potential? He'd never thought of himself as exceptionally talented. Especially not in this world, where humans were innately far weaker in talent than elves, beast humans, dwarves, amazonesses, and so on. When it came to magic, the elves were this world's authority. Few humans had any real magic talent. Even humans who could cast were rare, let alone humans who got magic this good. He also wasn't one of those people with a heavy past, carrying some intense obsession or wish inside. If you had an intense obsession or wish, that could be drawn out under the fauna, blossoming into fruit as a force called possibility, and you'd end up with magic or skills tied to it. But he didn't have anything like that. So suddenly getting a magic this promising didn't quite add up. Did he actually have magic talent? Or maybe it's because of that skill. Leo thought of the special skill that couldn't be read, Stranger from Another Star. Permanent removal of all abilities limits. Could limits here also include racial and individual talent and potential? If racial and individual talent and potential counted as a kind of limit, then with Stranger from Another Star removing that limit, his getting a high potential magic that even natural-born magic races couldn't always get would actually make sense, wouldn't it? Meteor Dance. The name was suggestive too. Like Stranger from Another Star, it had the word star in it. Star attribute, never heard of magic with that attribute either. Most magic belonged to natural element attributes like earth, water, wind, fire, with light, dark, ice, lightning at most. Star attribute really was unheard of. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I'll stop trying. Leo shook his head and shook off the tangled thoughts. Getting good magic was a good thing, end of story. After seeing the convenience and versatility of Meteor Dance, Leo had at least a rough idea of the kind of path he should walk going forward. Carrying that thought, his wounds healed and his stamina fully back, Leo started to clean up. He gathered the magic stone shards scattered across the floor and put them in his bag. Every one of them was money. That many kobolds, finally some drop items showed up. Leo picked up the sharp claws and fangs too, smiling. Kobold claws and kobold fangs were both drop items that could be used to craft weapons. They sold for a lot more than magic stone shards. Wonder if I can make back what I spent on that high potion. Muttering to himself, Leo picked up the small shield he'd tossed aside earlier and strapped it back onto his left arm. He took out a pocket watch, checked the time, then walked up to one of the passage entrances. It was the path leading down to floor 5. Should I go down? Leo hesitated. If floors 1 through 4 of the dungeon were basically a harmless zone with no real danger, then starting from floor 5, things changed completely. From floor 5 on, the dungeon turned into a different beast, and the difficulty of clearing it climbed sharply. That difficulty included, but wasn't limited to, the monsters appearing in much greater numbers, more varied species of monsters, more troublesome opponents, and the dungeon structure and terrain becoming more complex, throwing more obstacles in adventurers' way. Floors 1 through 4 were built of pale blue walls, populated mostly by low-tier monsters like goblins and kobolds. Few species, not particularly strong, and not appearing in large numbers. Even on floor 4, rookies usually didn't die. It was a very easy area to clear. As long as you didn't get surrounded alone by multiple monsters, or you were in a party, an adventurer absolutely wouldn't die here. Otherwise a rookie like Leo, just starting out with weak stats, wouldn't be able to operate up here at all. But from floor 5 on, things were different. Lots of troublesome monsters showed up here. The interval between monster births was much shorter than on floor 4. Just walking down a corridor, you'd often have several monsters lunge at you, and every so often a monster would climb out of the wall and cut off your retreat, turning many a rookie who'd gotten used to the floors above into a corpse here, never to return to the surface. So from floor 5 onward, the dungeon's cruelty and brutality started to show. You could call it the first real wall adventurers had to clear. To set foot on floor 5, you needed a certain level of stats, plus enough experience, gear, and adventurer's discipline to back you up. By that standard, a fresh rookie like Leo definitely shouldn't be going down to floor 5. His original plan hadn't included it either. But now, with magic to protect me, going down for a look should still be doable, right? Having seen Meteor Dance in action, Leo's mind started to move that way. Just a peek near the entrance. In the end, Leo couldn't hold himself back, and stepped onto floor 5. Chapter 243, Chapter 10. 2396 words. Time slipped by without him noticing. When the sky began to take on a deep red-brown color, and the dusk hour known as the witching hour quietly arrived, the central plaza around Babel began to fill with a different kind of crowd than during the day. During the day, the adventurers showing up here were mostly walking into Babel. At dusk, the adventurers were coming out of Babel and walking out toward the edge of the plaza. Some were covered in wounds, some were dead on their feet, some had grim expressions, some were riding a high. You could read what kind of day they'd had in the dungeon right off them. Leo, too, had come out of the dungeon shortly after dusk fell, and made it back to the surface. Finally back. He took a deep breath of the fresh surface air, and his weary mind felt a lot better for it. It couldn't be helped. Down in the dungeon, you had to keep your nerves drawn tight at every moment and stay alert. You couldn't dare to relax. On top of that, staying underground for a long time was suffocating and heavy, so the moment he got back to the surface he naturally fell into a kind of relief he couldn't quite put into words, and the heaviness slipped away on its own. Looking back over the day's adventure, Leo gave himself an evaluation. All in all, a pretty full day. He'd run into unexpected danger and ended up cutting his original plan short to go down to floor 5, but Leo still felt the day had been worth it. At the very least, he'd finally felt out what combat and adventuring actually were for himself, and he'd cast magic, used a supernatural power. All of it was experience worth its weight in gold. What I didn't expect was that floor 5 was easier to handle than I thought. Leo muttered it to himself. He had in fact done what he'd intended, wandering around near the entrance to floor 5, getting a feel for the floor's clear difficulty. How to put it, the result had actually been pretty good. On floor 5, Leo had run into monsters he hadn't seen on the first 4 floors, and felt the much heavier pressure compared to the floors above. But in the end he'd handled the monsters without a real scare, and successfully adapted to floor 5's difficulty. A newbie adventurer, on his first trip into the dungeon, dropping straight down to floor 5, and adapting to it, surviving down there. If anyone else heard about it, they'd be a little surprised. Honestly, even Leo hadn't expected to pull off a result like this. But thinking it over, it wasn't actually that hard to understand. After all, he'd broken out of a dead end where dozens of monsters had him surrounded, and not only survived but cleaned out the enemy. How could a measly floor 5 of the dungeon possibly stop him? Floor 5 was a lot harder than the 4 floors above it, but compared to the dead end Leo had hit on floor 4, it was nothing. Generally speaking, monster groups of that size were hard to find on the upper floors from 1 to 12. Leo had had especially rotten luck, running into a group of that size in a place like floor 4. All you could say was, that was the dungeon for you. Every now and then it threw the adventurers a little surprise. Naturally, this kind of life-or-death surprise was something every adventurer, Leo included, would rather avoid. My own strength really isn't enough for me to be running around on floor 5, but with magic, it's a different story. Leo understood the reasoning perfectly. In the strategy advice the guild handed out, a LV, one adventurer was generally only supposed to be operating on floors 1 through 12. If you graded it by the adventurer's status, the guild's strategy advice ran roughly like this. Dungeon floors 1 through 4 suited for adventurers with basic abilities at I or H. Dungeon floors 5 through 7 suited for adventurers with basic abilities at G or F. Dungeon floors 8 through 10 suited for adventurers with basic abilities at E, D, or C. Dungeon floors 11 through 12 suited for adventurers with basic abilities at B, A, or S. The standard started from a safe clearance baseline. In other words, if you hit the standard, you'd have the ability to handle every danger on the corresponding floors short of an irregular, and your casualty rate would be at its lowest. So by that standard, if you wanted to venture onto floor 5, you really wanted at least one or several of your basic abilities up to G before it counted as reasonably safe. If you couldn't even hit that standard, the danger went way up, and the chance of dying went up a lot with it. The records in Loki Familia's library also said that a newbie adventurer should spend at least half a month on floors 1 through 4, building experience and bumping the proficiency on all the basic abilities, before stepping onto floor 5. That was the safer move. In half a month, unless you were one of those especially timid, especially useless rookies, then out of the 4 most basic abilities, strength, endurance, dexterity, agility, the worst case was that at least one of your strongest abilities would make it to the H stage, and several abilities reaching H at once wasn't out of the question either. Stepping onto floor 5 at that point was relatively safer, and you were less likely to walk into danger. But putting the guild's strategy advice aside for the moment, in Loki Familia's library records, there was one more line attached to this part. That line was, if you had magic, the above advice was for reference only, and didn't actually apply. Setting aside the magic types unfit for combat, the moment an adventurer held even a single combat-capable magic spell, the situation changed completely. As long as you held a combat-capable magic, even if your magic stat was at the lowest I stage, that was already enough to safely operate on most of floors 1 through 12 of the dungeon. If nothing else, on the floors before floor 8 there weren't any particularly strong monsters that could take a magic strike, even the lowest power ultra-short chant magic. In other words, as long as you held a combat-capable magic, even a freshly minted newbie adventurer could not only handle floor 5, but range freely as deep as floor 7. That was the value of magic. Looks like I was being a little too cautious earlier. Leo summed up the day's experience. I've got plenty of potions on hand, so as long as I'm careful and don't get too cocky and drop into mine down, I should be able to explore a bit deeper. The average newbie adventurer didn't have conditions as good as Leo's. Each piece of his weapons and armor was worth nearly 100,000 Valis, and he carried a whole stack of potions on him. You couldn't even call this kit fully geared anymore. It was overflowing. A newbie adventurer usually wouldn't bring himself to buy or use even a single stamina recovery potion, let alone high potions, magic potions, or elixirs. Their weapons and armor were almost always cheap stuff, rarely worth more than 10,000 Valis. His weapon was an 80,000 Valis short sword. The small shield was worth about the same. The potions newbie adventurers wouldn't dare buy or use, he had over a dozen of in his bag, plus 1 high potion and 1 magic potion, plus 2 elixirs on top of that. The loadout was outrageously lavish. Those 2 elixirs especially. What newbie adventurer could afford them? Forget a LV, 1 newbie adventurer. Plenty of LV, 3 upper-class adventurers couldn't afford to use elixirs. They simply weren't something that should be sitting in a bag at Leo's level. Having those 2 elixirs was as good as having 2 extra lives. Add in the weapons, armor, and other potions that were already extravagant for a newbie adventurer, and Leo could actually afford to be a lot bolder in his exploration. That's enough for today. Tomorrow I'll try floor 5 again, push a bit deeper. If there's no problem at all, I'll explore more boldly. Carrying that thought, Leo didn't leave Babel. He took the stairs up to the floors above. Babel wasn't just there to monitor and manage the dungeon. Inside, it was also a public facility built for adventurers. The lower floors of Babel had simple restaurants, treatment facilities, and the exchange, as well as shower rooms and clothing shops, all conveniences for adventurers coming out of the dungeon. Right now Leo's clothes were torn to rags, covered in blood and dirt. He looked terrible. If he showed up back at the Familia headquarters looking like this, people would probably assume something had gone wrong. So he didn't leave Babel right away. He went up instead. He went to the exchange first. This was where the guild bought magic stones. The guild headquarters over on Adventurer's Way also had an exchange, with quite a few appraisers, so you didn't have to queue much. The Babel exchange had fewer appraisers, so when Leo got there a long line had already formed at the window. Leo wasn't put off. He quietly took his place in line, and after about half an hour he was at the window. Appraise these magic stones for me. He undid the pouch at his waist used for collecting magic stones, and dumped a large pile of magic stone shards out of it. One moment, please. The appraiser took the magic stone shards and quickly came back with a price. This batch of magic stone shards is worth 13,000 valis total. Leo raised an eyebrow. That's actually pretty good. 13,000 valis didn't sound like much, but it depended on who you were comparing to. Compared to the upper-class adventurers who could push deep into the dungeon, of course it didn't measure up. But compared to other LV-1 newbie adventurers, making this kind of money in a single day was already impressive. Leo vaguely remembered the seniors in the Familia telling him that a LV-1 5-person party spending a day in the upper floors of 1 through 12 generally made somewhere around 20 to 30,000 valis. Leo had only operated on the first 5 floors, and alone at that, but in one day he'd made over 10,000 valis. That was a result that would make plenty of LV-1s jealous. And that was just selling the magic stones. Don't forget, Leo still had a few drop items on him. Too bad, even if I sell all the drop items, it might not be enough to make back what that one high potion cost. Leo shook his head, picked up the cloth bag stuffed with gold coins, and turned to leave the exchange. You could actually sell drop items at the guild too, but the guild's prices were a lot lower than what you'd get outside, so almost no one chose to sell drop items to the guild. It was just too big a loss. Leo headed straight up to a higher floor of Babel, where a lot of shops were leased to merchants. Every one of them was a specialty store designed for adventurers, and naturally that included shops that bought drop items. So Leo sold off the drop items he had at a shop a Familia senior had recommended, and made 8,100 valis. Add the 8,100 valis in, and over a full day's adventure, Leo had made a total of 21,100 valis. That was already up there with the daily earnings of a LV-1 5-person adventurer party. Thanks to that swarm of monsters and thanks to magic, I could pull in this kind of money. Leo sighed. With cash in his pocket, Leo could finally do some spending. First he went to a clothing shop and bought a fresh set of clothes, then went to one of the showers Babel had set up, and washed properly, scrubbing himself clean from head to toe before changing into the new clothes. He looked respectable again. By the time Leo came out of Babel, the sky outside had gone dark. The labyrinth city of Rio was very lively after dark. Adventurers who'd been through a day of adventuring usually came out into the streets at this hour, found a little place, drank a little, eased off the fatigue and pressure they'd built up over a day of fighting. Walking along, Leo brushed past more than a few adventurer groups. Some carried entire kegs as they went, drinking and laughing loudly as they walked. Others were piled on each other's shoulders heading into the taverns, calling out loudly for the staff to bring drinks and food. A bard from who knew where stood at the side of the street playing his instrument and singing, drawing a big crowd of locals. Magic stone lamps glowed along the street, lighting up a lively, fantastical, restless nighttime cityscape. Leo found himself a little caught up in it as he walked. Walking like that, following the road of North Main Street, Leo eventually came to the familiar manor. Twilight Manor. He'd made it. You finally made it back, kid. On either side of the front gate, the two members on guard duty saw Leo coming slowly back and called out in surprise. "Yeah, I'm back." Leo waved a greeting at them and smiled. "Not too late, am I?" The two guards looked at each other, and then both of them laughed at the same time. Well, telling us doesn't help." "Yeah, you better go explain that to the one who's been waiting for you." The way they said it, somewhere between envious, jealous, and teasing, made Leo feel completely confused. It wasn't until he walked in through the gate, stepped into the courtyard, and saw the familiar figure that Leo understood why they'd said it. 200 Power Stones for the extra chapter. Read 20 chapters ahead at Patreon. Chapter 244, Chapter 11. 2297 words. Twilight Manor at night wasn't dim. If anything, it was lit up bright. Magic stone lamp light spilled out from the windows of every spire, and combined with the magic stone lamps set into the courtyard, almost drove off the darkness entirely, lighting up the surroundings. The night wind drifted past, lifting the golden hair of the girl standing in the courtyard, swaying it up and down. The sight was beautiful beyond words. Leo stopped, his eyes meeting the gold eyes of the golden-haired girl, and fell into a long silence. Watching the girl who said nothing as she gazed at him, who even after a year together was still so bad with words, his expression somehow loosened. Every time he saw the too beautiful girl, Leo would do this. He would immediately stop in his tracks, as if unwilling to intrude on the picturesque scene she stood in, unwilling to break the mood. And when their eyes met, he couldn't bring himself to speak right away. Every time the two of them met, it went like this. They would silently look at each other for a while before breaking the silence, which wasn't an uncomfortable one. Sometimes it was Leo, sometimes Ace. The two of them seemed to be waiting for the other to speak first, and a certain Amazoness girl who often witnessed this scene, and was close to Ace, had complained about it more than once. Anyone who didn't know would think you two were having a patience contest over there. The kind nobody else can join in on. Remembering the Amazoness girl's complaint, Leo laughed inwardly and finally stepped forward, coming to stand in front of her. "Why are you out here?" Leo said it softly, like a man coming home from work to find his girlfriend waiting on the couch. Whether he himself realized it, well, who knew? The girl, as always, was brief and to the point. "Waiting for you to get back." A cool voice, a tone empty of emotion. If you ignored how blunt the actual content was, anyone who didn't know better would think she was deliberately keeping someone she disliked at arm's length. "Everything go okay?" Ace's eyes had already swept over Leo. Seeing no obvious wounds on him, and that he was unreasonably clean, she realized he'd cleaned himself up over at Babel before coming back. "Of course." Leo let her look him over, his tone easy, like a guest dropping in. "Just took a walk around the first few floors of the dungeon." What could happen? Clearly, Leo had no intention of telling Ace about the corner he'd been backed into. But he didn't realize that as a first-class adventurer, Ace had far more experience and far sharper eyes than he did. Leo had cleaned himself up and hadn't brought back so much as a scratch, but he'd forgotten one thing. His weapon and armor were still on him. With a single glance at the short sword and small shield at his waist, Ace spotted it. Both pieces of gear showed where that wasn't severe, but absolutely couldn't be ignored. Equipment more than good enough to use down to the dungeon's 12th floor, gear that even counted as fine among superior equipment. Worn down like this from just the first few floors. That could only mean one of two things. Either Leo was lying, and he hadn't just gone to the first few floors of the dungeon, but had pushed deeper, taking on powerful enemies with these two pieces of gear. Or Leo had been through a lot of brutal fighting, which had worn the weapon and armor down to this state. The former probably wasn't it. Ace knew him well enough. One look at his face told her he wasn't lying about that. Which meant it was the latter. The boy she'd brought back, standing in front of her, had gone through more combat in a single day than most people would ever see. "What floor did you explore down to?" "Just to be safe," Ace asked anyway. Leo had meant to hide it, but seeing the girl staring straight at his face, he smiled wryly and just told her the truth. You're really okay? The moment she heard he'd gone to floor 5, Ace went quiet for a long moment, then said this carefully. She clearly understood. A newbie adventurer just starting out shouldn't be going to floor 5 on his first trip into the dungeon. It was reckless. Dangerous. Even though she'd done plenty of reckless, dangerous things herself, she couldn't help saying it, sounding almost like she was scolding him. It's fine, I know my limits. Leo explained, I wasn't planning on floor 5 originally. But I have magic, and once I tried it out I knew I could go a bit deeper. So I went to floor 5. Ace looked a little surprised. She looked at Leo. You got magic? Leo nodded, smiling. A magic with a lot of potential. No idea how it ended up on someone like me, a human with no natural magical talent. That seemed to spark her curiosity, one of the rare things to draw her interest. What kind of magic? She stared straight at Leo again, making no effort to hide it. It was just that anyone who didn't know her would probably never read it off that cool, expressionless face. Leo had no intention of hiding it either, and simply held out a hand. Light of heaven, sword of stars. Leo chanted his magic smoothly. Meteor dance. The next moment, several meteors flew out from his raised hand, drifting above his palm. Ace was instantly drawn in. Her golden eyes locked on the meteors flitting back and forth above his palm, a rare ripple stirring in them. Beautiful magic. She said it honestly. It's star attribute magic. Leo offered a brief explanation. Star attribute. Ace tilted her head. Clearly, she'd never heard of this attribute. I'm not sure either. That's just how it shows up in the magic slot on my status. Leo shrugged. Over the course of the day he'd cast his magic plenty of times, but hadn't found any obvious difference between this so-called star attribute magic and magic of other attributes. The only thing he could say for sure was that its versatility and controllability were both pretty high. Some magic was hard to control freely. The most typical example was fire attribute magic. Because of how aggressive and explosive it was, the caster had a hard time controlling it perfectly, which often led to excessive collateral damage. In this respect, Leo's star attribute magic seemed completely different. Easy to handle. Even a rookie like him could control it without trouble. The reason Leo could do this right now, casting the magic but holding it back from launching, keeping it dancing above his palm, was because of how controllable it was. On top of that, Leo had also discovered that he could cast the magic even without chanting. Without the chant, Leo could still cast the magic. The catch was, without the chant, the magic he fired came out a lot weaker. Less than half the power of a normal cast. And if he tried to make up for it by spending extra mind to add attacks or boost power, the mind cost climbed well above a normal cast. It was strictly an emergency option for crisis moments when chanting wasn't possible. Unless Leo eventually got strong enough that even less than half the power was enough to deal real damage to powerful enemies with this magic, that kind of usage just wasn't worth the cost. Leo had a feeling this strange capability had to be tied to the stranger from another star skill. Removes all ability growth limits, was probably far more valuable than he'd imagined. Not only might it be the root reason an ordinary human like him had ended up with a magic with this kind of future, it had also lifted the magic's own built-in restriction of must be chanted to cast. Either way, Leo figured the all ability mentioned in the skill definitely didn't just mean basic abilities. It included development abilities, magic, skills, and even level. Everything. The ability here wasn't basic abilities or development abilities. It was the ability of status itself. The whole fauna. Leo had a vague feeling this skill was going to be something serious. How serious? Quite possibly more serious than the original protagonist's Liara's freeze. For a transmigrator from another star like him, escaping an ordinary future might come down entirely to this skill. Unaware of Leo's internal calculations, Ace admired what she'd called beautiful magic for a while before speaking again, unhurried. If you have magic, then I can relax. With magic, forget the monsters on the first few floors of the dungeon. He could probably handle the entire upper floors. Provided, of course, that the magic could be cast successfully and actually hit the enemy. If you were a pure rearguard mage, the kind who needed someone protecting you to chant and cast, then you definitely couldn't go alone into floors beyond what you could handle. But Leo's magic was clearly an ultra-short chant, and he'd also picked up some swordsmanship. Casting and using magic mid-fight wouldn't be too hard for him. Might be well suited to the magic swordsman path. Ace offered this comment. The magic swordsman was a high-level middle guard class. They were beloved and welcomed by every major adventurer party. Unlike ordinary mages, they could push to the front line themselves, applying magic, that power treated as a trump card in the thick of brutal combat. Adventurers in this class usually relied on fast-casting ultra-short chant attack magic as their main means of combat. They were especially good at chanting magic in intense close-range fights, quick and nimble, with no shortage of firepower. Wherever they went, they were highly welcome teammates. Ace herself had magic, but hers was the kind used to enhance her own body, not the kind to one-shot an enemy mid-battle. So she didn't count as a magic swordsman. She was just a normal swordsman, who could use magic to boost her power. But Leo was different. He'd learned swordsmanship and could fight enemies up close on the front line. And he had this kind of fast-casting ultra-short chant attack magic. The magic swordsman path was wide open to him. If he could make it work, even in the Loki Familia where strong people were everywhere, he was sure to have a place. Magic was already a power only a few could obtain, and attack magic that could be used in intense combat was a minority within that minority. If Leo could become a magic swordsman, his standing in the Familia would shoot straight up, and he'd make a name for himself fast. After all, even in the Loki Familia, the people who could really be called magic swordsmen numbered only a handful. Ace had seen the potential hidden in Leo to become a magic swordsman, so she'd given him this advice. Actually, I was thinking the same thing. Leo perked up. Ace's suggestion had landed right on what he'd already been considering. He'd also realized that his magic was a good fit for the magic swordsman path. At first, Leo had wondered whether he should become a mage specializing in magic. After all, while his magic was an ultra-short chant, by spending extra mind he could push both its power and the number of attacks up. If he didn't care about the cost, he could use an ultra-short chant to unleash wide-area firepower rivaling a long chant or even an ultra-long chant. That would be more than enough to become a rearguard mage. Mages were also a very scarce class among adventurers. No familia would refuse to take in a mage. The members most familius wanted to recruit, and were most short on were healers who could treat wounds, then mages who could serve as rearguard. Most people wouldn't turn down the chance to become a mage. Leo included. But mages lacked the ability to fight on their own. They usually needed a team to fully bring out their value, and without teammates their effectiveness took a heavy hit. Leo didn't really want to be someone who could only be protected, who couldn't fight without someone fighting alongside him. So compared to a pure rearguard mage, he'd rather become a magic swordsman who could fight solo. So Leo had already made up his mind. I want to keep learning swordsmanship from you. And if I can, I'd like to learn concurrent chanting too. Leo smiled at Ace. I'll probably be bothering you a lot from here on. Hope you don't get sick of it. Ace shook her head, her golden hair swaying with the motion. She said it very seriously, as if she'd accepted some kind of mission. I'll teach you properly. You don't have to take it that seriously. Leo thought back to past training sessions with her, the corner of his mouth twitching. Whenever you have time is fine. Ace wasn't actually Spartan about it. It was just that she didn't have a good sense of how much force to use, couldn't really hold back, and on top of that was bad with words and clumsy with people, so she often chose to teach Leo through sparring. Because of that, Leo had been sent flying by this delicate-looking girl more than a few times. Remembering those times, Leo gave a small shudder. This path was tougher than he'd imagined. 200 Power Stones for the extra chapter read 30 chapters ahead at Patreon. Chapter 245, Chapter 12 2,393 words. After chatting for a while in the courtyard, Leo and Ace parted ways, each heading back to the tower where they lived. Leo had originally wanted to go find Loki and have her update his status, to see exactly how much proficiency he'd gained over the course of the day, how much he'd grown. But Ace told him Loki had run off on her own after dinner, and no one knew where she'd gone. Off drinking again, probably. Leo thought to himself with conviction. That trashy goddess had plenty of personal hobbies. She liked her drinks, liked teasing pretty girls, even liked copping a feel off pretty girls. She didn't seem like a goddess at all, more like some lecherous old man out of nowhere, and people couldn't stand her for it. But of course Loki Familia happened to be a huge operation, not like some impoverished gods with only a handful of members or even just one Familia member. Those gods were so strapped for cash they couldn't go out and have fun at all, stuck watching over their own kids day in and day out, hoping for them to make it big. Gods like that had time almost every day to update their members' status. Not like Loki Familia, where there were just too many people. On normal days, you really couldn't go find your patron deity to update your status every single day. As a rule, aside from right before an expedition, or right after returning from one, Loki Familia members rarely went to Loki privately to have her update their status. So after some thought, Leo gave up on waiting for Loki to come back and update his status. Even without updating the status, if I keep training in my current state, I can still grow. What they called Excelia was something you could obtain through various actions. Just as the word suggested, it was the phenomenon of experiences a person had actually been through. It couldn't be seen or touched, but it was the history a person had actually walked through. The gods turned this history into the nutrients of growth, using it to rewrite the fauna inscribed on their children's backs, turning it into real, tangible strength, slowly making their children stronger. Why was it that using a certain basic ability raised the proficiency of that basic ability? Because in the process of using that ability, you'd already accumulated the Excelia from using it. Just by drawing it out, the basic ability's proficiency could be raised, and your power would grow. Some of the highest quality Excelia, the kind that could be called great feats, could even turn into your magic, skills, development abilities, and so on. Once enough of this high-grade Excelia accumulated, an adventurer's level could be raised. And the accumulation of Excelia wasn't affected by your strength. Or rather, not entirely affected. Put simply, even if you were weak, as long as you were genuinely gaining training and growth from your current actions, you could accumulate Excelia. The acquisition of Excelia had no direct relationship to your strength. It was only related to how difficult the action was when you took it. An adventurer running into a goblin definitely had to fight hard to bring it down at first, and as a result could gain plenty of Excelia from defeating a goblin. But by the time he reached LV2, he could kill a goblin with a casual swing. That was the same as stepping on an ant. It was impossible to get any training, any growth, any Excelia from that. The accumulation of Excelia didn't look at strength. It only looked at how difficult the experience was, and the quality and quantity of feats accomplished. So even if Leo didn't update his status and kept roaming the first few floors of the dungeon, as long as he could keep getting training from his actions, those actions would definitely turn into Excelia, and lie hidden in his body. When the status was updated, it would all be drawn out at once, becoming the nutrients to make him stronger. In the original work, Rio Lion, known as Gale, kept her level at LV4 for several years on end while encountering life-or-death fights, and never had her status updated again. When her status was finally updated years later, she pulled off an unprecedented run of back-to-back rank-ups, tearing through LV5 in days and pressing straight onto LV. That was the best proof. If Rio Lion had updated her status partway through, she would definitely have risen to LV. But if she'd risen to LV5, the situations she encountered later wouldn't have been so dangerous. Handling those situations with LV5 status would have been a lot easier. But that way, she wouldn't have been able to accumulate the kind of high-grade excelia that qualified as great feats in those repeated life-or-death corners, and she wouldn't have met the conditions to level up to LV. It was precisely because she kept pushing her limits, taking on impossible odds at LV, for strength, that she racked up enough great deeds for a rank up again and again. In the end, those great deeds piled up so high that her LV.5 lasted only days before she ranked up again straight to LV.6, a figure without precedent. If I update my status and get stronger, I definitely won't be able to keep getting excelia from the monsters on the first few floors of the dungeon. I'd have to go deeper, find opponents that suit me better and challenge them. Leo thought this as he walked toward his room. But if I don't update the status, I can keep fighting in the first few floors and get training from enemies who, for now at least, aren't weak. I can keep accumulating excelia for growth down the line. With that, Leo was no longer in any rush to update his status. Let's just keep challenging the dungeon at this strength, and see how far I can go. Leo had a lot of patience. As long as the future held promise, he could keep enduring his current weakness, and walk steadily forward, step by step. What people feared most was not being able to see a clear future, not knowing whether their efforts would be rewarded. Flip that around, and as long as you knew the reward was guaranteed, you could keep walking forward without ever giving up. At the same time, in another tower reserved for female members, Ace was also heading toward her own room. But as she walked, something suddenly weighed down on her back. Not light, not heavy. A bright, carefree voice rang out behind her, telling Ace that someone had jumped on her back and thrown their arms around her. Ace turned her head and saw a familiar smiling face. A face that matched the voice. Bright and carefree all the way through. The owner of that face was a girl with a healthy tan, smaller in build than Ace but dressed far more boldly. She wore the Amazoness's signature dancer's outfit. A single thin strip of cloth covered her chest, a long wrap skirt was tied around her waist, and her navel and her shapely body were on full display, giving off a wildly provocative impression. Ace called out softly, naming the bronze-skinned girl who'd latched onto her. Tiona Hirayut. One of the few people in the Loki familia Ace could really call a friend. On the outside she looked like a human woman full of exotic charm, but she wasn't actually a human. She was an Amazoness. The Amazonesses were a martial, combative, all-female race. They were known for being uninhibited and dressing lightly, and there were no males within the race. They didn't even produce mixed-blood children. Their offspring were always female, and always Amazonesses. They had the body structure closest to humans, but had to borrow men from other races to reproduce. So they had a habit of plundering men. Because they were uninhibited and didn't hide anything about matters of love, in the eyes of other races the Amazonesses were basically a shameless race that knew no embarrassment. They were also the most open about the sex trade. And yet, despite all that, the Amazoness girl named Tiona standing in front of her didn't have an ounce of her race's sensual gaudiness. She was as bright and carefree as a sunflower, cheerful and optimistic. I saw the whole thing, Ace. Tiona, hanging off the golden-haired girl with her whole weight pressed against her back, laughed happily. You were waiting in the courtyard for Leo this whole time, weren't you? Right up until he came back. Clearly, Tiona had seen the whole exchange between the two of them in the courtyard. Or maybe she wasn't the only one who'd seen it. After all, plenty of people in the Loki familia had their eyes on this pair. Ace didn't try to hide it. Or rather, she didn't see anything worth hiding. She nodded. I was a little worried about him. She was always this direct, this brief. Of course, Tiona had thoughts about it. Aren't you being a little too attentive to the newbie you brought back, Ace? Tiona said with a grin. That stinky wolf bet has a lot to say about it. He keeps saying you've been paying attention to small fry, what a waste of time. The words had barely left Tiona's mouth when another voice followed. Don't pay any mind to that stinky wolf. He's got something wrong with him, that's why he keeps saying stuff like that. As she spoke, another girl strolled over, unhurried. She was an Amazoness like Tiona, and her face was even identical to Tiona's, as if they'd been cast from the same mold. What was different was that this girl had hair down to her waist, a fuller figure than Tiona's, and a far more composed air. She was nothing like Tiona's bright and carefree self, didn't seem like an uninhibited Amazoness at all. Ace named her too. Tione Hirayut. Tiona's older sister, the two of them a pair of twins. They were always together, coming and going, and they counted as another beautiful sight in the Loki familia, different from Ace. Worth mentioning, both sisters, like Ace, had a level as high as LV 5 and were among only 4 executives in the entire Loki familia. Apart from the 3 LV 6 leadership, the highest ranking and strongest figures in the entire Loki familia were these 4 LV 5 executives. Ace, Tiona, and Tione were 3 of them. The captain already told me. The guy received his fauna today and officially joined our familia, right? Tione folded her arms with a smile. Today was his first time adventuring in the dungeon. How'd it go? Compared to her sister, who was more interested in the personal connection between the two of them, the older sister seemed to care more about his actual performance. Well, what could you do? Tione was a true-blooded Amazoness who'd appointed herself the captain's right-hand woman, madly in love with that Paolam Braver. She couldn't not care about whoever the man she had her eye on was secretly paying attention to. Though she was pretty curious about the personal connection too. To this, Ace only lowered her eyelids and said one line. He's already gone to the dungeon's 5th floor. At those words, both twins raised their eyebrows at the same time. Tiona said, a little surprised. He went to floor 5 on his first time adventuring in the dungeon. Wouldn't have guessed. Tione also looked surprised, muttering, the kid usually seems pretty steady about things, who knew he was actually bold underneath. Have to look at him in a new light. He said it wasn't part of the plan originally, Ace said softly. He only dared to go to floor 5 because he got magic. Tione's surprise immediately deepened and she said with interest, he really got magic. So we weren't seeing things just now. Tiona clapped her hands. I knew it. I was wondering why his hands suddenly started glowing. So that was magic. Wonder if the captain and the others saw it. Tione couldn't go 3 sentences without bringing up her sweetheart. Getting magic right when he received the fauna means the guy's got something going for him, worth investing in, right? If Lafia hears about this, her competitive streak's gonna kick in for sure. Tiona thought of something and said excitedly, that girl envies and resents Leo the most. He gets to stick to you every day and have you fussing over him. You wouldn't believe how many times I've caught her hiding in a corner spying on the two of you, biting on her handkerchief, crying tears of blood. Ace tilted her head, a question mark hovering over her, like she didn't get what that meant. Well, this kind of thing's still a bit early for Ace. You don't need to think about it too hard. Tione patted Ace's shoulder, her tone meaningful. Just know this. If that kid wants to stand next to you, he's got plenty of obstacles to push through. Isn't that great? It's romantic. Tiona said excitedly. Pushing through obstacle after obstacle to be with the princess. That's a story and a privilege only heroes get. Tione's face fell. She held her forehead and sighed. Maybe lay off the hero stories a bit. What's that supposed to mean? Tiona huffed. What's wrong with hero stories? I just like them. The two sisters started bickering in the hallway, as if no one else was there, leaving the golden-haired girl to watch in silence without joining in. A hero. She still didn't understand what the twins were really getting at, and she'd always been slow about anything to do with romance. She didn't realize at all that they were teasing her. She only repeated the word hero silently to herself, and her lowered eyes were filled with longing and shadow at some thought no one else could see. The night passed quietly without a sound. This was not the end. It was only the beginning. 200 Power Stones for the extra chapter. Read 30 chapters ahead at Patreon. Chapter 246, Chapter 13, 1867 words the next day. Early morning. Just as the sky was starting to lighten, Leo woke up as usual. Another ordinary morning. After staring at the ceiling for a while, Leo got up briskly, grabbed his washing kit, and left the room for the washroom. On the way, Familia members greeted Leo one after another just like yesterday, and Leo returned each greeting in turn. When he started washing up, Leo ran into Raoul again. "How'd it go? Did everything go okay yesterday?" Raoul looked Leo over as if trying to spot whether anything had gone wrong, his words full of concern and worry. "It went okay." Leo spat out his mouthwash and smiled at Raoul. "Just wandered around the first few floors. What could happen under normal circumstances? As for what happened when the circumstances weren't normal, there was no need to mention that." Whether with Ace or with Raoul, Leo had no intention of bringing up how the dungeon had set him up the previous day. So he said it casually, and the honest Raoul believed him on the spot. "As long as you're okay. I was worried all day yesterday." Raoul said it with a wry smile, which got a laugh out of Leo. "I might be a rookie newbie who just got his fauna, but I've been in the Familia for a year now, whichever way you slice it. I've learned swordsmanship from Ace. On top of that, I've got the gear and potions you all kindly chipped in for. Handling the first few floors of the dungeon isn't going to be a problem." At that point, Leo also gave Raoul a round of thanks. The small shield Raoul had given him had been a real help. Without it taking the hits from monsters out front, Leo really would have had to put a lot of effort into dealing with those monsters. And that wasn't even counting the potions. Especially that high potion. Without it, after dealing with that corner he was backed into yesterday, Leo would have had to drag his battered body out of the dungeon. There was no way he could have kept exploring, let alone reached floor 5. The short sword had also been a huge help. If Leo had used the standard-issue weapons handed out by the guild yesterday, he would have had to hit a monster's vital point to take it down in one strike. Otherwise he'd have needed 2 or 3 swings to finish off each one. Whether he could have gotten through that many kobolds yesterday under those conditions was a real question mark. He might have even broken his weapon partway through. So Leo was grateful to the senior Familia members who'd given him such good equipment and supplies. "Glad it helped you." Raoul scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, then said in a tone that might have been envy or might have been wonder, "Come to think of it, you're really close with Miss Ace, huh? Getting her of all people to teach you swordsmanship. It's all right, I guess." Leo's tone was matter of fact. He even added, "Ace isn't unapproachable or anything. If you went and asked her, I'm sure she'd be willing to teach you guys too." Raoul's level was lower than Ace's, but he was several years older than her, and he'd joined the Familia early. Word was he'd joined at 13, and he'd been with them 7 or 8 years by now. Compared to Leo, who'd only been around for a year, Raoul had spent way more time around Ace, who'd also been in the Familia for close to 10 years. So Leo figured Raoul had to know that the girl people called the doll was actually warm on the inside, cold on the outside. That was why Leo said what he did. But Raoul looked downright alarmed. Let's just not. If I bothered her for no reason like that, I'm worried the other guys in the Familia would tie me up and burn me at the stake." Raoul gave a full-body shudder at whatever he'd just imagined. In the Loki Familia, Ace was an extremely special presence too. The other executives didn't actually have that big a gap from the regular members. Especially a certain pair of Amazonas twin sisters, who would mix in with the Familia members on their own and roll around with them like one of the gang. The members respected them, sure, but they weren't intimidated. Unless those Amazonas sisters lost their tempers. But Ace was different. Her quiet personality and her inability to express emotion meant the Familia members would always feel a distance from her. Not to mention that goddess-like beautiful face was expressionless every single day. Anyone without some nerve would have to work up serious courage just to say a single word to her. For the regular Loki Familia members, Ace was both a prodigy who'd become an executive at a young age and a goddess-like beautiful idol. Most of them treated her like a princess shut away in a royal palace, only daring to admire her from a distance, never to approach her recklessly. Then there was Leo. He'd only received his fauna yesterday and gotten promoted from trainee to full status, and yet he could approach the doll princess with a calm, normal attitude. He could even learn swordsmanship from her. Plenty of people admired and envied him for that, but at the same time it made plenty of others grind their teeth in jealousy, and wish they could throw a sack over his head some night and dump him in the moat. Raoul did not want to be the target of jealousy, especially jealousy from his fellow Familia members. What he didn't realize was, "That attitude of yours is what makes Ace feel lonely, you know." Leo muttered. "What was that?" Raoul hadn't caught what Leo said and asked, puzzled. Leo shook his head. "Are you guys staying in today? The recent expedition just ended not long ago, so there's a lot of cleanup work to handle. Plus it's a rare chance to rest and recover. So most of us, myself included, will be sticking around home lately." As he answered, Raoul asked, "You're planning on hitting the dungeon today again, right?" "Of course." Leo splashed water on his face and smiled. "I finally got my fauna. Now's exactly the time to put in the work, isn't it? Go for it, newbie." Raoul gave Leo's shoulder a pat in encouragement. "You're the one Miss Ace brought back and personally recommended for the Familia. That's a first in the whole history of the place. A lot of people are watching you. A lot of them are looking forward to fighting alongside you, too." Leo gave a faint smile and replied. Before long, Leo had changed in his room, taken up his weapon, armor, and waist pouch, left the tower, and stepped into the courtyard. In the courtyard, Ace was right where he'd expected her, swinging her sword in the shade of the trees, cutting through the wind with each stroke. Leo stopped to watch for a moment. He was about to step forward to say hello when he noticed a figure curled up in the corner. She was a girl of about 14 or 15, looking younger than either Leo or Ace. She had long, fine flaxen hair tied back into a ponytail that hung down her back. Slender, leaf-shaped ears poked out from between the strands of hair at the sides of her face, marking her as a member of the elves, the race famed for their beauty. She was still young, with a small and delicate build, slim and slight. But none of that could hide the natural good looks of her race. The slightly childish beauty quietly gave off its charm in the morning light, drawing the eye. Right now, though, this beautiful young elf girl was hiding in the corner with the unmistakable air of someone up to no good, sneaking glances at the courtyard like a thief. The figure her faintly glowing eyes were fixed on was clearly the golden-haired swordsman practicing in the shade of the trees. Watching this, Leo raised an eyebrow, and his expression shifted into something between a smile and not a smile. He stepped forward quietly until he was standing behind the girl, and immediately heard her voice. "Miss Ace. Still so beautiful, still so strong." The voice that came out was a little feverish, worshipful, even fanatical. It sounded just like a stalker fan spying on her idol. Already that strong, and she still works that hard at sword practice every single day. Truly the strongest female swordsman in Rio. If only. She had drifted off into some kind of fantasy, and was practically drooling. Even Leo couldn't quite stand to watch. "What are you doing hiding over here?" So Leo spoke up. The girl jumped at the sudden voice, her spine snapping ramrod straight, and let out a thin shriek. She scrambled to turn around. The moment she saw Leo, her pretty wide eyes flew open, full of shock, surprise, and a trace of barely concealed hostility. "Why are you here?" She glared at Leo, puffed up with indignation in a way that was utterly cute. "Shouldn't that be my line?" Leo narrowed his eyes and said bluntly. "Spying on Ace again, Lafia." Lafia Vordis. That was the girl's name. She was 15 this year, 1 year younger than Leo, and yet her presence in the Loki Familia was anything but small. This elf girl was only 15, and though her level was only LV3, she was a prodigy mage known as the Thousand Elf. She was said to have firepower rivaling a LV5, and she also possessed a very special magic. She'd been marked early on as the successor to the Familia Vice Captain Riveria, and the senior members of the Familia had high hopes for her. Her personality was wonderful, too. By all rights, with such outstanding looks, and as one of the natural magic race, the elves were a proud race with extremely high self-esteem, who would only let those they accepted touch them. But she was friendly and cheerful, kind and warm. She didn't have the haughtiness or fastidiousness of other elves, and she could get along well with most people in the Familia. She was an exceedingly rare social-type elf. But this girl, with her excellent looks, talent, and personality all combined, just didn't get along with Leo. No, more accurately, it was that she had a one-sided hostility toward Leo. Who's spying? Lafia shot back fiercely. I'm just here normally admiring Miss Ace's hard work. This elf girl was, on the quiet, a little fan who looked up to Ace. At the same time, she was the ringleader of those who ground their teeth in envy and jealousy at Leo for being able to approach Ace so often, the ones who would have happily thrown a sack over his head some night, and dumped him in the moat. 200 Power Stones for the extra chapter. Read 30 chapters ahead at Patreon. Chapter 247, Chapter 14 1737 words. In a corner not far from the central courtyard, the human boy and the elf girl glared at each other, clearly not on friendly terms. Personally, Leo had nothing against Lafia. His current physical age was only a year older than hers, but his real age was a lot more than that, and he wasn't about to nitpick with a little girl. The hostility and ill will in Lafia's eyes didn't annoy Leo. If anything, it left him caught between laughing and sighing. Admiring someone's hard work from hiding, huh? Leo said pointedly. That's a pretty unique way of doing it. Way more avant-garde than any elf I've ever heard of. The girl's face went red. Not from embarrassment but from anger. Why you think everyone's as shameless as you? Just waltzing up to Miss Ace to chat whenever you feel like it. So shameless. Lafia said, somewhere between furious and envious. That's Miss Ace we're talking about. Shouldn't a normal person be afraid of bothering her? Right, Leo said, crossing his arms and looking down at her from his height advantage. Which is why all you can do is hide and sneak peeks at her, huh? I wasn't sneaking. Lafia went redder with anger, her voice rising a notch. If you hadn't come over, I was gonna find a chance to talk to Miss Ace myself. Then should I wish you luck? Leo said cheerfully. Or do you want me to help? I'm open to negotiation, you know. For some reason, every time he saw the elf girl flustered, Leo couldn't resist teasing her. In other people's eyes, Leo was a diligent, hard-working type, always polite to the senior members of the Familia. But in reality, he wasn't that serious. He was actually a bit of a goof, and he usually did whatever he wanted. He wasn't the type to put himself through unnecessary misery. If he'd been born into a wealthy household, or a noble family, he absolutely would have chosen to be a spoiled heir doing whatever he pleased. His favorite pastime would definitely be wine and women, lounging around with a crowd of beautiful girls, living like a god on earth. But he wasn't. And he knew very well that the current him didn't have the means to do whatever he pleased, which was why he worked so hard. This wasn't hiding his true nature. It was building up the capital to make it all happen. Knowing full well that he didn't yet have the freedom to act however he wanted, Leo didn't mind grinding himself to the bone to get stronger, also that one day he could finally cut loose. So when it came to the seniors in the Familia who were stronger than him, Leo treated them with a measure of genuine respect, while constantly soaking up their experience and learning their skills. Naturally, this gave everyone the impression that he was diligent and very polite. But that politeness didn't have much left in the tank for this little girl, a year younger than him, who'd disliked him from the start over Ace. All that was left was the amusement of needling her about her peculiar little quirks. Which was probably also why the elf girl was always so unfriendly to him. Either way, Lafia just couldn't stand the sight of Leo. I don't need your help. Lafia clenched her small fists. I've known Miss Ace way longer than you have. I understand her way better than you do too. Why would I need your help? You sure? Leo raised an eyebrow and suddenly smiled. I happen to know lots of Ace's little secrets, you know. You really don't want to hear them. Lafia's pretty face froze. If you knew her little secrets, it'd be way easier to talk to her, get closer to her, wouldn't it? Leo's tone was full of temptation, like he was luring someone into corruption. He drawled, you really don't want to know. Lafia visibly wavered. Miss Ace's little secrets, getting closer to Miss Ace. The girl's gaze on Leo turned into a complete mess, like she desperately wanted it but couldn't stomach surrendering to her love rival. Why would you know Miss Ace's little secrets? That was the best Lafia could manage, trying to accuse Leo and wrest back control of the conversation. Unfortunately, when it came to this bluffing paper tiger, Leo wasn't the least bit afraid. Well, I am that shameless. Not the least bit afraid of bothering her, just waltzing up to Ace to chat whenever I feel like it, Leo said, grinning. So naturally, someone as shameless as me would pick up all sorts of things from Ace that nobody else knows. At those words, Lafia felt a surge of rage burn through her. You think saying that's gonna make me jealous? Lafia shouted it loudly, but her big pretty eyes were misted over, on the verge of tears. She might as well have written, yes, I am totally jealous, across her face. I'm not doing it to make anyone jealous, Leo said with a half-smile. I just want to get along with Ace so I can properly repay her down the line, you know. That affected tone made Lafia want to leap up and punch him in the face. Getting a friendly, social-type elf this worked up was something of an accomplishment on Leo's part. Too bad Lafia wasn't from the modern era and didn't know the slang term, green tea boy, or she would have used it to roast this two-faced jerk to a crisp. Don't get cocky. I'm gonna get close to Miss Ace too. The teary-eyed, furious elf girl swore a solemn oath, for no other reason than to keep a certain someone from looking so smug. Then I'll be looking forward to it. Leo decided to quit while he was ahead, before he ended up on the wrong end of a beating. What could he do? This dainty-looking elf girl was still a LV-3 upper-class adventurer, much stronger than Leo, who'd only just received his fauna, and hadn't even had a single status update yet. Even if she was a mage who served as a rearguard, and her physical stats weren't as high as the vanguard fighters, her level was what it was. No matter how fragile she looked, the elf girl was the kind of monster who could casually shatter an ordinary adult man's skull with one slap. If he pushed her too far, she might just chant a spell point blank at him, and then he'd be cooked. No two ways about it. I won't go say hi to Ace. If she asks about me, just tell her I went down to the dungeon. Leo instinctively reached out to pat the little girl's head, but to keep her from snapping his wrist, he stopped himself from such a suicidal move. Instead, Leo waved at Lafia and got ready to leave. The dungeon? Lafia paused, only then remembering that he'd already received the fauna. He was officially a full member now, no longer a trainee. It wasn't really a secret. A new Familia comrade joining was no small thing in Loki Familia, and the news had already made the rounds the day before. Thinking about how the person in front of her was now an adventurer capable of venturing into the dungeon on his own, Lafia couldn't help but reconsider. She was actually a pretty kind person, and she genuinely admired adventurers who could explore the dungeon alone, because she couldn't do that herself. She might already be LV-3, but as a rearguard who needed protection, she'd always relied on the help of others. Without someone to protect her, she didn't even dare to face monsters alone. If a monster came charging at her, her mind would go completely blank, and she'd get so nervous she couldn't even chant her magic. This was Lafia's flaw, the thing she desperately needed to fix. Since she didn't dare face monsters alone, she naturally held a measure of respect for the adventurers who did, the ones who took monsters head-on. Why did Lafia look up to Ace? Because Ace was beautiful and powerful, always charging fearlessly to the front, swinging her sword without so much as flinching in the face of endless monsters, cutting down countless powerful foes. That fearlessness, that strength and beauty, was exactly what drew Lafia in. And now, Leo seemed to have become another person who could earn Lafia's respect. For every adventurer who dared to enter the dungeon and face monsters head-on, Lafia had respect. Even if it was Leo, whose level was lower than her own. Watching Leo's back as he started to walk away, Lafia found herself speaking up almost despite herself. "Be careful out there." The girl's slightly sulky voice reached Leo's ears. "If you get hurt, Miss Ace will be sad too." The advice, not entirely candid but offered anyway, made Leo stop in his tracks, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. She really was a kind-hearted elf girl after all. Even toward a love rival, her innate kindness stirred, and she couldn't just sit by while a comrade went off adventuring. That was also why Leo couldn't help but tease her. If she'd really been the kind of person whose envy ran deep enough to wish him actual harm, he wouldn't have bothered with her at all. "I'll be careful." Leo turned his head, waved at Lafia, and added one more thing. With that, he walked off without looking back. Lafia watched him go, and only when his back disappeared from view did she seem to snap out of it, patting her own cheeks. "No, I have to work hard too. I can't slack off." If even Leo was working hard, what reason did she have not to? "I'll go ask Lady Riveria to give me some magic guidance." With that thought, Lafia jogged off. The girl had completely forgotten that, at the start of all this, she'd been determined to go talk to the person she admired. And now, that admired person stood watching Lafia run off with a blank look on her face, puzzled. "Lafia. When did she get here?" Today, the girl was as airheaded as ever. 200 Power Stones for the extra chapter. Read 30 chapters ahead at Patreon. Chapter 248, Chapter 15, 1800 words. The dungeon shifted its terrain and characteristics at fixed floor boundaries. Floors 1 to 4, for instance, were mainly made of pale blue walls forming corridor after corridor. The layout wasn't particularly complex, and both the guild and the various exploration-type familiars had maps of the area. As long as you followed the correct route on the map, you'd never get lost, and you could find the entrance to the floor below without trouble. From floor 5 onward, though, the dungeon's appearance changed to pale green walls, and the structure itself grew more complicated. Deeper down, square open spaces would start appearing, called rooms, and they were a fairly common feature of the dungeon. Floor 7 had quite a few of these rooms. Its overall terrain was a tangle of pale green underground passages crossing each other, with rooms connected at the midpoints, or ends of those passages. Overall it was considerably more complex than floors 1 to 4, but the space was more open, which was better for combat. Of course, that was just the conclusion you'd reach from looking at the terrain. In practice, fighting here was more advantageous for the monsters than for the adventurers. Because from floor 7 onward, the dungeon began spawning a kind of monster called the Killer, and which together with the war shadow of floor 6 was known as a newbie killer. For newbie adventurers, they were extremely dangerous. Not only did they have an incredibly tough shell that a low-quality weapon couldn't even scratch, but the ends of their arms were equipped with well-developed, curved claws. Their attack power was in a completely different league from low-tier monsters like goblins or kobolds. Even an adventurer in full armor could be impaled and fatally wounded. For ordinary adventurers, even those with decent skill, going up against a killer, and without a high-quality weapon or armor usually ended one way. Before they could break through that hard carapace, the ant's sharp claws would strike them, leave them critically wounded, and finish them off. They would sleep forever in the dungeon and never see the surface again. The capabilities of these monsters were strikingly different from the opponents on the floors before floor 7. Adventurers who had gotten used to the difficulty of the upper floors would often let their guard down, and become food for them, one after another, dying full of regret. And that still wasn't the most terrifying thing about killer ants. The most terrifying thing about killer ants was that they called for backup. When a killer ant was in danger, it would release a kind of pheromone-like substance, undetectable to adventurers, that drew every comrade in the vicinity over. In other words, once you reached floor 7 and faced killer ants, it was basically impossible to fight one-on-one the way you could on the floors above. On floor 7, the monsters adventurers encountered were almost always in groups. Here, facing a relentless tide of monsters pressing in without pause was the norm. So once they reached floor 7, adventurers usually had to team up. Aside from high-level adventurers whose strength far outclassed the upper floors, newbie adventurers had a very hard time fighting solo down here. And yet, on this day, there was a newbie adventurer in a pale green room lit by phosphorescent light, taking on a whole legion of killer ants alone. In a chorus of shrieks so sharp and grating they felt like fingernails on glass, giant ants covered in carapace came crawling out of the passages on every side, for slender legs apiece, two thin pointed claws, and huge eyes flashing with red killing intent. Each of them was about the size of a palm, deep red all over. The moment they appeared, they began grinding their mouthparts, the chittering sound like something being chewed, setting the nerves on edge. In the midst of that ugly tide of noise, Leo's face was unnaturally calm. Short sword in one hand, small shield in the other, he met their attack. A killer ant reared up on its hind legs and slashed its claws down, striking the small shield Leo had raised, the impact ringing dull and throwing sparks. Leo pushed the ant back hard with the shield, but his feet were already retreating fast, dodging two more killer ants that lunged in from the left and right, opening up distance from the legion still closing in. Several killer ants climbed the walls and attacked from the sides, some even trying to circle behind Leo to flank him. Leo's eyes kept moving. Even with enemies coming at him from the front, he didn't let his attention lock onto a single direction. He scanned the surroundings rapidly, taking in every enemy that drew near. Finally, a killer ant that had climbed onto the ceiling dropped down at him, sharp forelimbs gleaming with a cold light that left no doubt a single blow would punch right through a person's skull. But the instant it dropped, Leo moved too. At some point his left hand, the one holding the small shield, had palmed a rock, and now he hurled it hard at the killer ant plummeting from above. The rock smacked clean into the ant, knocking it flying, and it tumbled down into the middle of the swarm. Surprise threat dealt with, Leo immediately bolted in the direction where the ants were thinner. He braced his shield, slammed two of the leading killer ants out of his way, and swung his sword at one behind them. A flash of cold light, and the short sword sliced the killer ant's head clean off, blood spraying on the spot. The best way to handle a killer ant was a one-shot kill, giving it no chance to call for backup. That hard carapace really was tough to break, but if you aimed at the gaps in the shell and struck the soft flesh inside, a one-shot kill wasn't out of reach. For a newbie, aiming for the gaps was no small feat, of course. But if the weapon in your hand was sharp enough to actually break the killer ant's shell, you could just ignore that issue. As it happened, the 80,000 Valis short sword in Leo's hand could do exactly that, letting him pry through a killer ant's carapace with ease, and lop its head off outright. Scree. Seeing their comrades killed, the remaining killer ants flew into a rage and charged in without hesitation. But Leo wasn't the type to linger in a fight. After every strike, hit or miss, he'd dart away, never giving the killer ants a chance to surround him or cut off his retreat. He'd dash forward, shove their claws aside with his shield, push their bodies back, and cut down any ant that got separated from the group with a single sword stroke. Then he'd retreat at full speed, or even turn and run outright, opening up distance from the legion to regroup before charging back in at whichever direction had fewer monsters, whittling their numbers down. Hit and run, over and over. Leo kept stretching out the fight with the swarm, sometimes snatching a rock off the ground in passing and hurling it hard, cracking a killer ant or two across the skull and leaving them dazed. When he saw killer ants climbing onto the walls or ceiling, he hurried away from them. If one dropped down from above, he'd either catch the attack on his shield, or just swing his sword and knock it flying. Now and then he'd fling out a kick to boot a lunging ant aside. The fight looked plain and unflashy, but he kept accumulating results, and the killer ant's numbers slowly dwindled. Scree. A while later, the last few killer ants, seeing how things had turned, started to panic. They reared up on their hind legs, grinding their mouthparts, and let out a shrill cry. That was a killer ant calling for its comrades. Like hell. Leo wasn't about to give them the chance. Light of heaven, sword of stars. The fluent chant came pouring out of Leo's mouth. Meteor dance. A volley of meteors flew from Leo's hand, turning into flashes of starlight that came and went in an instant, dragging long tails of light, piercing the killer ants one after another. The last surviving ants had their heads punched through by the meteors or their bodies skewered. They froze where they stood and never made another sound. A few seconds later, they slowly toppled over, every breath of life gone, dying at the feet of the adventurer they had been trying to swarm. Still in his casting stance, Leo was breathing a little hard. After a moment he lowered his arms, settling his heartbeat and his breath. Made it through in one piece, huh? Muttering quietly to himself, Leo wiped the sweat off his forehead, lifted his short sword, and walked over to the killer and corpses to start collecting their magic stones. This was the 10th day since Leo had received the fauna and officially joined Loki Familia. And from 2 days ago, Leo had come down to floor 7 of the dungeon and started adventuring here. Compared with newbie adventurers who spent half a month grinding the upper floors, building up experience and strength before they dared to step onto floor 5, that pace was undeniably fast. Even so, Leo still hadn't updated his status. He'd come down to this floor with every basic ability proficiency still sitting at 0. Hello, I'd like to exchange these magic stones for Valis, please. At Babel, at the front of the long line in front of the exchange counter, Leo emptied out the magic stones he'd collected in his pouch and handed them over to the guild appraiser. A closer look showed that these magic stones were noticeably different from the fingernail-sized shards from before. They were a fair bit bigger. Magic stones of this size were what could properly be called complete magic stones, not magic stone shards. Naturally, magic stones like these went for quite a bit more. 22,000 Valis in total. Please take it. A weighty money pouch was placed in Leo's hands, filled with shining gold coins. Leo ignored the stares from the crowd of adventurers around him. Pouch in hand, expression flat, he walked out of the exchange. In 10 days he'd nearly doubled his earnings, which was certainly something to be happy about, but Leo didn't really care about that today. What he was looking forward to was something else. Namely, the fact that he was finally going to update his status. 200 Power Stones for the extra chapter. Read 30 chapters ahead at Patreon. Chapter 249, Chapter 16:90 words earlier today, before Leo left, Raoul had told him something. Our goddess is looking for you. Drop by her place when you get back tonight. Heaven help him, Leo hadn't laid eyes on that trash of a goddess for 10 whole days. She was either hung over or on her way to being hung over every single day, and on top of that, Leo was now hopelessly hooked on the dungeon. He'd head out at first light and not come back until after dark, and the moment he was home he'd basically wash up and crash into bed, sinking into an infant deep sleep. Which meant that in these 10 days he hadn't seen his own goddess once, to the point he was starting to wonder if that trash of a goddess had forgotten he existed. Thankfully, she'd finally remembered him. Took her long enough. With that in mind, Leo even sped up his walk home. By the time he reached Twilight Manor, traces of sunset glow were still drifting across the sky. Compared to his usual return time of pitch dark, this was a good bit earlier. At this hour Twilight Manor felt a little deserted, hardly anyone in sight. When Leo walked into the central courtyard, Ace wasn't waiting for him there like usual. This time of day is she at dinner? Leo had a rough idea of what the Familia members were up to. By Loki's personal preference, since they were all family in the same Familia, meals naturally had to be eaten together. So Loki Familia's breakfasts and dinners wouldn't formally start until every member not on patrol had gathered. And right now happened to be dinner time. So the great dining hall in Twilight Manor was probably already crammed wall to wall with dozens of members, bustling like nothing else. Leo rarely went there. He'd only been a trainee before, and even the meal times for members on patrol or guard duty were separated out. As a trainee handling logistics work, he'd had little chance to use the great dining hall. Usually someone just brought food over for him. Now that he was an official member, he was still up before the chickens and back later than the dogs. He grabbed simple meals outside for breakfast and dinner, so in these 10 days he hadn't been to the great dining hall once. Ace is probably at dinner right now. After a moment's thought, Leo first stopped by his own room, stripped off his weapons, armor, and supplies, changed into casual clothes, then headed for the central tower and made his way up to the god's chamber on the top floor. "It's Leo. Can I come in?" His knock and greeting had barely sounded when a maddeningly sloppy Kansai accent came through the door. Come in, come in. Just got back myself." At that less than respectable voice, Leo pushed the door open and walked in. "Back early today, huh? Already getting excited about it." This time Loki wasn't passed out clutching a bottle. She was sitting in a chair with her legs crossed, leaning back against the bed in a thoroughly cocky pose, picking her teeth with a wooden toothpick. Leo bit back the urge to call her out, and went to sit down in front of her. "My own goddess finally remembered I exist. I had to come back early, didn't I?" His words drew a half-smile to Loki's face. "Didn't forget you, punk. You're the one who never came to see me," Loki said pointedly. "I figured the day you got your fauna, you'd be racing over to update your status the second you could. Instead, oh boy, you actually held out a whole 10 days. Patient bastard, aren't you? If I hadn't called you over, were you really planning on running around the dungeon with all abilities at 0 proficiency?" This wasn't Loki making things up. Unreliable as she was, she still paid plenty of attention to her family, and she'd been keeping an eye on Leo, that particular case, the whole time. Otherwise she wouldn't have known he was coming home earlier than usual today. When Leo left every day, and when he came back, that basic information Loki had a handle on, which proved she really hadn't forgotten about him. She just hadn't gotten around to Leo coming to her. She honestly hadn't expected that a mortal who'd just received the fauna could actually resist the urge to get stronger, flat out refusing to come update his status. Even on the days she wasn't home, if Leo had wanted to find her, surely it shouldn't have taken him a full 10 days. What did that tell her? It told her this punk genuinely wasn't in any hurry. On this point, Loki had to revise her view of Leo. "How'd you have the nerve to mess around in the dungeon for 10 days in this state, going out early and coming back late every day? You really don't want to get stronger?" Loki asked, curious. "Of course I want to get stronger," Leo said without changing expression. "But holding off on the status update doesn't stop Excelia from piling up anyway. Figured I'd train a while longer in my current state. No point rushing this kind of thing. Pretty clear-headed, aren't you, kid?" Loki tossed the toothpick aside and looked Leo over, impressed. "If only my ace had this kind of attitude. We grown-ups around here wouldn't have to be on edge every day, worrying she's off somewhere we can't see doing something reckless." Ace had an extraordinary obsession with getting stronger. Even on the rest days after returning from an expedition she'd dive into the dungeon to slaughter monsters, coming home a mess every day. She'd given Loki, Riveria, and the others no shortage of grief over it. "She's still doing that?" Leo paused, surprised. "I thought she'd settled down lately, not running off like before." These past days, before Leo left every morning he'd seen Ace practicing with her sword in the central courtyard, and when he came back he'd see her in the courtyard waiting for him. He'd assumed she hadn't been going out much. "Humph, that's just because you weren't looking," Loki said sourly. "This whole time, my ace has been heading out not long after you leave, and getting back not long before you come home." At that, Leo fell silent. He genuinely hadn't known Ace was leaving on his heels every day, much less hurrying back before him. Was she doing it on purpose? "What's so great about you anyway, punk, that my ace worries about you that much?" Loki huffed. "Let me make this clear right now. Ace is mine. You try to steal her, and you better watch your back walking home in the dark." Saying this, Loki picked up the box of needles next to her, took one out, and drawled, "All right, turn around. Shirt off. Let's see what kind of state you've gotten yourself into these last 10 days. At that, Leo pushed his jumbled thoughts aside, turned around, and pulled off his shirt, exposing his back. Loki was quick about it. One jab of the needle and a drop of blood welled up from her finger, falling onto Leo's back, and his back rippled like the surface of a disturbed lake. A gesture emblem soon surfaced, revealing the lock status beneath. Then Loki pricked her finger again, squeezed out a second drop, let it fall onto Leo's back, and the status began to glow with a faint light. Hieroglyphs drifted up one after another, floating into Loki's view. Loki extended her finger and began swiping, altering, and inscribing among the hieroglyphs. "Heh, you really did stack up a fair amount of excelia." Loki's voice came out cheerfully. "Pull all this excelia out, turn it into nutrients for growth, tweak it a little. That should about do it. Let's see, your status now grew to..." Mid-sentence, Loki's voice abruptly cut off. Not just her voice. All movement stopped too, and Leo could even feel Loki's finger gone rigid against his back, as if completely frozen in place. "What's wrong?" Leo twisted his head around, puzzled, and looked at Loki. What he saw was Loki, dumbstruck and frozen solid, in all her stupefied glory. How is this possible? This usually unreliable, unserious goddess now looked stunned senseless. Her perpetually narrowed eyes were wide open, like she was seeing a ghost, her whole face contorting. "What's the matter?" Seeing that even Loki's slitted eyes had popped open, Leo felt a jolt, and tensed up too. His status hadn't gone wrong again, had it? Remembering that unreadable special skill, Leo really did start to worry that something was off with his status again. "Why, you punk, just what did you do these last 10 days? Loki finally managed to react, looking at Leo, trembling, and actually stammering. The way she looked, you'd think Leo was the god and Loki was the mortal. She was a perfect picture of someone who'd just seen a deity. "I didn't do anything." Leo frowned and said hesitantly, "Just normal exploring in the dungeon." "Is something wrong?" Loki's mouth twitched into a smile uglier than a sob. "Normal exploring? You call this rate of growth normal exploring? Normal my ass." Loki's voice had risen without her meaning to, with the faint feeling she was on the verge of losing it. "What rate of growth? You wanna tell me what you mean?" Leo was almost rattled by her reaction, his chest tightening. "See for yourself." Loki's mouth opened, closed, opened again, in that classic about to say something then not then wanting to again routine. In the end she just gave up on explaining, quickly copied Leo's status onto parchment, translated it into the common script, and threw it in his face. Leo hurriedly caught it and looked. And then he froze. Leo Eligo's strength, I0D5 57 endurance, I0E4 96 dexterity, I0D5 81. Agility, I0C6 44 magic, I0B7 52 200 power stones for the extra chapter read 30 chapters ahead at Patreon. Chapter 250, Chapter 17 2418 words. Inside the cluttered god's chamber, an indescribable silence hung in the air, and it stretched on and on. Leo checked the numbers on the parchment 3 times over, made sure he wasn't seeing things, then locked eyes with Loki. Mortal and god alike fell into wordless silence. The two of them staring at each other looked faintly ridiculous, especially Loki, whose face wore the expression of someone questioning the very meaning of being a god. Leo almost cracked up. And he did have the right to laugh. All abilities, total proficiency gain over 3,000. After murmuring it under his breath, Leo took a deep breath. This isn't some kind of prank, right? The look on his face, the one that said "Did your hand slip and you copied it down wrong," twisted Loki's expression all over again. "I can't read that broken skill of yours, sure, but I've been a familiar's goddess for a few decades now, and the number of times I've updated a status has to be tens of thousands at the very least. You really think I'm illiterate, can't even read, or write the most basic proficiency numbers right. Loki had the needle pinched between her fingers, looking like she was about to jab Leo in the face with it, gritting her teeth. Don't go blaming the parent every time something goes wrong. Try thinking about whether it's your own problem sometimes, okay? To be fair, Loki had also doubted herself at first, wondering if she'd misread or miswritten it. She'd even opened those divine eyes she normally kept squinted shut. But if she'd opened her squinty eyes that wide and still gotten it wrong, wouldn't that make her a genuinely blind goddess? She wasn't that great god back home, Odin, who'd handed over an eye for some broken well of water. How could she possibly be blind? And illiterate? Even less likely. Hieroglyphs were just hieroglyphs. To the people of the lower world they were certainly arcane, but to gods, hieroglyphs were no different from common script. She'd been reading them for over 100 million years. There was no way she'd misread. So no, she wasn't illiterate. She just genuinely had never seen anything like this. But this is impossible. Leo checked the numbers on the parchment one more time. His mouth had gone dry. He'd had an inkling that his skill stranger from another star might be even more outrageous than the original protagonist's Liaris Freeze. If the effects of this skill could apparently lift even the limits on magic and the potential of his own race, then surely the restrictions on his basic abilities' growth speed and growth ceiling had been lifted too. So before this, Leo had quietly hoped his growth rate might catch up to the original protagonist's, maybe even surpass it. But actually seeing the growth in front of him, he was still stunned. All abilities, total proficiency gain over 3,000. What did that even mean? The original protagonist, with that broken early bloomer skill Liaris Freeze, gained only 100 or 200 total points across all abilities a day at LV. The most he ever got was maybe 500 or 600. Of course, that 100 or 200 was a single day's worth of growth. Leo's number was 10 days' worth. If you ran the math properly, his rate of improvement was still a bit higher than the original protagonist's. That alone was hard to believe. What he hadn't realized was that compared to him, Loki was the one finding it truly unbelievable. Otherwise, why'd you think I asked what you'd been doing? You call this a growth rate that any human should have? Loki tugged at her hair, looking half out of her mind. For an ordinary person of the lower world, even after a full day of grinding their hardest, the proficiency gain across their basic abilities was absolutely not going to clear 100. Sometimes 10-something, sometimes just a few points, sometimes a whole day went by with no gain at all. And the further along you got, the harder it was to gain anything. That was the normal growth rate for the people of the lower world. Even those blessed from birth geniuses would struggle to clear 100 total proficiency points across all abilities in a single day. 10 days might net them 200 or 300, but that was about the ceiling. For your average newbie adventurer, putting in honest work exploring the dungeon, fighting through floors that matched their level, it would still take about half a month to push one or several basic abilities from I0 up past 100, into the H range. In other words, a total proficiency gain across all abilities of 200 or 300 was the limit. 500 was hard to reach. 10 days and he'd gained over 3,000 in total. Other people, after half a month, would push a couple of basic abilities up by one rank, from I to H, and that was it. In 10 days he'd pushed his weakest ability, endurance, from I straight to E, for full ranks. Strength and dexterity had each climbed 5 ranks to D. Even agility had gone up 6 ranks to C, and magic had jumped a hellish 7 ranks all the way to B. Back when my ace was LV1, didn't it take her something like half a year to push her strongest basic ability up to B? This brat had 10 days, and he'd matched what took ace half a year. And that still wasn't what Loki couldn't accept. Looking at the status glowing faintly on Leo's back, blinking on and off like a light, Loki spoke with feelings she couldn't sort out. You kid. You can rank up right now, you know that. The moment those words left her mouth, Leo's head snapped up from the parchment. He went blank. What did you say? He wasn't sure he'd heard her right. But he had. I said you can level up. Loki fixed her eyes on Leo and said it one word at a time. Your great deeds are already enough. The moment you want it, you can go to LV-2 right now and become an upper-class adventurer. This was what Loki truly couldn't believe. Leo fell into total silence. Normally, leveling up only required 2 conditions to be met. 1. At least one basic ability had to reach D. 2. Accomplish great deeds, gaining a certain amount of high-grade excelia. The first one Leo had obviously already cleared. Except for his weakest ability, endurance, every other ability had reached D, and his highest, magic, had even reached B. He'd long since cleared the basic threshold for leveling up. As for the second, when he actually thought about it, Leo realized he could meet that too. On his very first day venturing into the dungeon, he'd hit a dead end on floor 4, surrounded by an entire army of kobolds. Even after wiping out the whole army, he'd been left covered in wounds, bleeding everywhere. Without a high potion to heal him, he might not even have had the strength to crawl back to the surface. He'd have had to lie there waiting for some passing adventurer to rescue him, or get killed by whatever monster showed up first. After that, Leo had pushed on into the dungeon's floor 5, floor 6, and even floor 7. There'd been plenty of danger. The first time he entered floor 6, he ran into a war shadow, the one that, alongside the killer, was called a newbie killer. He'd been extra wary of it then, fighting cautiously the whole time, finally finding an opening to kill it. What he hadn't expected was that a second war shadow had been lurking in the shadows. The moment he relaxed after killing the first, it ambushed him. Its sharp claws came within a hair of punching straight through his heart. Half dead, Leo barely managed to deal with it, then quickly downed his last high potion to close the wound. Otherwise he'd almost certainly have died from blood loss. On floor 7, Leo ran into danger twice. Once when he couldn't take down a killer and fast enough, and it called in a swarm of its kind, leaving him surrounded by a killer and army. The other time he'd run into purple moths shedding poison scale powder and gotten himself poisoned. In both of those crises, if Leo hadn't been carrying potions on him, there was no way he'd have made it through. Even so, he'd burned through a lot of precious potions in those 2 fights. The single magic potion he owned had been used during the killer and army's siege, along with 3 stamina potions and an elixir. The 2 top-quality antidotes had been used during the fight with the purple moths. Thanks to all that, Leo had been able to push through one crisis after another and come out of it alive. Without question, every one of these counted as a venture worthy of the name great deeds, more than enough to generate the kind of high-grade excelia that elevates an adventurer's container and lets them level up. On top of that, Leo had pushed all the way down to floor 7 of the dungeon, and fought there in the state of all abilities at I0. That experience alone was extremely valuable. A great feat didn't have to come from combat. It could come from other things too, like forging some powerful weapon, or inventing something strange, anything the world could call a great undertaking. Those all counted as great deeds. Even an adventurer making a breakthrough within themselves, that kind of transcending oneself experience, was a feat in its own right, capable of producing high-grade excelia. Leo's shift in mindset when he was cornered that first time, his decision to go on adventuring after all, and his choice to keep training relentlessly with all his abilities at I0, willing to push all the way down to floor 7 of the dungeon to do it, all of it could in some sense be counted as transcending himself, a great undertaking. For all of these things piled together to not be enough to push Leo into leveling up, that would be the strange outcome. Why was Loki asking him what he'd been doing? Because she'd already read it off the result. Leo had to have lived through something extraordinary that no one else knew about, otherwise there was no way he could have cleared the threshold to level up. Just like Loki said. The moment he wanted it, he could go to LV-2 right now and become an upper-class adventurer. Upper-class adventurer. A title only adventurers who'd reached LV-2 were allowed to bear. More than half the adventurers in Rio were just LV-1 low-class adventurers. The remaining fraction were the upper class. Between LV-2 stood a wall called the Gap. Only those with the talent to cross it ever made the climb. Adventurers who reached LV-2 were Orario's middle backbone, the ones who received aliases from their gods and started carving out names for themselves. Almost every member of Loki Familia was upper class. 7 of them were even first-class adventurers at LV-5 or above, which was why the Familia was called one of Orario's 2 great powers and held the title of the strongest. If Leo leveled up to LV-2, that would, at least, do justice to the Loki Familia name. It was just very hard for Loki to accept. It couldn't be helped. My ace spent a whole year getting to LV-2, and that ended up being the fastest record in history. The look Loki gave Leo was the look you'd give an alien. And you, kid. 10 days and you can level up. This wasn't breaking the record. This was a dream. 10 days versus a year. Even a human brat could see how wide that gap was, never mind a god. Seriously, how the hell did you pull this off? Loki couldn't hold back any longer. She grabbed Leo's shoulders and shook him for all she was worth. Did you find some secret to leveling up fast? If you did, spit it out. Leo, who'd been keeping quiet, couldn't help rolling his eyes at that. You think that's possible? His tone was flat. I know it's not possible, but I can't wrap my head around it. Loki rambled on, muttering, 10 days. 10 days and you can already level up. Other than straight-up cheating, I really can't figure out how you did it. Could she really not figure it out? Doubtful, wasn't it? Leo glanced at Loki. He caught a flicker of something hard to name in her open divine eyes, and understood immediately that she'd already guessed. Stranger from another star. This special skill that even gods couldn't read was more astonishing than Leo had imagined. Maybe one of the reasons he'd cleared the great deeds requirement for leveling up so fast was that this skill had lifted the threshold for leveling up too, lowered the difficulty. After all, he'd said it before. The all abilities referenced in this skill meant everything in his status. Basic abilities, development abilities, magic, skills, and... So what do you say? Loki suddenly asked. Wanna level up? Leo fell silent again. Anyone else in his shoes would have said yes without a second thought, right? One nod and he'd be LV-2, an upper-class adventurer. His strength would surge, and he'd get an alias bestowed by a god, his reputation climbing along with it. So why wouldn't he nod? And yet, under Loki's gaze, Leo shook his head. I feel like at the LV-1 stage, I haven't hit my limit yet. Leo had calmed down. So I want to push myself a little longer and see what happens. Come on, his highest basic ability had only reached B. How could he just level up here? 10 days to reach B, spend a little more time training, and he could definitely reach A, even S. Maybe he'd even do what the original protagonist did, and break the ceiling on basic abilities, reaching SS or SSS. If he did that, by the time he finally leveled up, he'd come out stronger than he would now. 200 Power Stones for the extra chapter. Read 30 chapters ahead at Patreon. Chapter 251, Chapter 18, 2,291 words. Once it was clear he wouldn't be leveling up for now, Leo left the God's chamber. Something big's about to happen. Watching Leo's back as he walked off, Loki abruptly stood up. Her face was flushed with excitement. She paced around the God's chamber, then after a moment slapped her thigh. Gotta go tell Finn and the others. With that thought, Loki bolted out of the God chamber and tore off in the direction of Finn's office. In the tower due north of Twilight Manor, inside Finn's office. Just like the time Leo had come here before, the 3 heads of Loki Familia were gathered together, working through internal Familia affairs. The expedition had ended not long ago, and the whole Familia was still busy with the cleanup afterward. As leaders of the Familia, Finn and the others had absolutely more on their plates than anyone else, unlike the young executives who didn't have to deal with the heavy paperwork, and didn't have to do the odd jobs ordinary members got stuck with, leaving them comparatively free to do their own thing. Before Loki arrived, the 3 Familia heads had been discussing something together. But right now, they were no longer in any frame of mind for it. All abilities, total proficiency gain over 3,000. Cleared the conditions for leveling up in 10 days. Listening to Loki's wildly excited words, Finn, Riveria, and Gareth all started doubting their own ears at the same time. Is this for real? Riveria, normally the picture of reason and composure, had nothing but bewilderment on her face, her eyes full of disbelief, refusing to accept what she'd just heard. Hey now, you didn't get drunk and have some kind of pipe dream, did you? Gareth voiced his suspicion in a gruff rumble, his brow knit tight. What pipe dream gets that good? Even I wouldn't dare dream that big, okay. Loki was still going strong, gesturing wildly as she crowed, if I'm gonna dream sweet, I'm dreaming about pretty girlies. No way I'd dream about that brat. The corners of the three heads' mouths twitched in unison. But well, that was actually pretty convincing. Everything you just said is true. You're not just messing with us. Finn kept up his usual calm, but he was biting his thumb without thinking. It was a habit of his when he was thinking through something important, or when he was brainstorming. Clearly, this Palamborn Familia captain had also been thrown by the news Loki had brought. How could he not be? What Loki had brought them was, frankly, world-shaking. It's just too unbelievable. Hard to take seriously. Riveria was still doubting whether any of it was real. Right, a growth rate like that just shouldn't be possible, Gareth agreed with Riveria. Forget us. Even Ace couldn't touch this. Are you trying to tell us that kid Ace picked up out of the dungeon a year ago is some super genius who'd leave our princess so far behind we couldn't even see her back? It wasn't just them. Anyone in the world would refuse to believe it. 8 years ago, an 8-year-old girl had climbed to LV2 at an abnormal pace that ignored all sense of measure, and the memory was still vivid. In a single year, going from a complete newbie who'd just received her fauna to surging straight to the limit of LV1 and successfully reaching LV2, becoming an upper-class adventurer. That achievement directly broke the all-time speed record for reaching LV2, sending all of Rio, no, all of the world into an uproar. And she hadn't even been one of those magic-blessed elves, nor a dwarf, beast human, or Amazoness, races born with body potential a cut above the rest. She'd been a human, falling behind every other race in both physical capability and intellect. So even to this day, people still talked about that achievement endlessly. Calling it the stuff of historical record, a name carved into the annals, wouldn't be overstating it in the slightest. And now, this unbelievable achievement, Loki was telling them another human had just turned it into rubble. All abilities, total proficiency gain over 3,000. Cleared the conditions for leveling up in 10 days. It really was, as Loki said, beyond what anyone would dare dream. I figured you wouldn't believe me, so I brought along a copy of the kid's status. Loki cackled with mischief and tossed a piece of parchment onto the desk. See for yourselves. Seeing is believing. At that, Finn and the other two immediately turned their eyes to the parchment. And then they saw the kind of content they wouldn't be able to forget for years to come. Leo Eligo's strength, I0D5 57 endurance, I0E4 96 dexterity, I0D5 81. Agility, I0C6 44 magic, I0B7 52 Finn, Riveria, and Gareth all felt a jolt at the same instant. They looked at one another, then sank into an indescribable silence. Believe me now? Loki said smugly. Don't try telling me I read it wrong or wrote it down wrong. The Familia's been around for decades. When have I ever read or written one of your statuses wrong? Truth be told, that had never happened. So the moment they saw the parchment, all three of them already believed it was real. However unbelievable, however hard to take in, the fact was sitting right in front of them. None of them could afford to look away. If this is true, then it only tells us one thing. A long moment later, Finn, biting his thumb, was the first to break the silence. Tells us what? Riveria still hadn't put it together. What else could it tell us? Gareth burst out laughing. It tells us the secret on that kid is even bigger than we thought. How could an ordinary human possibly have a growth rate like that? Even the fauna the gods granted, which let the people of the lower world grow stronger on equal footing, had its limits. The fauna wasn't some miracle that let people grow infinitely strong. It was a catalyst. What it did at the root was excavate the possibilities buried in a mortal's body, give form to potential the person couldn't find, couldn't use, couldn't reach, then through the act of leveling up, expand the container that was the human body, granting mortals a stronger, larger, broader future. In other words, if your personal potential ran out, then no matter how many monsters you slaughtered or how much you adventured, you'd never gain a more powerful set of abilities. Take basic abilities. Everyone knew that the more you used a given ability, the higher its proficiency climbed. But some people could push an ability all the way up to the highest, S, without obstruction, while others couldn't even hit D, the baseline for leveling up, no matter how hard they tried. That was personal potential running short or running dry. Take elves, the natural magic race. They could usually push magic, the basic ability tied to spell work, up to B or A, with the best among them reaching the highest, S. But in strength, endurance, dexterity, and agility, the body-bound abilities, they struggled to climb. Riveria was an example. As a high elf, she was hailed as the strongest mage in the city, and yet her strength and endurance were only at E, and her dexterity and agility only at C, with no real room left to climb. Gareth, the great dwarf warrior, had clear leanings too. Dwarves were a race of immense strength and thick hides, so his strength and endurance were peerless. Nobody in all of Loki Familia, or in all of Orario, could really compare. But in magic he sat at only H. And Finn, born into the physically frail Paolum race, had strength and endurance both below D, one at E and the other at F. It went to show just how deeply personal potential and racial potential shaped how much your status could grow. That was already the case for the three of them, fewer than 10 LV. 6 adventurers existed in the city, never mind the more average, or rather more mediocre, humans. The best example was Raoul. He was a human and already LV4, yet he had no magic, no skill, and his basic abilities all topped out at sea with nowhere to climb. That was why the gods had bestowed him with that alias of his, High Novice. As for Ace, to the outside world, Loki Familia claimed she was a human, but she really wasn't as simple as just a human, so she didn't count as an example. In a world like that, for Leo to push his basic abilities up over 3,000 total proficiency points in 10 days, and clear the conditions for leveling up on top of it, that couldn't be explained away with a line like exceptional potential. Even with that kind of potential, pushing abilities up still took time, didn't it? Status growth needed enough excelia. In just 10 days, even if Leo had killed monsters without sleeping or stopping, how much excelia could he really have gathered? Finn and the others were all veteran adventurers. They'd already reached the ceiling at LV6 and weren't far from LV. There was no way they didn't know exactly how that math worked. Something else has to be at play here for a result like this to even hold together. Finn's eyes turned sharp and lit up as he looked at Loki. Is it because of that unreadable skill of his, Loki? At Finn's words, Riveria and Gareth both turned to look at Loki too. The matter of Leo having an unreadable special skill, Loki had told them about that long ago. It was personal, technically, and normally Loki as the head of the household wouldn't go spreading it around, not even to fellow Familia members. But the three of them were the Familia's leadership, and they needed to know what the members under them were capable of. Southwest they could place and deploy them properly. So Loki hadn't told anyone else, not even Ace, but she had told the three of them. Which was why Finn had pieced it together right away. I dunno, honestly. I really can't read that broken skill, no clue what its effect even is. Loki spread her hands, but the divine eyes on her face had opened, and she said with a grin, but other than that, can't think of any other reason that brat would have a hellish growth rate like this. A god's intuition was unreliable, and yet it tended to be very convincing. Especially on a matter as important as this, Finn and the others trusted Loki's gut, and they didn't think she was just running her mouth. What's more, just like Loki, they couldn't think of any other reason a growth rate this absurd would appear. This is genuinely going to be something, Gareth said, half delighted, half reflective. Never thought that kid was sitting on potential even scarier than Ace's. If the youngsters find out about this, the place is going to blow up, isn't it? Forget within the Familia. If word of this gets out, all of Rio will be in an uproar. Riveria's expression was complicated. A growth rate this astonishing, once it's out there, even we'd have a hard time holding off the people, or the gods, with bad intentions, wouldn't we? You think? Even my ace set off an uproar back in the day, never mind this kid. Loki gave a cold smile. But anyone who tries to snatch one of mine, the door's not even open. Not even a window. Loki wasn't a serious person, that much was true, but if anyone dared lay a hand on her family, she'd happily lop the offending paws right off on the spot. Even if a certain lust-struck goddess came calling, she'd chop just the same if any hand came her way. Looks like our Familia's about to gain another pillar. Finn smiled and asked Loki, did he level up just now? The cold smile on Loki's face shifted into a delighted grin, and she said cheerfully, he thinks he hasn't reached the limit of his current level yet. Says he wants to keep training a while longer. A wise choice, Riveria nodded in agreement. If he can push his basic abilities to this level in 10 days, his potential definitely hasn't run out yet. Putting everything else aside, his magic can definitely climb to S, leveling up now would be a waste. Who knows? Maybe that kid will reach a height even we couldn't reach. Gareth stroked his beard and smiled. Maybe he'll pull off the miracle of all abilities at S. Even within Loki Familia, not many had abilities at the S rank. Finn had only dexterity at S, Riveria had only magic at S, and Gareth had strength and endurance both at S. As for the 4 executives, only Bet Loga's agility was currently at S, the other 3 didn't have any ability at S. Even Orario's soul LV. 7 in the original work, had only 4 abilities at S, with 1 ability sitting at D. If Leo could pull off all abilities at the S rank, that itself would be a miracle. Finn and the others, animatedly discussing it, had no idea their imaginations were still falling far short. Soon enough they were going to see something they'd never seen before. That was what a true miracle looked like. 200 Power Stones for the extra chapter. Read 30 chapters ahead at Patreon. Chapter 252, Chapter 19 1848 Words Orario Central Plaza, Babel. Before the sky had fully lightened, the central plaza in front of Babel was already filling up with a steady stream of adventurers. Some were waiting for teammates, some were talking something over, then heading into Babel together to descend into the dungeon. Leo arrived at this hour as well, his figure blending into the crowd of adventurers, completely unremarkable. Bit early today. Looking up at the not yet bright sky, Leo rubbed his nose. Compared to the previous stretch, Leo really had come earlier today. It couldn't be helped. Yesterday his status had been updated for the first time, with that ridiculous total proficiency gain of over 3,000 across all his basic abilities. He badly wanted to try it out right away, see exactly how big the gap was between his current self and the version from before. Because of that, Leo hadn't slept well last night, and he'd gotten up much earlier than usual today. When he left the house, Ace hadn't even started her sword training in the courtyard yet, which showed just how early he was. He didn't need to wait for teammates here, so he walked straight into Babel, took the great pit in the center of the ground floor hall down into the dungeon, and arrived at the long familiar floor 1. The hour was still early, so there weren't many people in the dungeon yet. Leo walked forward a short way, and there were no other adventurers around him, leaving him in his usual solitary state. At the same time, the monsters that had spawned in the dungeon hadn't yet been mopped up by the enormous tide of adventurers, so it didn't take long before Leo ran into one. A small, dog-headed monster came howling out of the passage ahead, and without a moment's hesitation it lunged toward Leo. It was the kobold, a creature Leo had a long history with. The thing was the same as ever, baring its teeth, at the sight of an adventurer like it had spotted an old enemy, instantly throwing itself forward with shocking aggression. Facing this, on any other day Leo would already have raised the small shield on his left arm, ready to take the attack. But today he didn't. So slow. Watching the kobold come at him with murder in its eyes, that was the first thought to surface in Leo's head. In his vision, the kobold that he used to have to take seriously was, for some reason, moving pitifully slowly. He even had time left over to just stand there and think about it. That sense of facing a deadly threat whenever a monster appeared had vanished too, as if his body could no longer register the danger, and his reactions had actually gone a little sluggish as a result. Only when the kobold lunged right up to him, sharp claws reaching for his throat, did Leo come back to himself like a man waking from a dream. Then he drew. A keen ring went up from the blade, leaving its sheath. A streak of sword light tore through the air and cut at the kobold practically on top of him. The speed of it was staggering. The short sword, by now a complete afterimage, sliced through the kobold's neck before the thing could even register what had happened, taking off its head. Its skull, still wearing the ferocious expression of a creature about to land its attack, sailed high into the air. The headless kobold, still locked in its lunge at Leo, scattered in midair into ash and disappeared without a trace. A magic stone shard dropped, brushing past the kobold's head, which had also burst into ash, and hit the ground with a clear ringing sound. After rolling a few turns, it came to rest. Everything happened that abruptly, and returned to quiet just as abruptly. Leo, still locked in the pose of his swing, stood there frozen for a long moment before he came around. He looked at his own hands, stunned. His palm opened and closed, until at last he accepted the reality. It really went down that easily. Compared to the caution he used to bring, that fight just now had been so easy it barely felt like a fight at all. This is what I can do now. Leo murmured it under his breath, then kept walking forward. It wasn't long before Leo ran into a second monster, a goblin. The goblin, like the kobold, launched itself at Leo the instant it spotted him. But this time, Leo didn't choose to stay put and wait for the attack. He moved before the goblin did. Wind howled past as Leo's figure tore forward at a speed he hadn't had yesterday, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of the goblin. The blade of the short sword turned into a streak of sword light again, and in an instant the goblin, never having had time to react, was cut clean in two. The poor thing had barely begun to react before its body burst into ash, leaving behind only a magic stone shard, lying alone on the ground. Leo's body shot forward another stretch before it slowly came to a stop. By now, Leo had confirmed it. He really had grown stronger. And by a lot, a whole lot. Reaction speed, movement speed, even the force behind my swings, all of it is completely different from yesterday. Leo silently took in the difference between the two. Yesterday, in terms of physical ability alone, I was still squarely at the level of an ordinary person. There was no way I could compete with the gifted dwarves, beast humans, or Amazonesses. But today, in terms of physical ability, I've probably already left the range of a top athlete behind. Even dwarves, beast humans, and Amazonesses, unless their status had climbed to a certain point, couldn't match what I am right now. If today's me fought yesterday's me, it'd probably only take one move to put yesterday's me down. This still didn't qualify as a total transformation, since all Leo had done was raise his basic abilities. He hadn't leveled up yet. The gap between levels was the biggest one. Only after leveling up did anyone earn the right to call it a true transformation. But even today's showing was already enough for Leo to clearly feel what people meant by strength. If yesterday's him had still been just an ordinary person, then today's him had finally taken a solid step onto the road called the extraordinary. If it were today's me running into those earlier crises, I could probably resolve them pretty easily, right? Thinking back to that dead end on floor for the first time, he entered the dungeon, and the killer and legion surrounding him on floor 7, Leo figured that if it were his current self, he wouldn't even need to come out covered in wounds. He probably wouldn't even need to use magic to take care of those big numbers of kobolds and killer ants. But the current him had a problem too. I've gotten stronger, sure, but going from there to here so suddenly, the strength is hard to control. Leo frowned. A moment ago, what Leo had actually been aiming for was a swing that would cut off the goblin's neck, just like he'd done with the kobold, taking its head clean off. The neck was a fragile part of the body. It didn't take much force to cut through, it gave the enemy a fatal wound, and it saved stamina and reduced wear. So Leo often aimed at the neck of a monster, going for a one-strike kill. But just now, with his own speed surging, his sense of distance between himself and the enemy had been off, and his control over the force of the swing had been off too. Not only had he failed to hit the neck, he hadn't been able to rein in his momentum, and had carried himself another stretch past the target. That, without question, was a case of mind-body dissonance. The head, the spirit, the memory of how to move had failed to keep up with the rapidly grown strength, throwing off the rhythm of combat and creating problems. That was mind-body dissonance, and it took some good adjustment to work through. Didn't expect to run into mind-body dissonance before even leveling up. Leo scratched his head. Mind-body dissonance was something that normally only showed up in adventurers after they leveled up, because the gap between pre-rank up and post-rank up strength was so wide that you always needed a solid period of adjustment to find a new rhythm in combat and bring out the surge in power. For day-to-day status updates, the gains in strength didn't usually cause mind-body dissonance. It was only a few basic abilities going up, after all. Even if every ability climbed a rank after a single update, the boost to overall strength wouldn't be enough to cause mind-body dissonance. And yet Leo was running into mind-body dissonance without even leveling up. There was no helping it. His gains this time really had been on the large side. Even if they still didn't match what a level up would bring, they were nothing like the boost from raising a basic ability by 1 or 2 ranks. His weakest, endurance, had gone up 4 ranks. Right behind it, strength and dexterity had each gone up 5, and even agility had gone up 6. With a leap that big, not falling into mind-body dissonance would be the strange outcome. On top of that, he'd gone directly from all abilities at I0 to where he was now. That was practically a metamorphosis. Trying to fight using the same way of moving an ordinary person's body, but applying it to this body, would be strange if it didn't run into trouble. Going to need to adjust properly to this. With that in mind, Leo set off on a kind of steamrolling tour he'd never gotten to experience before. The Leo of the past had all abilities at I0, so even the weakest monsters on floor 1 had required a real fight. The Leo of now didn't need to think at all. The moment he saw a monster, he charged in and cut, and that was basically enough to finish it off. It wasn't just the monsters on floor 1 either. The monsters on floors 2, 3, 4, even floor 5 were the same. None of them could make it through a single move in Leo's hands. Sometimes they didn't even get to react before Leo had charged in and cut them down with a single stroke, turning them to ash on the spot. Leo enjoyed the pleasure of steamrolling monsters while adjusting to his current strength. Before long, he had reached the deepest floor he'd ever been to, floor 7. 200 power stones for the extra chapter. Read 30 chapters ahead at Patreon. Chapter 253, Chapter 2018 11 words, GG. GG. In the underground passage walled in pale green, countless red killer ants poured forward in a single direction like marching ants, mandibles grinding out shrill cries as they came, a red tide carrying a terrifying momentum. Killer ants gathered in such numbers were a sight you'd rarely see anywhere on floor 7 of the dungeon, yet here they were, very much swarmed together, charging as one toward a single figure. Faced with such a fearsome host of killer ants, anyone short of a LV2 upper-class adventurer would normally have no choice but to run for their life if caught alone. Hardly anyone would dare face an army of killer ants like this by themselves. And yet today, here was a newbie who'd only become an adventurer about 10 days ago, and instead of falling back before this army, he was charging straight at it without hesitation. A cold flash of sword-light cut across the air, and the sharp short sword sliced clean through a killer ant's body, treating that famously formidable hard carapace as if it weren't even there, splitting the ant in two. Leo had cast aside the small shield he'd favored before, gripping his sword in one hand as he charged into the army of killer ants and turned the place into a slaughter banquet. His body moved like the wind, his sword swept like rain. With nimble footwork he slipped past the killer ants lunging at him, and with each swing he sent out a sharp arc of light, weaving a rain of blades that cut them down one by one. Sword light flashed again, and the killer ants were reaped without mercy. Some were split in two, some had their limbs hacked away, some had their heads taken off. They died on the spot, their bodies dissolving into ash, leaving only magic stones piling up on the ground. Time wore on, the killer ant army kept pressing forward, and yet they still couldn't bring down the newbie adventurer wreaking such carnage among them. Their cries turned anxious and impatient. The killer ants that were badly wounded but not yet dead were already calling for reinforcements, drawing more killer ants from every direction until Leo was surrounded. As they say, enough ants can bite an elephant to death. A lone, isolated human adventurer surrounded by this many killer ants would, sooner or later, run out of strength and go down, swallowed up by them, dead beyond dead. If this had been yesterday's Leo, he might as well have lain down in the face of a dead end like this, and just waited to report to heaven, hoping for a better role in his next life. But for today's Leo, a challenge like this barely scratched what he was after. Too many of them. Let's thin the herd. Surrounded by killer ants, Leo murmured this even as he began to chant. Light of heaven, sword of stars. Starlight erupted from him. A starlight more brilliant than anything he had shown before. Of all the basic abilities raised in this status update, Leo's biggest growth hadn't been in strength or endurance, nor in dexterity or agility, but in magic, the stat tied directly to the power of his spells. His magic had reached B, only 2 grades shy of the highest S. So when Leo cast his spell now, the magic, reinforced by 7 full grades of growth in magic, naturally unleashed power far beyond what it had before. Meteors rose from Leo's body, shooting up into the air before suddenly plunging back down, breaking into a small meteor shower that crashed against the ground. The roar of meteors slamming into the earth rolled on without pause. Streaks of starlight, like real stones falling from the sky, set off explosions the instant they hit, tearing through dirt, shattering rock, leaving crater after crater along the passage. Countless killer ants were caught in this indiscriminate downpour, some struck dead on and blasted to pieces on the spot, others thrown by the shockwaves and dashed against the walls, leaving smears of blood behind them. With magic raised by a full 7 grades, that corner of the future Leo had once daydreamed about for Meteor Dance had taken its first real shape. Looking at what was left of the broken, rag swarm after his spell had cleared out so much of it, Leo's face broke into a smile. The next instant, Leo kicked off the ground and tore toward the remaining killer ants with the wind howling at his back, beginning the slaughter all over again. Sword light flashed in quick succession, the short sword swung again and again, drawing shrill cry after shrill cry. 3 minutes later, with the last killer ant cut down by Leo and falling to the ground in pieces, the one-sided massacre was finally over. Leo stood in the middle of a great pile of magic stones and not yet dissolved monster corpses, breathing lightly, a satisfied expression on his face. Now this is what I always pictured an adventurer being like. There was no doubt about it, Leo was in an excellent mood. Before all this, with every ability at I0, he hadn't been much stronger than an ordinary person. Whatever monster he faced, he'd had to handle it carefully. Even against the weakest goblin, he hadn't dared meet it head-on without his shield strapped on. If he ran into too many enemies, or if the situation called for tricks to get the job done with his current strength, he wouldn't hesitate to turn and run, leading the monsters on a tense, nerve-wracking chase. A scene like that was less adventuring and more scrambling for his life, throwing everything he had into a desperate dance with the monsters. Not like now, where Leo could single-handedly massacre a swarm of killer ants, the kind of monster newbie adventurers dreaded to even hear about, and where before the fight even started, he'd thought the shield on his arm was just getting in the way and tossed it aside. Even with a 1,000-strong army in front of him, a host of monsters, he'd still charge in without hesitation and cut down countless enemies on his own. That was what Leo, and plenty of other people, pictured when they thought of an adventurer. Sword in one hand, magic in the other, sword light flying in a fierce fight, while chanting between the moves, blowing away a whole swath of monsters in the blink of an eye. That, too, was what Leo and many others pictured when they thought of a magic swordsman. The Leo of now finally had the look of a strong adventurer about him, and the magic swordsman style of fighting he'd envisioned earlier was beginning to show real results. The body's about adjusted too. The mind-body dissonance has eased off a lot. Pulling out the full strength my current status can give me, that's not going to be hard. Leo flexed his free hand open and closed, then turned his eyes back over his shoulder. There behind him was a passage leading down to the next floor. Floor 8. The me right now should be able to handle it, shouldn't I? Leo was getting restless. For him as he was now, Floor 7 was no longer much of a challenge. Even if he didn't kill the killer ants, even if he let them call their friends in from every direction until a terrifying army had gathered, he didn't think they could still stop him. That being the case, it was time to head deeper. By the recommended strategy, with my current status, I can already go to Floor 8. Even deeper floors are within reach. While picking up magic stones from the ground, Leo dug drop items out of the leftover monster corpses, packed them into his bag, and quietly thought it over. According to the strategies handed out by the Guild and the Familius, Floors 1 through 4 suited adventurers with one or more basic abilities between I and H, Floors 5 through 7 suited those between G and F, Floors 8 through 10 suited E through C, and Floors 11 through 12 suited B through S. By that measure, Leo's status had long since outstripped the difficulty of Floor 7. His weakest ability, Endurance, was already E. Even going by that one weakest stat, he was clear to step onto Floor 8. And if you set aside the off-the-charts magic stat, Leo already had 2 abilities at D, while his agility was up to C. He could go explore as far as Floor 10 if he wanted. Let's head down and see. There's not much point hanging around this floor anyway. A skilled hand makes for a bold heart, as the saying went. Now that his strength had taken such a leap, Leo had a lot more confidence in himself. Not that he'd take the dungeon's dangers lightly, but he didn't need to be as cautious or as endlessly hesitant as before. At the very least, he didn't see any reason to be afraid of going down to Floor 8. Not even Floor 9, really. And in truth, that was how it played out. Floors 8 and 9 of the dungeon were a step up in difficulty, but not a fundamental jump. With the kind of strength that let Leo go on a one-man rampage across Floor 7, he could move through Floors 8 and 9 like a fish in water. There was no real danger he had to fear. Unless a monster from a deeper floor happened to wander up, and he had the very bad luck to run into it, or unless he ran into some kind of irregular that shouldn't have been there, then on Floors 8 and 9, even if he found himself swarmed by 100 monsters at once, Leo could carve a path clear with his magic. So when Leo went down to Floors 8 and 9, he still didn't feel any real pressure. When it was time to go on a rampage, he went on a rampage, killing off whole swaths of monsters with ease, and walking away with a heap of spoils. A lizard-type monster didn't last a single exchange in Leo's hands. It only had time for one strangled cry before Leo's short sword split it cleanly down the middle. Floor 9's difficulty. So this is about all it amounts to. Picking up the magic stone the monster had dropped, Leo stood untouched before the mouth of a tunnel, gazing into the pitch dark within. Floor 10. His eyes flickered for a moment, and then he stepped forward. Let's see what you've got. 200 power stones for the extra chapter. Read 30 chapters ahead at Patreon. Chapter 254, Chapter 21 1781 words. Floors 8 and 9 of the dungeon looked and felt different from the floors before them, both in scenery and in terrain. The walls here were no longer pale green, but the color of wood overgrown with moss. The ground had turned into grassland sprouting short grass, and from the ceiling phosphorescent light drifted down like sunshine, giving you the feeling not of entering an underground labyrinth, but of walking across open country. The terrain itself hadn't changed all that much. It was still a tangle of winding rocky passages connecting one chamber to another. It was just that on floors 8 and 9 the chambers were more numerous and much wider inside, the connecting passages between them were short, and the ceilings, which up till now had been at most 3 or 4 meters high, rose to almost 10 meters. When the light was bad, you couldn't even see the ceiling, which gave you a sense of how vast these spaces were. As for the monsters that showed up here, you could call them a mixed bag drawn from every floor up to this point. No new species appeared. Instead, monsters like goblins, kobolds, purple moths, and needle rabbits from the earlier floors came back stronger, and if you misjudged their strength just because you'd already met them on the floors above, things were not going to go well for you. In other words, as long as you didn't misjudge your opponent's strength, and as long as you handled them the same way you had before, you could generally make it through here without trouble. So the difficulty of floors 8 and 9 was still relatively low. At the very least, it wasn't that much higher than floor 7. But once you got to floor 10, things changed again. The layout of floor 10 carried straight over from floors 8 and 9, except that the ceiling's light no longer poured down as brightly as daylight. The brightness dropped sharply. And the reason for that was a simple one. This mist is really getting in the way. That was the first thing Leo thought when he set foot on floor 10. Yes, floor 10 had mist. White mist thick enough to obstruct your sight blanketed the entire floor. So when Leo came through the rocky passage he'd been walking down, and stepped into one of the broad chambers of unbroken grassland, he didn't feel that his view had opened up at all. Standing there, Leo could only see a scattering of dead trees stripped of their leaves and branches around him. The way those dead trees stood eerily in the mist made Leo raise an eyebrow, and he walked closer to one. He reached out and touched one of the dead trees, which stood a little over a meter tall, only to find that the bark was far tougher than he'd imagined. The trunk was thick at the bottom and ridiculously thin at the top, an obviously abnormal shape. So this is the dungeon's armory. The dungeon's armory, one of the trickier features of the dungeon. These were natural weapons that this living underground labyrinth deliberately supplied to the monsters wandering the nearby area. Starting from floor 10, the dungeon would begin to produce this kind of terrain here and there, specifically to strengthen its monsters. It could be destroyed, but as a part of the dungeon, it would naturally repair itself given enough time. Even if the monsters turned them into weapons and carried them off, after a while, in the very same spot, the same thing would grow right back. Of course, this wasn't the worst part of floor 10. The truly difficult thing about floor 10 was that monsters which hadn't appeared on any of the previous 9 floors would start showing up here. Bugu-yu-yu-yu-yu-yu. A low growl, like some great beast rumbling in the dark, came out of nowhere. Heavy footfalls began to shake the ground, and along with them an enormous figure appeared at the far end of the mist, the impact carrying through the soles of his feet, where they touched the floor. Leo did not panic. He calmly looked toward the other end of the mist, at the massive figure plodding closer with its heavy stride. Bit by bit, the figure parted the mist and revealed itself in full before him. It was an extremely ugly monster, and one a good deal larger than Leo. The thing's whole body was covered in brown skin. It stood over 3 meters tall, broad and heavy, with tattered old animal hide wrapped around its waist like a ragged skirt, every inch the wild beast. Its limbs were thick, and on its neck sat a pig's head with yellow eyes, like some monstrous boar grown into a fiend, vicious and snarling. Boo oh 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 oh. A terrifying roar burst from its mouth, and for a moment the sound rolled out in waves. An orc. Leo's hand tightened around the short sword. The orc, normally the first large category monster an adventurer would encounter in the dungeon. On the floors above, the monsters adventurers ran into were generally small category. As the name suggested, they were the smaller statured monsters, and goblins, kobolds, purple moths, and needle rabbits all belonged in that bracket. Monsters like war shadows and killer ants were medium category. Bigger than the small category, sure, but not bigger than an adult human, and not the kind of thing you really had to fear. From floor 10 onward, however, adventurers would start running into large category monsters that hadn't appeared on the floors above. This kind of monster usually had a body well beyond that of an ordinary adult human, and its strength was far greater than anything in the small or medium category. Every one of them was the thick-hided, tough-flesh type, harder to kill even than the carapace-clad killer ants. And on top of that, roaring, the orc stomped through the grove of dead trees with thunderous footfalls. It reached out a hand toward one of the dead trees beside it and tore the thing up by the roots with its huge arm. In that instant, the dead tree turned into a rough club, gripped in the orc's hand. This was the trouble with the dungeon's armory. It turned itself into a weapon suited to the monster's use, so that a monster you could have taken down barehanded transformed, under that kind of support, into a special enemy you couldn't afford to underestimate. The newly armed orc snorted heavily, its yellow eyes turning to Leo, a savage glint lighting them up. That was the look of a predator that had spotted its prey. Boo oh 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 oh. A few seconds later, the orc moved. A roar burst from its mouth again, and its feet crashed down on the ground, shaking the earth as it charged at Leo. The rough club came down, and the orc smashed a crater into the ground, sending up clouds of dust and broken stone in every direction. Leo dodged that heavy blow with remarkable speed, with no intention whatsoever of going head-on against the orc. You could tell just from the difference in build. An ordinary adventurer had no way of blocking an orc's attack head-on. Even an adventurer who'd received fauna, if they weren't especially strong in strength and endurance, then no matter who they were, they couldn't go toe-to-toe with a large category monster like an orc. Leo's strength was only D, his endurance only E. Even if he'd had both at A, he'd have had a hard time matching an orc head-on. So Leo dodged the swinging club without hesitation, and the very moment the orc smashed into the ground and gouged out a crater, he lunged sideways at it. Swordlight flashed from the short sword across the orc's flank, opening a gash along its side and sending up a spray of blood. Leo brushed past the orc from the side and slashed in passing, wounding it. Green blood spurted from the wound on the orc's belly, and the pig-headed monster screamed in pain. That's tough. Already past the orc and standing behind it, Leo gripped the short sword in his hand and murmured. It was the first time he'd ever felt his sword run into real resistance after striking a monster. Up till now, even cutting into the hard carapace of a killer, and, with the sharpness of this short sword of decent quality in his hand, Leo could cleave straight through in one stroke. Even back when his strength was still I0, that had been true. He hadn't felt any resistance at all. This time, though, Leo had clearly felt it. The short sword had met resistance going into the orc's flank, which told him that endurance, value of this large category monster was genuinely high. Roarg. That orc didn't seem to be very nimble. It roared for a while before it managed to turn around, then came at Leo a second time with absolute fury. Leo didn't even think. He sprang back hard, dodging the club. The mist filled with the booming sound of the club hammering the ground again and again. Dust and splintered rock flew in every direction, and the bellowing orc kept pursuing Leo only for Leo to slip away from it again and again. With both his strength and his endurance outmatched by the orc, Leo simply used his dexterity and agility to toy with it, letting it lose its mind little by little as it failed to land a single hit. The club slammed into the ground once more, and the orc, still locked in the posture of its swing, froze for a brief moment in the cloud of dust it had kicked up. It was in that instant that Leo halted his backward leap and shot forward like a bullet, springing up onto the orc's club and landing on it. He didn't stop there. He ran up along the club and the orc's thick arm, and in a flash he was right in front of its massive head. A flash of cold light, and the short sword in Leo's hand plunged straight into the orc's eye socket, running through its eye. This was a weak point, no doubt about it. There was no way this would meet the same kind of resistance as his earlier strike to the belly. Boo oh 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 oh. A scream of pain like nothing it had loosed before tore out of the orc, and it began to thrash like a maddened thing. 200 power stones for the extra chapter. Read 30 chapters ahead at Patreon. Chapter 255, Chapter 22 1945 words. The thick layer of fat on an orc was indeed very hard to get through. Even with Leo's short sword, cutting through all that fat was still a difficult thing to do. Unless Leo's strength could reach A, or even S, would there be any chance of him splitting an orc in two with one swing of the short sword in his hand? Otherwise, he could only aim at the parts of its body where the fat was thinner, and the defense was weaker if he wanted to land any meaningful damage. That was exactly what Leo had been planning to do, which was why he'd been waiting all along for a chance to counterattack. Now, with one stab through the orc's eye, Leo had landed a brilliant blow and driven the thing into a dead end. Leo's hand twisted, dragging the sharp blade buried in the orc's eye sideways, and the short sword sliced clean through half of the monster's skull, sending green blood flying. Only then did Leo plant a foot on the orc and launch himself away, dodging its dying lash-out. The orc's wails of pain grew weaker by the moment, and its movements slowed. It was no longer the savage thing it had been before. After a short while, the orc's body slowly toppled and crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, and didn't move again. Its body dissolved into ash, leaving behind a magic stone roughly half the size of a palm. Leo finally shook the blood from the short sword, walked over, and picked up the magic stone. This thing's a different size class altogether from the small category and medium category. Turning the magic stone over in his hand, Leo packed it away. Speaking of which, am I going to need to hire a supporter to help haul this loot back? Feeling the small bag at his waist growing heavier and starting to drag on him, that thought came to Leo all of a sudden. Supporters, like adventurers, were people dedicated to exploring the dungeon. The difference was that adventurers were the combat personnel, while supporters were a non-combat profession. Their main job was to help carry magic stones and drop items, and sometimes to provide assistance to the adventurers up front, things like preparing suitable weapons or items, or handing over a potion when an adventurer needed replenishing, so as not to put extra burden on the comrades fighting monsters on the front line. In other words, supporters were the behind-the-scenes workers. The whole point of their existence was to lighten the adventurer's load. Their work was inconspicuous, but it was indispensable. For someone like Leo, without a supporter at his side to handle the spoils, he had to keep the small shield he hadn't used today strapped to his body, while potions and other supplies went into the small bag he carried with him, and he had to be careful at every moment not to bump them and damage them in the middle of a fierce fight. On top of that, the magic stones and drop items he'd picked up along the way, he could only carry himself, which was burdensome and slowed down his earning speed too. He was an adventurer, after all, so he couldn't fight while lugging too big a pack. The only thing he could carry on him was a small bag that could be strapped to his waist, and one glance was enough to see how much it could actually hold. Back when he'd still been a newbie rookie with every ability at I0, he generally had to fight for a long stretch before he could finish an enemy off, and his rate of collecting magic stones and drop items was anything but high. So one small bag had been enough to hold all those spoils. Now though, he'd only just dropped into the dungeon a little while ago, it wasn't even noon yet, and his bag was already on the verge of overflowing. Opening the small bag and looking at the magic stones nearly filling it to the brim, Leo frowned. At my current clearing pace, I'm probably going to have to head back up to the surface around noon, sell all this off, empty out my bag, and only then come back in to keep exploring. That would obviously slow down his pace of exploration too. A supporter, huh? Leo turned the idea over in his mind. Generally speaking, in the large familias, the supporter role was filled by newer or lower-level members on the side. In the Loki familia, for instance, during expeditions, plenty of LV3 members doubled as supporters so that the higher-level members on the front line could focus on fighting. If they were exploring in the deep floors region, then even a LV4 like Raoul had to take on supporter duties as well, because on floors like that, only first-class adventurers LV5 and above could really hold their own. Of course, that was the situation in the Loki familia. In an ordinary familia, there was no way they could afford to put an upper-class adventurer of LV2 or above on supporter duty. They weren't extravagant enough to do something like that. There were even some small familias with only a handful of members, every one of whom had to be on the front line fighting, or else they wouldn't have enough firepower to explore the dungeon properly. There was simply no one who could play supporter. In situations like that, adventurers would generally choose to hire people from outside their familia to act as supporters. Some of these people were members whose own familias didn't value them. Others had used up their potential, had weak statuses, couldn't really explore the dungeon on their own, and couldn't catch anyone's eye to team up with them either, and had no choice but to become supporters, taking commissions from others to earn a bit of pay. Leo saw people like that all the time. They generally hung around the central plaza in front of Babel, pitching themselves to adventurers passing by, trying every trick they could think of to get hired. Now Leo was starting to feel that he needed to hire himself a supporter too. What else can I do? There's nobody in my familia who could be my supporter. Leo sighed. His familia was too strong. Every single member was an upper-class adventurer of at least LV2, so how could any of them come and act as supporter for a LV1 newbie like him? When the familia went on an expedition, some of the LV2 seniors didn't even qualify to tag along as a supporter, and had to stay behind at headquarters minding the place. In any other mid- or small-sized familia, that would have been completely unthinkable. With Leo's current strength, it was already a stretch that he wasn't going on supporter duty for the seniors in his familia, so how could he ask anyone there to come and be his supporter? So all he could do was hire somebody from outside. A rustling sound came from somewhere around him, while Leo was still mulling all this over. Leo snapped back to himself and turned his eyes around, only to spot a number of black shadows closing in on him through the thin mist, surrounding him on all sides. They were edging closer to Leo, padding across the grass underfoot, and the rustling was growing crisp and clear, with the faint sound of something licking its lips mixed in. A moment later, the full forms of these monsters came into Leo's view. It was a group of monsters, dark gray all over, big heads on small bodies, a single sharp little horn growing out of each head, with long thin tails behind them, looking like little devils. Leo placed where these monsters had come from. The imp, a kind of monster that, like the orc, only started appearing from floor 10 onwards in the dungeon, but not a large category. They were small category, like goblins and kobolds. Individually, they weren't strong. They weren't really any stronger than the goblins or kobolds on floors 8 and 9. But they were cunning, smart in the head, and they always took a group combat approach, which made them a monster that appeared more often than the orc and relied on sheer numbers to attack adventurers one wave after another. The group of imps emerged from the mist, snickering, and the moment they did, they came at Leo from every direction at once. Leo immediately sprang up into the air, dodging the attacks from all sides, but the imps seemed to have anticipated exactly that, because they started flinging stones up at Leo in midair. Leo swung the short sword almost on reflex, knocking the stones aside one after another, but the imps just kept throwing more, trying to bring him crashing down. You lot are starting to get annoying. Seeing that a sizable number of imps had gathered below, Leo didn't hesitate, and unleashed his magic. Light of heaven, sword of stars. Meteor dance. Streaks of starlight rose up from behind Leo, turned into meteors racing through the air, and plunged toward the ground below. Meteors slammed into the earth one after another, kicking up dust and explosions. The imps, who'd been snickering only a second ago, panicked on the spot and scattered in every direction in absolute terror, but hardly any of them could get clear of the meteor shower in time. The imps were caught up in the rain of meteors, either blasted away or punched through, wailing as they burst into black ash, leaving behind crystal shards that were a great deal smaller than the orc's magic stone. Only then did Leo drop down from the air. The moment the soles of his feet planted solid on the ground, he pushed off hard and shot forward, going after the imps that were still trying to flee in every direction. Sword light flickered, the blade danced wildly, and the sharp short sword cut down one panicked imp after another on the spot, drawing scream after scream. There were those who said that a group of imps gathered together was actually a lot harder to deal with than a lone orc, but for Leo, who had area of effect attack power, numbers really weren't a problem at all. Compared to the orc, whose thick hide and tough flesh gave his sword some resistance, these imps that he could decapitate in one stroke were obviously much easier to deal with. At least for Leo they were. By the time Leo had finished off the whole pack of imps, he wasn't even out of breath. He just looked at the magic stones scattered all over the ground and let out a long, quiet sigh. No helping it. I'll have to head back for now. With these magic stones on top of everything else, the small bag at his waist wasn't going to hold any more. After Leo had picked up all the magic stones, he had to put the leftover ones into another small bag, the one he used to carry drop items that weren't going to be sold to the guild. For now, that bag had to double as magic stone storage too. Hauling a full load of spoils, Leo trudged out of floor 10 with a furrowed brow and made his way back up to the floors above. Today was destined to give him quite a few happy headaches. 200 power stones for the extra chapter. Read 30 chapters ahead at Patreon. Chapter 256, Chapter 23. 2419 words before he realized it, the brilliant evening glow had visited the lower world once more, dyeing the sky a blood-red color. As always, the adventurers who had entered the dungeon early were now streaming out of Babel in a steady trickle, travel-worn but visibly relaxed, heading off down the 8 main avenues that stretched out toward the city in every direction. Here's your money. Please take it. Inside Babel, at the exchange counter, Leo took the coin pouch the guild employee handed him, weighed it in his palm as he stepped away from the crowd. 57,000 valis. Gripping the pouch, which was noticeably heavier than usual, Leo quietly read off today's haul. 57,000 valis. There was no question this was a far better take than any of his previous runs. Over the past 10 days, Leo's daily earnings had hovered around 20 to 30,000 valis. Sometimes a little less, not even hitting 20,000, sometimes a little more, breaking 30 and reaching above 40,000. On average, though, it came out to 20 or 30,000. No more, no less. He'd been pushing deeper into the dungeon the whole time, but with his old status, the deeper he went, the harder it got to deal with the stronger monsters, which meant the number of monsters he could take down in a day kept dropping. So even though the loot got more valuable from floor 7 onward, with fewer kills, the money he made from selling it came out about the same. Under those conditions, if Leo's luck was good and he picked up more drop items, he'd earn a bit more that day, if not, a bit less. In the end, it averaged out to 20 or 30,000 valis a day. Today, though, he'd brought home far more than on any previous day. Almost exactly double, in fact. Which made it plain enough. After his status had been updated and he'd started venturing as deep as floor 10, both his kill speed and his earning efficiency had risen by quite a lot. It was just a shame. I should have been able to earn even more than this. Leo tucked the pouch away, muttering, not particularly happy. 57,000 valis. The thing was, that wasn't all from one trip just now. In fact, Leo had already made 3 runs to the exchange today. His loot bag had been full before noon, which meant he'd had to head back up from floor 10 to the surface, cash out the magic stones, empty the bag, then go back down to floor 10 to keep it. Around 3 in the afternoon, the bag had filled up again, forcing him to make a second round trip and empty it once more. It wasn't until evening, when it was time to head home, that he'd made his third trip back with a bag that still hadn't filled all the way. In other words, today alone he'd shuttled between the surface and floor 10 3 full times. 3 round trips. That ate up a lot of time. If he could save that time and put it toward more exploration, Leo's haul today would definitely have been bigger. Even if 100,000 valis was a stretch, 70 or 80,000 should have been well within reach. If every day from now on is going to go like this, I'm losing way too much. Leo's brows knit tight, and he sighed again. Looks like I really do need to hire a supporter. That was the top priority. He needed to get it sorted as soon as possible. Every day he put it off, Leo was losing 20 or 30,000 valis. Drag that out long enough and the losses would sting even for an upper-class adventurer. Money played a big role in this city, especially for adventurers. There was never a time when money wasn't needed. Without money, how were you supposed to buy potions? Without money, how were you supposed to buy weapons and armor? Equipment and supplies were an adventurer's lifeline. Even first-class adventurers couldn't cut through monsters on the deep floors without strong enough weapons, and when they were up against those kinds of monsters, taking just one hit could cost half their life. Going in without an elixir on you was basically suicide. And the retail price of one elixir was as high as 500,000 valis. When first-class adventurers bought elixirs, they bought several at a time, easily dropping millions of valis without a second thought. Weapons and armor were even worse. For reference, the absolute lowest grade of weapon a first-class adventurer used was second-class equipment, and not just any second class either, it had to be the finest of the second class. Weapons like that ran into the tens of millions of valis. First-class equipment was almost always priced above 100 million valis apiece, and even first-class adventurers had to grind away for a long stretch before they could save up enough. And that was just the purchase price. After that there was maintenance, repair, and protective treatment, all of which cost money too. The higher grade the superior equipment, the harder it was to repair, so naturally the cost went up. Every time she had her beloved sword serviced, the price started in the millions. If the damage was severe, costs in the several millions, or even tens of millions came up all the time. So even a first-class adventurer like Ace had to figure out ways to keep earning. Otherwise, her dungeon exploration would take a hit, and in the end it would slow her own growth. This was a big part of why Leo urgently needed to hire a supporter. Even setting aside the earnings question, he needed to cut down on the back-and-forth travel time. If that time was spent farming monsters and training his status instead, day after day, it would add up to a serious gain. Burning time meant for self-improvement on commuting was something Leo simply couldn't accept. So whether the goal was making money or getting stronger, he had to find a professional supporter to assist him, or he'd take a real hit. Come to think of it, I've actually saved up a decent amount by now, haven't I? Stepping out of Babel, Leo suddenly thought about his current finances. Thanks to his familia comrades' upfront support, he didn't need to spend money on weapons or armor, didn't need to spend on supplies either. Apart from minor daily expenses and the 2 times he'd had his sword and shield repaired, everything he earned had gone straight into savings. Going by his daily average of 20 or 30,000 valis, he'd already saved up 200,000 or 300,000. Add today's haul and his total net worth had to be over 300,000 valis. 300,000 valis, that's just barely enough to buy one piece of third-class superior equipment, isn't it? Leo headed in the direction of Twilight Manor, turning it all over in his head. Though only the lighter, cheaper stuff, short swords, daggers, knives. For a longsword, a spear, or a great axe or warhammer, it probably wouldn't cover it. A larger weapon was always going to cost more. Even if the forging materials were identical, the quantity used wasn't. Forging a longsword versus a short sword, the former obviously took more material, and the price would naturally reflect that. Armor worked the same way. Even within third-class superior equipment, a leather vest versus a full-body suit of armor, which one cost more didn't need spelling out. And that's just a warrior's gear. For a mage. Mages had their own equipment, too. Gear that could amplify the power of their magic, ease the mind cost, and so on. And as everyone knew, a mage's staff and robes were luxury goods. Compared to the swords, spears, and clubs warriors used, the prices weren't even in the same league. The weapons used by Ace, Finn, Gareth, Tiona, and Tioni were all first-class superior equipment, each one priced at over 100 million valis apiece, though even at the high end, none of them ran above 200 million. What about Riveria? As Aurario's strongest mage, the staff she used, Magna Alf's, had been commissioned from the magic kingdom of Altina as a top-grade staff. Forged from mithril and holodite, the shaft was so durable it could even be used as a polearm. 9 of the highest-grade magic treasure stones were set into its head. Even in Labyrinth City or Rio, even across the entire lower world, it was a staff in a class of its own, capable of pushing the power of magic to its absolute limit. It was hailed as one of the 5 greatest staves. The story went that, thanks to Loki haggling like a maniac and sparing no tactic, the staff had been bought for an unprecedented rock-bottom price. And that so-called unprecedented rock-bottom price was 340 million valis, and that was without counting the 9 top-grade magic treasure stones. What about the original price? Probably even 500 million valis wouldn't have been enough. The Fairy King's holy robe Reveria wore was also first-class superior equipment, woven from the fibers of the sacred royal tree that stood within the royal capital, possessing extremely high resistance to magic. Its predecessor had been the royal dress Reveria wore when she left home. The price had to be well over 100 million valis, and it wouldn't be strange if it ran past 200 million either. That was a mage's equipment. Genuine luxury and top-tier goods, costing at minimum double what a warrior's gear ran. I probably can't even afford the lowest grade staff right now, can I? Leo suddenly felt very poor again. There wasn't a single piece of ordinary equipment in a mage's loadout. The absolute lowest was third-class superior equipment. Regular swords, spears, clubs, and the like, even an ordinary blacksmith who hadn't received fauna and hadn't developed the blacksmith development ability could forge them. But every piece of a mage's gear had to be made by someone with the mystery profession. Nothing was ordinary, every piece was superior equipment with some special effect. Leo was on the path of a magic swordsman. Both the melee weapon and the staff, ideally, he had to equip both. That was when it hit Leo like a flash of clarity. So the path I picked is actually one that's destined to burn through money. For a moment there, Leo almost changed his mind and decided not to be a magic swordsman after all. It took some real effort before he steeled his resolve again, gritting his teeth. Money can always be earned. Strength comes first. He'd only been an adventurer for 11 days, and he'd already saved up over 300,000 valis. A few more months of this, and he should be able to put away several million. By then, sword or staff, he'd be able to equip both. For now, he was still just LV. His gear didn't need to be top of the line. Functional was enough. One newbie adventurers generally only ranged through floors 1 to 12. Those 12 floors were collectively known as the upper floors, and no monsters with abilities exceeding LV1 appeared there. Even without a staff, Leo's magic could easily put down any of the monsters on those 12 floors. As for a melee weapon, same as before, the short sword in his hand was enough. If it could cut into an orc, what monster in the upper floors couldn't it cut through? Once I hit LV2, then I'll think about whether to swap out my gear. Thinking along those lines, Leo quickly realized something. He was already close to being able to rank up to LV. At his current rate of growth, in a month at most, he should be able to push all of his basic abilities to the upper limit of his current level. By then, there'd be no reason to stay where he was. A month, huh? Leo's face fell. By then, the most I'll have saved up is around 1 million valis, right? 1 million valis. To buy third-class superior equipment, that might not even cover one longsword, let alone a staff. No, I really do need to find a supporter. That settled it. Leo's mind was made up, and he strode off toward the Familia headquarters. By the time he got home, night had just fallen. The magic stone lamps in the courtyard had already been lit, illuminating the area around him. And then, with no surprise at all, there was someone waiting for him here. Welcome back. The girl with golden hair and golden eyes was sitting on the long bench, legs drawn up, arms around her knees. She watched Leo walk in, her voice carried on the evening breeze, brushing against his ear. Yeah, I'm back. Leo pushed down the tangled thoughts in his head and smiled in greeting at this girl, who was a little too beautiful, a little too dazzling. After the greeting, Leo suddenly felt something off. Why did it feel like someone else was watching him? Leo lifted his head, glancing around, but there wasn't another soul in sight. Just my imagination. Leo had his doubts. But by then Ace had already stood up and come over to him. I heard, Ace said, looking him in the eye. You updated your status yesterday. Leo pulled his gaze back, turning his attention to the girl in front of him, and smiled. You're well informed. At dinner, I overheard Raoul and the others mention it. Ace said softly, your footsteps, they've gotten steadier. What she meant was that Ace had also picked up on the changes in Leo, to one degree or another. Congratulations on getting stronger. Ace said it from the heart. To her, being able to grow stronger was without a doubt something to be happy about. At least, that was how it was for her. Even if her own reason for becoming stronger had never been anything good. Leo replied with that one word and said nothing more. He'd just realized something else, that his situation right now might not be all that suitable to let the girl in front of him in on. 200 Power Stones for the extra chapter. Read 30 chapters ahead at Patreon. Chapter 257, Chapter 24. 2476 words. Leo had always understood, very clearly, exactly what kind of person Ace Wallenstein was. She always carried a cold attitude in front of others, with an expression that made it impossible to tell what she was thinking, and when she fought she turned especially icy, especially ruthless, which was why people had given her aliases like Doll Princess or War Princess. That alone made it pretty clear what her image was like in others' eyes. Of course, anyone who actually knew Ace was aware that the girl wasn't cold by nature. She just lacked the ability to express emotion. In reality, she was a very pure person. You could even call her an airhead. When others saw her standing there in cold silence, they might assume she had no interest in talking to anyone. The truth was she might just be spacing out, lost in some thought no one could guess at. Even within the familia, there were only a handful of people who knew Ace's true personality, and even fewer who knew that the girl they all treated as their princess to be protected actually envied Tiona and Tioni, who could romp around with the other members without a wall between them. Sometimes, watching everyone else have a lively time together, she'd feel lonely, isolated, like a child, picturing in the back of her mind a small version of herself puffing out her cheeks in a sulk. Maybe it was precisely because Leo knew what the real Ace Wallenstein was like that he could interact with her normally, not keeping his distance the way the others did, watching over her from afar. And precisely because of that, the relationship between Leo and Ace had advanced by leaps and bounds to where it was now in just one short year. A year ago, back when Leo had only just been brought home by Ace, there was no way she'd be sitting like this, out in the courtyard after dinner, on the long bench, quietly watching the front gate, waiting for him to come back. But even so, Leo hadn't forgotten that the real Ace Wallenstein wasn't only what she looked like right now. Just as Loki said, this girl could be reckless. She'd often shut herself up in the dungeon for days on end, killing monster after monster without rest. Her temperament was stubborn too. When she was little she'd carried every last piece of luggage from the whole familia, and forced herself to keep up with the main party, only to collapse from exhaustion afterward and sleep for 3 straight days. Because of where she came from, she hated monsters deeply, believing every last one of them should be wiped out. To cut them down, she always wanted to grow stronger and stronger, with no end to it. When she'd first received Fauna and become an adventurer, she'd gotten into more than a few arguments with Riveria and the others over this very thing, even pulling stunts like running away from home, throwing the entire familia into chaos. The young her had looked up to the heroes in stories, had hoped for a hero who could protect her. The current her had nothing in her heart but the obsession with getting stronger and a deep hatred of monsters. Facing this side of Ace, it hadn't crossed Leo's mind before, but now it suddenly did, his own abnormal rate of growth. If Ace, who was obsessed with getting stronger, found out about it, that might not exactly be a good thing. The thought came and Leo almost instinctively changed the subject. Loki said you often sneak off to the dungeon on your own while I'm there, and slip back ahead of me before I come home. Is that true? The words landed and Ace's shoulders gave the slightest of shrinks, almost imperceptible. Her whole bearing began radiating guilt. I didn't. The girl made a small attempt at weaseling out of it, which only made Leo laugh. Has anyone told you that you're really not cut out for lying? Leo folded his arms, watching Ace with a half-smile, his presence pressing down on the most famous first-class adventurer in Rio, in the whole world even. If anyone had seen this scene, they'd have wondered whether the two of them had their ranks and standings reversed. You also went into the dungeon alone the whole time. The girl tried to protest, but the boy wouldn't budge. Is that even the same thing? Leo said, perfectly self-righteous. I only explore on safer floors. Not like you, always going out of your way to dive somewhere dangerous. Ace looked away from him, all power of rebuttal gone. This was the part that gave everyone close to Ace the worst headaches. If she just explored the dungeon normally, then probably not even Riveria, who doted on her the most, would object. But Ace was rarely normal about it. She pushed herself relentlessly, with no sense of restraint, and kept driving herself into dangerous situations. If Ace hadn't already been a LV-5 first-class adventurer, even pushing herself recklessly into the deeper floors of the dungeon, she wouldn't get all that deep on a same-day round trip. At most she'd be raising hell in the middle floors region of floors 13 to 24. Without that being true, Riveria and the others would absolutely not have allowed her to enter the dungeon alone. The monsters in the middle floor region were LV-2 at the strongest. Even when a floor boss, which was 2 levels above the usual monsters, came out, it wouldn't be a match for Ace at LV-5, and couldn't pose a threat to her. The Familia leadership, knowing this, had loosened the leash on the girl a little, letting her freely enter the dungeon to explore, so long as she came home that same night. But even so, Ace often came back in tatters, which gave the Familia leadership real headaches. It was also why Loki was always lamenting in front of Leo about how reckless Ace was. It wasn't that she wanted to complain. She really had a headache about it, and was hoping Leo could talk to her, rein her in a little, get her to behave. And funnily enough, ever since Leo had come to Loki Familia, Ace really had calmed down a bit. Maybe it was because she felt that, since she'd been the one to bring him in, she had a duty to look out for how he was doing at home. Over this past year, Ace's attention had clearly been split, with a good portion of it going to Leo, which had meant fewer chances for her to be reckless. Loki and the others had been pleasantly surprised by it. Over time, Leo had genuinely started to worry about Ace too, anxious about her reckless streak, to the point where he was now no different from one of the elders of the house, scolding Ace every so often. The Leo doing this had completely forgotten, he had also been pretty reckless after becoming an adventurer himself. Only exploring on safer floors. Not like Ace, always going out of his way to dive somewhere dangerous. Then who was the guy who, with all abilities at I0, had plunged straight down to floor 7 and brushed against death over and over throughout those 10 days? If Loki and the others ever caught wind of these glorious exploits of his, he'd probably end up getting yelled at every day, just like Ace. Though Loki and Finn had more or less guessed something from the fact that he was already close to leveling up. It's not that I'm telling you not to go to the dungeon, but you only just got back from an expedition. Right now's the time to actually rest. Instead of running off to the dungeon every day, how about finding something else to do? It was rare for Leo to play the patient and persistent role like this. Like going out shopping with Tiona to take your mind off things. Or going out on a date with Lafia or something. Leo's line didn't produce any particularly big reaction from Ace. But for some reason, somewhere off in one corner, there seemed to be a small commotion stirring up. Leo caught something, and looked up in puzzlement at one of the sky corridors above Twilight Manor, only to see nothing at all. Then Ace's voice reached his ear. The day after we got back from the expedition, I already went out with Tiona. Ace said, her face serious. Lafia was there too. The girl seemed to want to tell Leo that she'd already completed the task he'd given her. But the corner of Leo's mouth twitched. Don't think I don't know. The day after you got back from the expedition, you went with Tiona and the rest to get your weapons repaired and restock the potions you'd used up. Leo said, exasperated. And you call that shopping and dating? Ace closed her mouth and went quiet again. At that, Leo went on a bit more, and the girl's shoulders shrank smaller and smaller, her whole figure seeming to shrink in front of him. Neither Leo nor Ace noticed that, in one of the sky corridors, several figures were ducked there secretly watching them. That was close, we almost got caught just now. Tiona patted her flat chest and complained to the elf girl beside her, honestly, Lafia, why'd you suddenly get so worked up? Who told that guy to say weird things in front of Miss Ace? Lafia's pretty face was bright red, whether from anger or embarrassment was hard to say, as she squirmed and said, going on a date with Miss Ace. How could that ever happen? Tiona looked at Lafia skeptically. Why does it feel like you actually sounded kind of happy hearing that? I did not. Lafia couldn't help raising her voice, protesting, I'm angry. Not happy. All right, whether you're angry or happy, can you keep your voice down? Tiona, who had been watching the boy and girl interacting in the courtyard with great interest, rolled her eyes when she saw her dimwit sister, and her foolish junior getting louder and louder. She said sourly, if you keep getting worked up like that, we really will get caught. Hear that, Lafia? Tiona said to Lafia, grinning. You can't get too worked up, okay? Lafia's face went red again. This time, it was definitely from anger. Tiona, your voice isn't exactly quiet either. Lafia muttered under her breath about a certain Amazoness little angel. What was that? Say it louder. Tiona, who maybe really hadn't caught it, kept teasing her amusing junior. You're the one who said we shouldn't be too loud. Lafia turned her head, snapping her ponytail with force to show the indignation of its owner. Those two really are interesting. Watching them like this, it kind of feels like watching your own kid in their first puppy romance. Tiona had stopped paying attention to the other two, and was watching Leo and Ace's interaction with her arms folded, looking thoroughly entertained. Like you've ever been in a romance, Tiona. Tiona, who couldn't stand her foolish sister's posturing, fired off a line out of the blue. Finn hasn't even accepted your full-on courtship yet, has he? The line landed like a sharp bayonet, piercing straight through Tiona's heart. What did you say? Tiona's composed attitude cracked, sliding into full berserk mode as she shouted, nonsense. The captain loves me. Tiona, of course, knew exactly how to handle her older sister. She turned around with a grin, making as if to walk off. Then I'll go ask Finn whether he really loves you. Tiona was suddenly anything but calm. Stop right there. You stupid little sister. Guilty conscience, huh? My stupid older sister. Looks like you're itching for a fight. It's been a while since the last one, hasn't it? Don't run off after this. Naya, I'm not scared. The twin sisters were suddenly going at each other, escalating fast enough to send Lafia into a panic. You two, stop fighting. They'll notice us. Even as Lafia frantically tried to break them up, she was watching Leo and Ace still, having a lovely chat in the courtyard, and was about ready to turn dark herself. That bastard, how long is he going to keep talking with Ace? The elf girl, teeth clenched, started cursing him silently from her hiding place. What's going on? In the courtyard, Leo, still in the middle of nagging Ace, kept feeling like there was some kind of commotion nearby, which was bothering him. Why does it keep feeling like there are people around but I can't actually spot them? It looked like he really did need to push his status to the limit, and get to LV2 as soon as possible. After leveling up, both his own abilities and his 5 senses would see a huge boost. By then he might be able to pick up on whatever this was. Meanwhile, Ace, the LV5 first-class adventurer, didn't seem to have noticed a thing. She spoke up in a small voice. I'm sorry. She'd started apologizing, just short of writing, "Stop nagging, master," across her face. Be more careful from now on. Leo had lost the heart to keep nagging too. Seeing Ace looking so meek, something in him softened for no reason at all, and he said, when it's time to rest, rest. Get enough rest, then push yourself again. And it has to be in moderation, you got it? The girl nodded obediently, but past experience told Leo this girl was probably not going to listen. When the time came, she'd put on some clumsy little sneaking act, thinking that way no one would notice she'd snuck off to the dungeon again. Just as Leo was thinking that, to his surprise, Ace was actually serious this time. Tomorrow, sword practice. Ace lifted her eyes, looking at Leo, and out of nowhere said this. The look on her face was as good as telling Leo that if they trained tomorrow, then she wouldn't go to the dungeon. After all, she'd already promised Leo she'd teach him properly. The girl's gaze said all of that without a word. Leo stared at Ace blankly for a moment, then, after a brief silence, smiled. Leo said softly, "Let's do sword practice tomorrow." Ace nodded with utmost seriousness, as if she'd just made some grave promise. What she didn't know was that Leo was already silently thinking to himself. Tomorrow, try not to show off any of the updated status. 200 Power Stones for the extra chapter. Read 30 chapters ahead at Patreon. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.